Chapter 1. On the bluestone road of the small town, 5 corpses were lined up in a row. Their deaths were extremely tragic. Every one of the corpses had their skulls pierced through with a horrifying hole the size of a bowl. Their brains had been sucked dry until not a single drop was left. The dark red bloodstains had already dried up and coagulated at the edge of the hole. They stuck together with the messy hair that resembled withered grass, attracting the buzzing of green-headed flies. A young man in hemp garments with his hair tied up and a sword on his back slowly walked past the 5 corpses with an indifferent expression. His entire body was shrouded in radiance. When he opened and closed his eyes, there was a deep sharpness rolling in them. Every movement he made was filled with dignity. My lord, your corpses are here. It looks like it's the legendary demon races methods. A middle-aged man in a navy blue robe said with a trembling voice. His forehead was dripping with sweat like rain. He almost prostrated under the pressure of the young man in hemp garments with a sword on his back. Behind this middle-aged man, there were hundreds of people standing against the wall. There were men, women, children, women, and children. They were all the natives of this small town. At this moment, all of them kept quiet out of fear. Their faces were ashen and they did not even dare to breathe loudly. "You're the mayor of this small town?" There were a few people standing behind the young man in hemp garments with a sword on his back. They were all young men. All of them had finished their martial arts attire and were full of vigor and strength. One of them pointed at the middle-aged man and shouted, "Is everyone in the small town here?" Yes, this lowly one is the mayor. This lowly one is also panicking after such a calamity has occurred. Everyone is here. The middle-aged man with a stout appearance was the mayor of this nameless town. "Senior Brother Fong, it seems like some demons have infiltrated the natives of this town and are waiting for an opportunity to kill our Cloud Rain sect's disciples. Senior Brother Fong, please subdue the demons and avenge the 3 junior brothers and the 2 old grannies." The young man who shouted at the mayor earlier bowed deeply to the young man in hemp garments with a sword on his back. Senior Apprentice Brother Fong waved his hand slightly, and the young man immediately fell silent. "There's demonic qi in this town." Senior Brother Fong closed his eyes slightly. When he opened them again, a hint of excitement could be seen flickering in his eyes. He swept his gaze across the town with a sharp glint. In an instant, the mayor and all the natives of the town who were standing against the wall fell to their knees. "Very good. I can't believe you're still hiding in this small town." Senior Brother Fong smiled coldly. "Are you trying to kill my Cloud Rain sect's disciples? Ha. You do have some skills to be able to temporarily hide from me. Interesting. Senior Brother Fong took a step forward and looked down at the trembling mayor who was kneeling on the ground. The mayor exclaimed in fear. "My lord, it's not me. I'm not a demon." Senior Brother Fong sneered. He turned around and walked toward an old woman. The old woman's throat gurgled as her soul flew to the heavens. "I'm not a demon. Spare me. My lord, please spare me." Senior Brother Fong walked past the natives of the town one by one. Every time he passed by a native, that native would definitely cry in fear and try to defend himself while kowtowing incessantly. However, Senior Brother Fong did not seem to be able to find a demon among the natives. At this moment, a yellow dog suddenly ran out from a house on the street and barked twice. Suddenly, the sword howled like a dragon from Senior Brother Fong's body. A sword chi shot out and nailed the yellow dog to the ground. The natives of the town were even more frightened and almost fainted. Senior Brother Fong waved his hand. Immediately, a young man who came with Senior Brother Fong waved at a few men who were standing timidly in the corner and shouted, "All of you, come over here." Then, the young man lowered his head and said to Senior Brother Fong, "Senior Brother Fong, on the night of the incident, 3 junior brothers and 2 old nannies were killed by the demon clan. However, these few live targets that accompanied them were lucky enough to survive. It seems that a demon who has cultivated to the peak of the demon soldier realm wants to awaken his demon chi and advance to the demon general realm. Thus, he took the risk and hid in this small town that our sect has to pass by to purchase goods. He waited for an opportunity to kill our sect's martial Dao disciples and suck their brains." Senior Brother Fong's mind moved slightly. A demon at the demon soldier realm naturally has no interest in the brains of ordinary people who don't know the martial Dao. These few live targets were the only ones who managed to escape. Senior Brother Fong flicked his fingernails and asked one of the live targets, "What did you see on the night of the incident?" That live target was a man in his 30s. His face was emaciated and he wore green clothes and a small hat. His eyes were bloodshot and he was still in a state of shock as he cried out repeatedly, "I don't know. I don't know. I don't know anything." It's just that the next morning, they were all dead. The 3 old men and 2 old nannies were all dead. There was a big hole in their heads. Dead. All dead. Their brains were sucked dry. This live target was clearly in a daze and had lost his mind. Trash. Senior Brother Fong flicked his finger and there was a wave of fluctuation in the air. The live target was instantly sent flying and fell flat on his face. Then, the second live target was called out by Senior Brother Fong for a lecture. He was still incoherent and could not answer. He was sent flying with a flick of Senior Brother Fong's finger, and his head was bleeding. At this time, the third live target was called out. This live target was a young boy. He was estimated to be 15 or 16 years old at most. He had delicate features and a pair of intelligent eyes. When his facial features were put together, he gave off the impression that he was harmless to humans and animals. "What did you see?" Senior Brother Fong asked indifferently. Master Fong, that night, we bought a large amount of seeds, flower seeds, and winter clothes from Iron Ring City and were about to return to the sect. Unfortunately, when we arrived at this small town, it was getting dark, so Master Tian arranged for us to stay in this small town. Here we stayed in this inn. The young man pointed at an inn across the street. At that time, Master Tian, Master Luo, Master Chu, Auntie Su, and Auntie Chen were staying on the second floor. The few of us live targets were guarding the supplies we bought and stayed in the woodshed on the first floor. In the middle of the night, I was hungry and wanted to find something to eat. So I came out of the woodshed in the dark and stole 2 steamed buns to eat. I think I saw a white shadow flash outside the window. I didn't pay much attention at that time and went back to the woodshed to continue sleeping. But I didn't expect that the next day, Master Tian, Master Luo, Master Chu, Aunt Su, and Aunt Chen were all killed. This young man was eloquent and his words were logical. He seemed to be very clever. He was not like the other live targets who were muddle-headed. Senior Brother Fong's expression changed slightly. "You have some courage. You're also a live target, right? What's your name?" "My name is Xiao Han." Young Xiao Han stuck out his tongue and licked his dry lips. "Very, very good." Senior Brother Fong nodded. "Xiao Han, do you still remember the white shadow you saw that night? Where did you see the white shadow flash past?" "This." Xiao Han's eyes revealed a thoughtful expression. He turned around and pointed to a house. "The white shadow seemed to flash past here." The house that Xiao Han pointed to had a red lacquered door, a beast ring, bronze nails, and 2 stone lions squatting in front of the door. It seemed to be a rich family in this small town. Following Xiao Han's direction, the natives of the town all looked at the mayor subconsciously. "My lord, this is my humble home." The mayor's fat face trembled as he said in a trembling voice. But, my family is clean. It's impossible for there to be a demon in my home, my lord." The corner of Senior Brother Fong's mouth slightly twitched as he walked towards the mayor. At this moment, Senior Brother Fong's body moved slightly and sword chi surged out from his body, forming the shape of a lotus around him. Sword chi forming a lotus was a sign that one's swordsmanship had reached an extremely high realm. Xiao Han's eyes lit up as he looked at Senior Brother Fong and said in his heart, "True Chi Realm. This is the legendary True Chi Realm. This is the True Chi Realm that the new disciples talked about. Too powerful. He's like an immortal. If I, Xiao Han, can become an expert in the True Chi Realm one day, that would be great." Senior Brother Fong walked in front of the mayor and looked left and right at the family members who were kneeling beside the mayor. Wah, wah, wah. At this moment, the sound of a baby crying broke the solemn atmosphere of the small town. "Good Nyonyo, don't cry." A young married woman wearing a floral coat beside the mayor was holding a crying baby in her arms and comforting it with a gentle voice. She had an elegant appearance and a pretty face, which gave her a bit of the charm of a young married woman. "Father-in-law, Nyonyo must be very hungry." The young married woman whispered to the mayor. My lord. This is my daughter-in-law, Xiao Luo. My grandson is hungry." I hope you can help me and let my daughter-in-law go home and feed my grandson. The mayor looked up at senior brother Fong with a pleading expression on his face with a smile on his face. Suddenly, pooh! A strange sound rang out. In the next moment, the sword on senior brother Fong's back was unsheathed. The sword was like autumn water, shining brightly. He held the hilt of the sword with his left hand and pointed it at the young married woman. The sword had already pierced through the young married woman's forehead, the tip of the sword coming out from the back of her head. No one saw how senior brother Fong drew the sword. No one thought that senior brother Fong would suddenly attack and kill the young married woman. The surroundings were dead silent. The mayor and his family members looked at the young married woman whose head had been pierced by the sword with fear and despair in their eyes. The crying of the baby also stopped abruptly. The scene was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Even the young men who came with senior brother Fong were so frightened that they took a step back. Why isn't there any blood? Young Xiao Han's voice suddenly rang out. Xiao Han pointed at the young married woman, dumbfounded. Why isn't there any blood? Not even a little bit? Just as Xiao Han said, the young married woman's forehead was pierced by the sword, but not a single drop of blood seeped out. The situation was extremely strange. If you didn't purposely pinch the baby to cry, I wouldn't have found you so easily. Senior brother Fong suddenly smiled. His hand that was holding the sword was as steady as a rock. Kakaka. Suddenly, the young married woman's face twisted, forming an extremely strange and ferocious expression. She didn't look like a human. Pooh! A piece of dead skin suddenly flew out from the young married woman's left cheek. Pooh, pooh, pooh! The young married woman's entire face cracked and flew in all directions. In a few seconds, the skin on her face fell off, revealing an empty hole. There was no skull, brain, or blood vessels. The situation was extremely strange. Kakaka, as expected of a direct disciple of Cloud Rain sect. A true Qi realm expert. The young married woman's voice became coarse and muffled. It came from the headless corpse's torso, as if it came from the depths of hell. Demon race. It's a demon race. It was still that young Xiao Han. He roared and turned to run. His reaction was extremely fast. In the next moment, pooh! A wave of demonic aura surged out from the young married woman's body. The blood-red demonic aura covered the sky and floated in mid-air. Gradually, it condensed into a wriggling humanoid creature. Murderous aura filled the sky, devouring everything. This humanoid creature was about 2 meters tall. Its body was covered with large tendons and intertwining muscles. Its hands were covered with scales. The reverse scales were like knives, its arms were as thick as buckets, its palms were like fans, and its 10 fingers were like hooks that were incomparably sharp. Its head was as big as a vat, its eyes were like a sea of blood, and its mouth was wide open. With a slight breath, it emitted a violent and savage aura, as if it was going to eat someone at any moment. Waves of demonic aura rolled around its body, turning into evil dragons that roared, hissed, and wailed. The sorrowful wails of the cuckoos and blood-weeping apes could be heard. Boom, 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 boom. With a slight movement of its muscles and bones, the sound of landslides and tsunamis could be heard. It was as if its body contained the power to tear everything apart. Demon race. A demon race. Ah! The aborigines of the small town were scared out of their wits. However, under the demonic aura, their flesh and blood seemed to have been frozen. They couldn't even stand up, let alone escape. All they could do was crawl on the ground and wriggle. Not to mention the natives of the small town, even the young martial artists who had come with senior brother Fong were now in a daze. Their faces were drained of all color, and their complexions were as pale as paper. They scrambled to escape in all directions, not even daring to look at the demon race. 2 of the young martial artists were so scared that they wet their pants on the spot. It's so scary. I can't even move. My heart is filled with fear. Xiao Han hid behind the stone lion in front of the mayor's house. He originally wanted to hide further away, but under the deterrence of the demon race's aura, he found that even moving a finger had become an extremely difficult thing to do. All the hair on his body stood up and a chill ran down his spine. His heart felt as if it was being tightly grasped by an invisible devil hand. He was simply suffocating. Oh, it's a demon race at the demon soldier realm. There's nothing wrong with that. However, Why was it able to conceal itself from me, making me unable to find it directly? Moreover, a demon race at the demon soldier realm can't hover in the air. Strange. This demon race is a bit strange. Among all the humans in the town, only senior brother Feng's expression remained unchanged. His aura was elegant, his whole body was glistening with precious light, and his sword chi was like a rainbow. His eyes revealed a thoughtful expression. PFFF. Senior brother Feng's long sword shook slightly. The young woman's corpse that was previously occupied by the demon race was immediately minced into powder. The powder flew all over the sky and was immediately evaporated by the sword chi. Immediately after, senior brother Feng waved his hand gently. The infant that was carried by the demon race moved a few steps away like a feather, and landed in the arms of the despondent mayor. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect that the Cloud Rain sect would actually send a true Chi realm expert to deal with me. Ha 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 ha. True Chi realm martial artists. TSK. Nourishment. As long as I absorb the brain of a true Chi realm expert, I will immediately break through and reach the demon general realm. I will awaken my demonic Chi and reach the heavens in a single bound. Ha 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 ha. The demon race roared towards the sky. Heat waves filled the air from all directions and demonic wind filled the air, causing the roof tiles of the houses in the town to rustle. Die! A human at the true Chi realm. All of a sudden, the demon race roared tyrannically and slammed both his palms towards senior brother Feng's head with a thunderous and ferocious suppression. The violent force caused the ground to shake. Many houses were uprooted and the area where senior brother Feng stood had cracks appearing. The strength is several times stronger than most of the demon soldiers. Senior brother Feng remained unmoved and muttered to himself. When the demon race's palms were about to land on his head, he casually waved the long sword in his hand. In an instant, a sword chi the size of a door broke through the air and soared into the sky. This sword chi was majestic, blossoming with sword lotuses. It had a feeling that it could tear the heavens and cut through all living things. PFFF. The sword chi was extinguished in a flash. Demon blood gushed out violently. The demon race's left arm had already been severed from the root. Before the severed arm could land on the ground, it was already minced into powder by the sword chi. Roar! The demon race let out a heart-wrenching scream. Suddenly, its body moved and tore through the air, forming a long air wave in mid-air. The air wave surged violently like a tidal wave. In the blink of an eye, the demon race had already retreated 1,000 steps and was about to escape. Stay here, senior brother Feng said indifferently. He reached out his right hand through the air and a majestic true chi condensed into a huge palm the size of a few acres. Its 5 fingers were like mountains and grabbed the demon race from a distance. Xiao Han hid at the side and watched with a dazed expression. He thought to himself that this senior brother Feng was indeed a true disciple of Cloud Rain sect. His methods were so brilliant that they were almost omnipotent. Unexpectedly, after struggling for a while, the demon race's body suddenly exploded into thousands of demonic chi and escaped from senior brother Feng's true chi palm in all directions. Heavenly demon disintegration technique? Senior brother Feng revealed a surprised expression for the first time. How can a mere demon soldier use such a secret technique of the demon race? Even a demon general can't do it, right? Strange. As he spoke, thousands of sword rays shot out at the same time. The sword chi was bright and enveloped the entire town. Under the setting sun, the small town was dyed as if it was the scorching sun in the sky. PFFF. 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 All the demonic chi that exploded from the demon race was intercepted and completely evaporated by the sword chi. In the next moment, the small town was restored to its usual tranquility. There was no longer any trace of demonic chi. Senior brother Feng is truly unparalleled, subduing demons and devils with just a thought. Soon, the few young martial artists who came with senior brother Feng ran out one after another and flattered him without restraint. Senior brother Feng's methods are truly invincible. Xiao Han also ran out from behind the stone lion and looked at senior brother Feng with a shocked gaze. It's a pity that we didn't capture this demon alive. There must be something strange about it. Senior brother Feng hesitated for a moment and was about to leave. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and looked at Xiao Han. You're Xiao Han, right? Senior brother Feng said indifferently. Yes. I'm Xiao Han. Xiao Han quickly nodded. You're interesting. Senior brother Fong nodded slightly and took out an item from his chest. He threw it to Xiao Han. Here's a little thing. I got it on a whim. You can play with it. Xiao Han caught it subconsciously. He looked up and saw that Senior brother Fong had already turned into a sword light and shot up into the sky. In an instant, he disappeared like a cloud of smoke. Amazing, too amazing. This is a big shot. A real big shot. Compared to this senior apprentice brother Fong, those inner disciples are simply worse than dogs. Just as Xiao Han thought of this, he suddenly smelled a strong medicinal fragrance. He looked down and saw that he was holding a white pill in his palm. It was about the size of a longan and emitted a strong medicinal fragrance. Xiao Han only smelled a little of this medicinal fragrance and felt his whole body go numb. He felt relaxed and refreshed, as if he had been reborn. Medicinal pill. This is a medicinal pill. Xiao Han blurted out. It's the White Tiger Bone Refining Pill. A supreme-grade bone refining pill. It can refine one's bones and cleanse one's marrow. If a martial artist in the bone refining realm takes it, even if his talent is average, his cultivation base will skyrocket. The few young martial artists surrounded Xiao Han. Qi Shi, your cultivation base has been stagnant at the Bone Explosion 50 Echoes. If you can take this White Tiger Bone Refining Pill, you have a chance to complete the Bone Refining 100 Echoes within half a year and officially step into the Viscera Refinement realm. A young man with a hooked nose smiled at a young man with a stocky build, dark skin, and a face full of bumps and hollows. Another young man with a maroon face said with a smile. Qi Shi, we've already completed the Bone Refining 100 Echoes and entered the outer sect. Therefore, this White Tiger Bone Refining Pill is not very useful to us. With this medicinal pill, you can be promoted from a new disciple to an outer disciple in a short period of time and your status will soar. This is a godsend opportunity. This kind of opportunity is hard to come by. I've said it before. It's good for you to come with us to see the world. Look, if you didn't come with Senior Brother Fong to subdue the demon today, how could you have such luck? Xiao Han, quickly hand over the medicinal pill. Qi Shi's eyes were filled with greed. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips as he sneered at Xiao Han. No. No way. This is a medicinal pill that Master Fong bestowed upon me. Xiao Han immediately held the medicinal pill in his hand tightly. Impudent. You're a live target, a punching bag. What are you going to do with a medicinal pill? Quickly hand it over, or else I'll make you pay. Qi Shi threatened Xiao Han with a sinister expression. Xiao Han, can't be a live target for my entire life, right? Xiao Han blurted out. What's more, this is a medicinal pill that Master Fong bestowed upon me. You guys forcefully snatch it. Aren't you afraid of Master Fong's reprimand? Ha 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 ha. These young martial artists all let out mocking laughter. What an idiot. Who is Senior Brother Fong? A true disciple. What are you? A live target. In this lifetime, it will be very difficult for you to see Senior Brother Fong again. What's more, Senior Brother Fong was only doing it on a whim. He casually tossed you a medicinal pill. Do you really think that Senior Brother Fong will remember you? Senior Brother Fong is a dignified true disciple. Why would he appreciate a dog? Xiao Han, you're thinking too much. Ha ha ha. Who knows, at this moment, Senior Brother Fong might have already forgotten about an ant like you. Ha 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 ha. Qi Shi extended his hand and directly tried to snatch the medicinal pill from Xiao Han's hand. Xiao Han was enraged. He raised his hand and was about to forcefully swallow the medicinal pill. Unexpectedly. Bang! Qi Shi's leg lashed out and hit Xiao Han's abdomen. Xiao Han's entire body immediately flew out and the medicinal pill in his hand flew out. Ha 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 ha. White Tiger Bone Refining Pill. Ha 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 ha. Luck. This is truly my Qi Shi's luck. Qi Shi grabbed the medicinal pill in his hand and laughed in high spirits. He was indescribably proud of himself. Let's go back to the sect. Qi Shi, with this White Tiger Bone Refining Pill, your bones will explode 100 times. Becoming an outer sect disciple is just around the corner. Qi Shi, I'm afraid that live target has been beaten to death by you. Kid, you're too ruthless. Ha ha ha. Fellow senior brothers, I won't die. You still don't know? Xiao Han, this kid, is known as a weirdo among live targets. His endurance is first class. Let's go, let's return to the sect. Tonight, I'll treat all senior brothers to a drink. After a while. Xiaohan. You're not dead, right? The other live targets waited until the young martial artists had walked far away before they dared to look at Xiaohan. Xiaohan struggled to crawl up from the ground and shook off the dust on his body. His eyes were filled with resentment and helplessness. Damn it! Qi sure, one day, I will beat you until you're looking for your teeth on the ground. When he thought of the medicinal pill in his hand being snatched away by that bastard Qi sure, Xiaohan's internal organs were on fire. He swore in his heart that he would take revenge. All right, Xiaohan. Don't talk nonsense. Don't you know that treasuring a jade ring is a crime? We were live targets. How could we have the qualifications to consume such a high-grade medicinal pill? It's better to be honest. Otherwise, we'll bring trouble upon ourselves. A few live targets advised. Xiaohan was resentful for a while. Then, he became disheartened and dejectedly said, Let's go. We should hurry back to the sect. These days, there are demons everywhere. If we're not careful, our brains will be sucked out. That's not a joke. A group of live targets walked towards the outskirts of the town. At this moment, at the place where Senior Brother Fong and the demon had just fought, a stream of light quietly leaped out from a water jar outside a house. This stream of light was the only demonic aura left behind by Senior Brother Fong's sword Qi after the demon used this sky demon body disintegration technique. This demonic aura was the strangest. It actually deceived Senior Brother Fong's divine sense. With a swoosh, this demonic aura directly flew towards the live targets. This demonic aura unexpectedly shot into Xiaohan's body. Ah! Xiaohan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. It was as if a sharp weapon had pierced into his heart. The pain was simply excruciating. Xiaohan bent over in pain. Xiaohan, what's wrong? The live targets quickly stopped in their tracks. Pain. My heart. Xiaohan was in so much pain that his whole body was convulsing. After a while, he finally calmed down. It's like something has drilled into my heart. Xiaohan was bewildered. Chapter 2. There was an immortal aura in the mountain and countless palaces, dojos and pavilions were built. White apes presented spirit fruits and cranes held Ganoderma in their beaks. It felt like an immortal paradise. In the ancient era, a mighty figure of the martial Tao passed by the Cloud Rain mountain range and sensed the power of the mountains. The morning frost and the night dew, the morning clouds and the evening rain. His heart was touched and he comprehended the pinnacle of the martial Tao. He created his own supreme secret skill, the Cloud Rain True Qi. He could summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand, sweeping through the world and personally creating an everlasting sect, the Cloud Rain sect. The Cloud Rain mountain range was named after the Cloud Rain sect. The reputation of the Cloud Rain sect was resounding in the world like thunder piercing one's ears. For thousands of years, the sect could be said to have produced many experts, and countless extraordinary and enchanting geniuses had risen to prominence here, and they played out brilliant legends that shook the heavens and the earth and made gods weep. In the endless war between the human race and the demon race, they played an important role, and their contributions were indelible. As one of the top 5 sects of the Beacon Fire Empire, the Cloud Rain sect had a terrifyingly deep foundation. It was late autumn. Autumn filled the skies. The entire Cloud Rain mountain range was bathed in a lazy hue. On an inconspicuous little peak at the periphery, there was a martial arts dojo at the peak. It occupied dozens of acres of land. There were stone blocks, sandbags, wooden stakes and other tools for cultivating external physical skills scattered in the dojo. More than 10 burly young men were lifting stone blocks and exerting their strength. Some of them had sandbags tied to their limbs as they ran, jumped and somersaulted in a ferocious manner. The physical strength of those young men had been tempered to the extreme. A slight kick or punch would produce an explosive sound that tore through the air. Their movements were agile and swift. Their entire body's movements were one with their hips. Eagles pouncing on rabbits and hungry tigers pouncing on lambs. Those young men who practiced martial arts were the inner disciples of the Cloud Rain sect. At the edge of the dojo, there were dozens of men with relatively weak physiques and emaciated faces. Their ages ranged from their teens to their 30s. At that moment, Those men were all trembling in fear. When they heard the sonic booms from the inner disciples' punches and kicks, their bodies trembled in fear. Each and every one of them had a mournful look on their faces, as if they were attending a funeral. These people were the living punching bags for the new disciples to kick as they pleased. Among the group of live targets, there was a youth who seemed to be the youngest. He was estimated to be about 15 or 16 years old. At this moment, he was staring intently at every single movement of the new disciples. Occasionally, he would nod his head slightly, as if he had comprehended something. This youth was Xiao Han. It had been more than 2 months since Xiao Han returned to Cloud Rain's sect from Senior Brother Fang's demon-slaying town. In these 2 months, Xiao Han had lost a lot of weight. It was all caused by the pain in her heart. On the night he returned to Cloud Rain's sect from the small town, Xiao Han felt as though his heart was being gnawed by countless ants and venomous insects. It also felt as though there were millions of knives slicing him. The excruciating pain lasted for a full 4 hours, causing Xiao Han to convulse and faint. Xiao Han originally thought that he was possessed by the evil spirit of the small town, and that he would not be able to live for long. However, this heartache actually eased a little on the 2nd day. The next day, he only felt pain for an hour. On the 3rd day, the pain lasted for 2 hours. For the past few days, Xiao Han still felt heartache every night. However, it only lasted for a few minutes. Last night, the pain lasted for only a minute. Xiao Han was finally relieved. He guessed that it would not hurt anymore tonight. However, Xiao Han kept having the feeling that something was drilling into his heart. However, he was ultimately ignorant and did not dare to go around asking about it. He was afraid that someone would cut open his heart and take a look. Hence, he could only bury it deep in his heart and ignore it. These new disciples are cultivating the Raging Bull Bone Forging Fist. It is said that it is the basic body tempering technique of Cloud Rain sect. I have long memorized every single move, but I am unable to cultivate it. My body quality is too weak. I have no strength in my limbs and waist. It is useless to cultivate it. Xiao Han stared at the energetic new disciples and couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick his lips as he thought to himself. Am I, Xiao Han, going to be a live target for the rest of my life and never be able to stand out? Damn it! Qi Shi, you son of a bitch who deserves 1,000 cuts. If you did not snatch the supreme grade elixir that Senior Brother Fang gave me, I would probably be able to cultivate martial arts now. Damn it! Damn it! Xiao Han had always harbored resentment towards the new disciple Qi Shi for snatching his elixir. He took it to heart but did not dare to voice it out. At this moment, the 2 new disciples who were tempering their bodies threw away the stone chains in their hands and retreated to the side. After a short rest, they started chatting with smiles. Senior Brother Song, is that fellow standing over there the live target that you spoke of? Yes, live targets. They are like moving meat sandbags for us new disciples to kick and hit as we please. We train our moves and train the coordination of our limbs. Junior Brother Duanmu, you have just entered the sect so you do not know these things. However, you will understand soon enough. Hee, let me tell you, it is very satisfying to hit live targets. A punch and a kick will send them flying. That feeling is extremely comfortable. Hitting living people is much more interesting than hitting dead things. Hit live targets? Isn't this too cruel? This is nothing special. Junior Brother Duanmu, what are live targets? It was nothing more than some lowly things. You cannot treat them as humans. In today's world, the evil and cruel demon race often wreaks havoc in the human world, causing chaos in many places. Lives are lost and corpses are piled up everywhere. Mortals who do not know martial arts are in a precarious situation. Because of that, many orphans, refugees, disaster victims and deserters are born. In order to survive, these mortals wish to obtain the protection of the martial sections. Take our Cloud Rain sect for example. There would be hundreds of thousands of refugees swarming over every year. There are many people in this world and there are many refugees too. If we take them in for no reason, our Cloud Rain sect disciples will not be able to cultivate anymore in a few years' time. There will be refugees and orphans all over the place. What will happen then? As martial cultivators, we should take it as our responsibility to kill monsters. Killing a demon is equivalent to saving 1,000 people. That is great merit. To waste one's cultivation time in order to take in these refugees and orphans is simply going against the grain. Therefore, the martial sects of the world will definitely not take in refugees recklessly. This immortal river cannot be opened. If the refugees want to be protected and live a peaceful life, they have to contribute to the sect. Many sects have reorganized the refugees and orphans who came to seek refuge, using them as live targets for their disciples to cultivate. Senior Brother Song, this is getting more and more cruel. Mortals who do not know martial arts are treated as live targets and will be killed in a few hits. Pitiful, truly pitiful. Ha ha ha, Junior Brother Duanmu, you worry too much. How can they be killed so easily? Let me tell you, live targets have to wear rattan armor before they are beaten. This rattan armor is made from the tungsten iron rattan, a specialty of the Cloud Rain mountain range. It is processed by skilled craftsmen and soaked in tung oil for 81 days. This armor is extremely tough. Blades and spears cannot penetrate it and it will not sink in water. With the strength of our disciples, we can at most injure or cripple a live target. It is not that easy to kill it. Furthermore, most of the disciples will only punch and kick a live target before stopping. They will not beat it continuously. Unless it is a talented disciple with a strong innate bone structure, they will be able to break the rattan armor with a single punch and smash the live target into pieces. This is not unheard of. However, in a year, the entire Cloud Rain sect only has a few hundred live targets that are beaten to death. This is nothing. A few hundred people are beaten to death in a year? That is nothing? Junior Brother Duanmu, I've told you before. Live targets are no different from pigs, dogs, cows, sheep or ants. Don't treat them as humans. If they are not live targets, they will die a long time ago in this chaotic world. They will either starve to death or freeze to death. They might even be eaten alive by the demons. Furthermore, they can't wait to become live targets for the sect. If they are lucky enough to survive for more than 10 years, they will be able to obtain fertile land and livestock. They will be able to live the rest of their lives in peace. At the very least, the sect will be providing for the live targets. They will have 3 meals a day, bathe in medicinal dregs and nourish their bodies with herbs. In this world, the lives of mortals are as cheap as dogs. These mortals have not committed any crimes and yet they have to be beaten here. Junior Brother Duanmu. Incompetence is a crime. Pigs, dogs, cows and sheep have not committed any crimes but they have to be slaughtered and eaten. The logic is the same. Not long after, the dozen or so disciples who were practicing martial arts stopped their cultivation and threw the stone blocks and sandbags to the side. They moved their muscles and bones, letting out terrifying cracking sounds as they walked towards the live target standing at the side. Their eyes revealed a mocking expression, and some of them even grinned hideously. They looked like a group of ferocious tigers walking towards a few sheep. The live targets' bodies trembled uncontrollably as if they were grieving the death of their parents. One look and it was obvious that they were scared to death. Senior Brother Chi, yesterday you said that my barbaric bull-bone forging fist had a few parts where I exerted force incorrectly. After I went back, I carefully practiced it again. Indeed, there were a few moves that I did not understand and felt somewhat difficult. I did not have the feeling that Senior Brother Chi said. Strength penetrates through the fists and kicks, combining strength and gentleness, mellow and full and hearty. I hope that Senior Brother Chi can give me some pointers. After the dozen or so disciples stood still, one of them was in his 20s. He had dark skin and a face full of bumps and hollows. He stood like an iron tower with an awe-inspiring aura. He crossed his arms and had an arrogant expression on his face as if he was the backbone of the group. It was Qi Shi, the one who had rudely snatched Xiao Han's white tiger bone forging pill. Immediately, there were people who bowed and bowed to Qi Shi, asking him to teach them martial arts. Humph! Qi Shi pretended to scoff coldly and said lazily, "The barbaric bull-bone forging fist that we're cultivating is the basic body tempering technique of our Cloud Rain sect. When cultivated to the extreme, the tendons and bones in your body will be extremely tough and your skin will be firm. When you hold your breath enough, your skin will be as hard as cowhide. Blunt weapons and swords will be able to completely block your skin. Your bones will be as hard as steel. Your entire body, waist and leg bones, tendons, spine, shoulders, and limbs will be connected with your strength. You will be able to be soft and hard as you wish, combining strength and gentleness. When you fight, Your bones will even produce grinding sounds and rumbling thunder, giving off a mountain-like pressure. Yes, yes, Senior Brother Qi. The barbaric bull bone forging fist is indeed extraordinary. It can allow us to cultivate to the peak of the bone forging realm, of the physical body realm. Once we break through, it will be the viscera refinement realm. Senior Brother Qi, you're extremely talented. In just 2 months, your cultivation base has improved by leaps and bounds. From bone forging sound, it has directly soared to bone forging sound. You're only a step away from the viscera refinement realm, and you can break through and reach it at any time. The new disciple that had pretended to ask for pointers in martial arts flattered Qishi without restraint, and his face was completely filled with flattery. Once Senior Brother Qi cultivates to the viscera refinement realm, he will enter the next level and be promoted from a new disciple to an outer court disciple. His status will soar, and he will reach the heavens in a single bound. We'll have to rely on Senior Brother Qi in the future. The other new disciples all started to curry favor with Qishi in a subservient manner. The martial Tao began with tempering the physical body. The physical body realm was divided into the nourishment realm, skin forging realm, bone forging realm, viscera refinement realm, marrow refinement realm, and blood transformation realm. Layer by layer. In the end, the physical body would be completely perfected. It would be indestructible, and it would be successful in every endeavor. It would be invulnerable to swords and spears, water and fire would not be able to invade, and even 5 horses wouldn't be able to tear it apart. It would be like a human-shaped weapon that could take the head of a general from an army of thousands as easily as taking something out of one's pocket. Bone forging sound of 100. It meant that when one cultivated to the peak of the bone forging realm, a slight movement of one's muscles and bones would cause one's body to continuously emit a full 100 bone exploding sounds, and one would officially step into the next stage, the viscera refinement realm. The current Qishi had 90 bone exploding sounds, and he was almost close to the bone forging realm's 100 bone exploding sounds. Yes, I've accumulated a lot of experience, Qishi boasted shamelessly. As he breathed, the fragrance of medicine permeated the surroundings. It was obvious that there were still remnants of medicine in his body that had yet to be completely absorbed and refined. The reason why Qishi's cultivation was able to soar in a short 2 months was entirely because of the white tiger bone refining pill. It had nothing to do with his body's innate talent. Accumulated a lot of experience? When Xiao Han heard Qishi's shameless words, his eyes were practically popping out of his sockets. But Xiao Han couldn't possibly stand out and expose Qishi, right? He could only endure silently. At this moment, Qishi waved his hand imposingly. What do you guys know? What does it mean to enter the next level? What does it mean to reach the heavens in a single bound? You're simply short-sighted. The fleshly body realm of the martial Tao is only to lay the foundation. Only by opening up the acupoints and guiding true Qi into the body, and cultivating to the true Qi realm can one be considered to have entered the next level. Only then can one be considered to have soared to the heavens. His eyes slightly narrowed. The true Qi realm, riding the haze and riding the clouds, is carefree and unfettered. One can cultivate all kinds of divine skills, have a myriad of methods, and have limitless power. A simple gesture can move mountains and fill the seas, capture dragons and throw elephants, and cause stars to fall with a roar. With a single thought, one can kill demons from 1,000 steps away. I want to cultivate to the true Qi realm, that's what I call happiness. True Qi realm. If I can cultivate to the true Qi realm, how great would that be? At that time, only I can beat people up, and I definitely won't be beaten up anymore, right? Tiskase. If I can be as awe-inspiring as that senior brother Feng, then my life can't be considered a waste. Xiao Han also slightly closed his eyes. Senior brother Qi is a heavenly genius. In the future, advancing to the true Qi realm will be a matter of course. Those new disciples seized the opportunity and continued to flatter Qishi. Flattery could penetrate thousands of times. Although Qishi was still tens of thousands of miles away from the true Qi realm, at this moment, he was complacent from all the flattery. His face revealed a proud expression, and his mind was filled with fantasies as he repeatedly nodded. If you want me to give you a pointer or two, it's not impossible. Soon, I will cultivate to the viscera refinement realm and become an outer sect disciple. At that time, it will be more difficult for you to see me. Then, Senior Brother Qi, please give me some pointers first. The new disciple who previously said that his strength was wrong and wanted to ask senior brother Qi for advice took a step forward, rolled up his sleeves, and pointed at a few live targets standing at the edge of the training ground. You come out. All of you come out. The eyes of the few live targets that were pointed at flashed with palpitations, but they didn't dare to disobey. They clenched their teeth and obediently replied. Yes, yes. Each of them bent down to pick up a rattan armor from the ground and put it on. This rattan armor seemed to be made from special withered grass and wild vines, and then soaked in oil. It was jet black and extremely sturdy. The few live targets put on the rattan armor, put on their helmets and masks, and wrapped themselves tightly, airtight. Next, the new disciple walked to the center of the training ground with his head held high. The few live targets that had put on the rattan armor followed closely behind. The two sides stood still, with a distance of more than 10 steps between them. Suddenly, the few live targets that were wearing rattan armor shouted at the same time, and then immediately spread out, jumping and running in circles around the new disciple. Roar! The new disciple let out a violent roar, and his aura instantly rose, becoming incomparably ferocious. He stomped his feet, and his whole body shot out like an arrow. His right fist split the air, and went straight for the chest of one of the live targets. This fist was incomparably domineering, and it tore through the air, emitting a woo-woo-woo sound. This live target was suppressed to the point of crawling on the ground. He rolled on the ground, and very pathetically dodged the attack. It looked like he was often beaten up, so he had developed the ability to run for his life. He rolled one round, and then jumped up like a carp, and ran in the opposite direction. Good. The new disciple grinned, and took a few steps forward. Bone explosion. Bang! 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 The new disciple's body immediately burst out with a firecracker-like sound, and the surrounding smoke and dust rolled up. The live target was scared out of his wits, and his body that was running at high speed stopped. The next moment, the new disciple bent his front leg, and kicked his back leg. He puffed out his chest, bent his waist, and lowered his hips. His left fist drew a circle, and his right fist punched out. The wind from the fist howled, accompanied by a terrifying grinding sound. It was as heavy as a mountain, and suddenly, it directly smashed into the back of the live target. There was a pu sound, as if a blunt instrument had hit hard on leather. The live target did not even have time to groan, and was sent flying more than 10 steps away. Then he fell heavily on the ground, and fell flat on his face. It was easy to imagine that if he had not worn rattan armor beforehand, this attack would have been enough to kill him. Even so, the live target still cried out in pain. He wriggled on the ground like an earthworm, twitching, and could not get up for a long time. Immediately after, the new disciple ran around the training ground like a whirlwind. His punches and kicks were like a mountain-splitting axe, and the other live targets were sent flying. Can't even dodge a few hits, a bunch of useless things. Quickly scram to the side. The new disciple said complacently. It was as if he did not see the live targets that were sent flying as people. Soon after, he gave Xianxia a flattering smile. Senior Qi, look at the strength of my punches and kicks. Xianxia disdainfully waved his hand. I can only say it's so. Right now you can at most make 2 to 30 bone explosions. After 3 to 5 years of hard training, you might be able to reach the stage of bone refinement 100 echoes. Senior Qi, let me try. Another new disciple stood up, eager to give it a try. He then casually pointed at a few live targets that were standing at the edge of the training ground. The live targets did not dare to be negligent. They hurriedly put on rattan armor, put on their helmets, and entered the center of the training ground with the new disciple. Just like the previous situation, the new disciple stood still like a pine tree, but moved like a fierce tiger. In just 2 or 3 moves, he sent the live targets flying. Xianxia shook his head. With your aptitude, I'm afraid you will never be able to reach bone refinement 100 echoes in your lifetime, unless you obtain some top-quality medicine that can cleanse your body. However, the possibility of this is very small. Just like this, each of the new disciples called out the live targets standing at the edge of the training ground and made them wear rattan armor. They were like sandbags, punched and kicked. Xianxia stood at the side and started to criticize and criticize. In the end, all the live targets had been beaten. Only Xiao Han had not entered the training ground yet. Xianxia clenched his fists, causing his knuckles to explode and the air to vibrate. His face was filled with a sinister smile. Junior brothers, earlier when you hit the live targets, you all more or less made some mistakes in terms of strength. Now, I will personally demonstrate the power of Raging Bull's Bone Refinement Fist to its peak. Good. Senior brother Qi, please enlighten us. The new disciples all shouted. Qi Shi took a step forward and pointed at Xiao Han, who was standing at the edge of the training ground. You come out. Xiao Han. It's you. You're known as the weirdo among the live targets. You're even more slippery than a loach. It's very difficult to hit. Moreover, you've been beaten many times without dying. The live targets all call you Unkillable Xiao Han. Ha ha ha, interesting, very interesting. Today, I want to see how much you can take a beating. Come out. Xiao Han's eyes flashed with a deep sense of grievance and resentment, but even more helplessness. However, he did not say anything. He bent down and picked up the rattan armor, helmet, and mask from the ground. He put them on one by one and entered the training ground. Junior brothers, watch carefully. I will break the protective rattan armor of this live target, Xiao Han, with one punch. All of you carefully think about how much strength I exert. Qi Shi roared and entered the training ground with a majestic gait. At this time, Xiao Han and Qi Shi stood facing each other, about 10 steps apart. Qi Shi's face was filled with a ferocious smile. Looking at Xiao Han, his aura continued to rise. His entire person seemed to have grown a few inches taller. Unexpectedly, there was a kind of domineering aura that could swallow mountains and rivers. With a casual movement of his body, the sound of bones cracking could be heard, like muffled thunder. The helplessness, grievance, and resentment in Xiao Han's eyes all disappeared. What replaced it was vigilance and seriousness. All the muscles in his body tensed up. He was like an antelope facing a fierce tiger. However, his survival instincts allowed him to calm down even more. Qi Shi's body emitted a whooshing sound. His body condensed and suddenly leapt. His majestic body tore through the air, completely ignoring the distance of 10 steps. In the blink of an eye, he jumped in front of Xiao Han. His right fist was like a mountain-splitting hammer, aimed at Xiao Han's head, and suddenly smashed down. The air in the surrounding small space was twisted by the wind of the fist, emitting a heart-wrenching sound. Seeing Qi Shi's strength that was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, the surrounding disciples all cheered. In the blink of an eye, Qi Shi's fist had just smashed down when Xiao Han unexpectedly leaned backwards. Like an iron bridge, he lay down on the ground, dodging Qi Shi's fist by a hair's breadth. In the next moment, Xiao Han used both his hands and feet, rolling and crawling, to escape in panic. His movements were extremely agile. Phew. This escape from death seemed to have consumed a lot of Xiao Han's strength. He crawled up from the ground, gasping for breath while staring at Qi Shi. Ha! Qi Shi thought that with his current skills, he would be able to hit Xiao Han effortlessly. However, things did not go as he wished. Xiao Han actually used an extraordinary movement and dodged his fist. Qi Shi was a little confused. The new disciples who were cheering for him all choked. There was an unwritten rule for disciples to hit a live target. Generally speaking, after a few punches and kicks, if they did not hit a live target, they would stop. This was related to their reputation. If they disregarded their status and chased after a live target, it would not be a good thing if this spread out. It would be similar to a street brawl between ruffians. Xiao Han thought that Qi Shi had already made 90 bone-cracking sounds and was one of the top figures among the disciples. With his status, if his fist did not hit, he should stop, right? Unexpectedly, Qi Shi's dark face turned red in an instant. The corner of his mouth twitched a few times as he gloomily looked at Xiao Han. Just now, Qi Shi had boasted in front of all the disciples that he would destroy the rattan armor on Xiao Han's body with one punch. However, this punch that was bursting with confidence did not achieve anything. This made him lose a lot of face. Good, very good. Qi Shi stuck out his rough tongue and licked his lips. His shame turned into anger. With a roar, he used both his hands and feet to crush Xiao Han. Brother Qi! Beat him to death! Beat this live target to death! The disciples cheered. Qi Shi was using the basic body tempering technique of Cloud Rain Sect's disciples, Raging Bull Bone Forging Fist. This technique did not have any offensive techniques nor did it have many moves. It focused on tempering one's skin, tendons and bones. When facing an enemy, it was all about charging and attacking fiercely, using the strength of one's body to crush the opponent unreasonably. Qi Shi launched a series of fierce attacks at Xiao Han, every move aimed at his vital points. However, he did not expect Xiao Han to be more agile than a leopard and more slippery than a loach. He would either pounce to the side, lean back, roll, or even do a backflip. Qi Shi attacked fiercely for a few moves, throwing a total of 4 punches and 2 kicks. However, all of them were dodged by Xiao Han by a hair's breadth. At this moment, Xiao Han was almost completely exhausted. His forehead was drenched in cold sweat and beads of sweat had seeped into his eyelashes. However, he did not dare to close his eyes or wipe it off. He continued to stare at Qi Shi without blinking, slightly bending over to catch his breath. The surroundings were silent. As Xiao Han panted, he stared at Qi Shi without blinking and thought to himself, "Bastard! That's enough, right? You still want to fight? Don't you have any shame? Die!" All of a sudden, Qi Shi's body burst forth with a sound of bones exploding like thunder and lightning. The air around him fluctuated and dust rose. His aura rose steadily and his physical strength was almost condensed to the extreme, toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. Behind Qi Shi, the airflow surged and seemed to faintly condense into the shadow of a raging bull. Senior brother Qi is really angry. His bones are exploding. 90 sounds of bones exploding is almost the highest realm of the bone refining realm. That live target Xiao Han will definitely be smashed into pieces and not even his bones will be left. In a flash, Qi Shi's speed rose to the limit. In almost a blink of an eye, he flashed in front of Xiao Han. His right fist pushed forward and it was as if a mountain was pressing down on Xiao Han. Xiao Han knew that he could no longer dodge. Suddenly, Xiao Han twisted his body and made an extremely strange movement. He used the tip of his tongue to press against the roof of his mouth and his body relaxed. In the next moment, bang! Xiao Han's chest was punched and his whole body was sent flying. Crack! In mid-air, the protective rattan armor that Xiao Han wore was torn into pieces and broken. Xiao Han fell heavily on the ground and lay straight on the ground. His eyes were tightly shut and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Ha 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 ha. At this time, Qi Shi laughed hysterically. I said before that I would destroy this live target Xiao Han's protective rattan armor with one punch. This is the power of the Raging Bull Bone Refining Fist. It has already been cultivated to the peak by me. This live target Xiao Han, even if he doesn't die immediately, he will end up half crippled. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 3. The melted moonlight shrouded the Cloud Rain mountain range like mercury. On a low mountain peak in the periphery, there were many simple stilt buildings built on the mountainside and the top of the mountain. Weeds and vines grew everywhere and wild trees stood tall. The environment was dirty and messy. It was a mess. This was one of the mountain peaks where Cloud Rain's sex live targets rested. A certain area on the mountain peak. Dozens of stilt buildings formed a circle, forming an empty space of over 10 acres in the middle. In this open space, the clothes were hung out to dry, and in groups of 3 or 4 live targets were either standing or sitting. Some of the live targets were sitting on round rocks. They were topless, chewing on herbs and wiping the bruises on their bodies, gritting their teeth in pain. Some of the live targets were cleaning their rattan armor. Some of them were holding clay bowls and eating. The live targets were also chatting in groups of 2s and 3s. Today, I was almost crippled. That new disciple is so young, but his strength is like a landslide or tsunami, unparalleled. With just one punch, I felt as if the air around me was sucked out, and I was sent flying a dozen steps back. Even my rattan armor was almost destroyed. It's too scary. Now that I think about it, I still have lingering fear. Io, my old injuries are acting up again. It's painful and unbearable. If only there was alcohol. I'll be able to fall asleep after drinking so that I won't have to suffer the pain. Old Chen, you've finally made it. In a few more months, you'll be given a few acres of land and dozens of livestock. You might even be able to marry a wife and spend the rest of your life in the forest. We're all envious of you. It's hard to say. I'll still have to endure a few more months of beatings. I wonder if I can make it through. In the middle of this empty space, a slender figure was moving and leaping, punching and kicking out. He seemed to be practicing some martial arts. However, every move was weak and powerless. It was just for show. Phew. Ha. Humph. Hua. It was Xiao Han training. Under the moonlight, Xiao Han exhaled and used his limbs to practice the basic body tempering cultivation technique, Raging Bull Bone Forging Fist, that Cloud Rain's sect disciples used to temper their bodies. When a new disciple practiced this set of cultivation technique, the bones, tendons, and skin of their entire body would produce earth-shattering explosive sounds. Every move would be like a wolf or a tiger, like a violent gale sweeping through, like a thunderbolt. However, when Xiao Han practiced it, it was not the same. Phew! After a few moves, Xiao Han suddenly leaned back and laid down. He panted heavily and was sweating profusely. He only felt that he was seeing stars, his head was dizzy, his legs were weak, and his strength was completely exhausted. No. I can't practice this Raging Bull Bone Forging Fist. My strength. I have no hope in my life. Xiao Han lamented in his heart. To temper the body, I Xiao Han of grass. Every day, he had to eat fish and meat to absorb nutrients. He ate things like black-bone chicken, ginseng, deer antler, bird's nest, bear's paw, and Chinese knotweed as rice. Moreover, he had to bathe in medicinal water and soak his body. The most important thing was to take the pill. I heard that when disciples are at the tendon refinement stage, they have to eat large amounts of tendon refinement pills and skin refinement pills. And when they reach the bone refinement stage, they have to take bone refinement pills. Only the combination of good food, medicinal baths, and medicinal pills could remove the impurities in the body, temper the body, strengthen the foundation, and clear the clotted blood. Only when one's body is as strong as a tiger, the muscles and bones of the forelimbs are full and powerful, and the ligaments are strong, can one cultivate the barbaric bull bone forging fist, and further hone one's strength and bones. My body is too weak. Even though I'm already familiar with the moves of this barbaric bull bone forging fist, my body's quality can't keep up with it after just a little bit of practice, and my stamina will be overdrawn. If you force yourself to cultivate, you'll end up crippling yourself. If that white tiger bone refining pill hadn't been snatched away by that bastard Qi Shi, perhaps I would still have some hope in the martial way. Forget it. Everything was settled. The matter of the pill being snatched was just like that. No matter how much she hated him, it was useless. If I, Xiao Han, really have the ability, then one day that bastard Qi Shi will fall into my hands. At that time, I'll make it difficult for him to live or die. Xiao Han, why are you jumping around there every day? A 30-year-old live target walked over and said. Don't tell me you want to cultivate? That's just wishful thinking. Why don't you think about it? The leftover hogwash of those inner disciples is even more sumptuous than the food we eat. Not to mention those miraculous pills. You're just a blind man trying to light a candle in vain. If you want to be a live target, then you must have the awareness of being a live target. Don't mess around. Being able to survive in this chaotic world is already not easy. Look at me. I entered the sect as a live target when I was 10 years old. Now that I'm 30 years old, if I endure for another year and a half, I'll be perfect. At that time, I'll be allocated fertile land and livestock in the back mountain of the sect, and my life will be over just like that. Xiao Han, you're so durable. You've been pierced through by the inner disciples time and time again, but you still didn't die. You were born to be a live target. Endure it and 8 to 10 years will be over. Endure it and your life will be over just like that. Another live target came over with a bowl of rice and said to Xiao Han as he ate. Serves you right to be live targets for the rest of your lives. Xiao Han did not think much of it and did not say much to these two live targets. In Cloud Rain's sect, most of the live targets had already lost their dignity. All they hoped for was to endure until they were in their 30s. As long as they did not die, they would be able to live a mediocre life. In reality, Xiao Han knew that even if they were lucky enough not to be beaten to death during their lives as live targets, after being punched and kicked by the inner disciples for a long period of time, they would more or less be left with internal injuries. Their organs would dry up and their vitality would be damaged. Many retired live targets would be plagued with all sorts of illnesses the moment they reached middle age and die a horrible death. All right. Don't lecture me. I know what I'm doing. Xiao Han recovered a bit of strength and jumped up like a carp. Medicinal dregs, come and collect your medicinal dregs. At this moment, a few old women carried baskets on their backs and dustpans in their hands as they walked into the area of stilt buildings. The live targets ran over and grabbed the medicinal dregs from the old women's dustpans. Xiao Han walked over in a few steps as well. For live targets, medicinal dregs were the most precious resource. These medicinal dregs were the leftovers of the inner disciples, outer disciples and inner disciples and could no longer be used for cultivation. However, live targets could use medicinal dregs to boil into soup and bathe in it. It could be used to heal injuries and nourish the body, increasing one's physique and immunity. Xiao Han lined up in front of an old woman and chuckled. He took off his clothes and grabbed a few handfuls of medicinal dregs from the dustpans. He wrapped them in his clothes and took them away. After collecting the medicinal dregs, Xiao Han jogged back to his stilt building. He boiled water and prepared the wooden bucket. Before long, the medicinal dregs were boiled into a huge medicinal bath. Xiao Han moved the wooden bucket filled with precious medicinal liquid to a simple balcony outside. He took off his clothes and entered the wooden bucket. The boiling hot medicinal liquid immediately enveloped Xiao Han, causing his entire body to completely relax. His limbs, bones, skin, and bones felt as if they were soaking in a hot spring. It was warm and numb, giving off an indescribable feeling of comfort. His body was nourished. However, this comfortable and happy feeling only lasted for a short time before it disappeared without a trace. The medicinal dregs effects had already disappeared. Damn it, medicinal dregs are medicinal dregs. My body absorbed a little bit of energy and it completely lost its effect. Xiao Han sighed helplessly and looked at the starry night sky. For a moment, he was stunned. Am I really going to be a live target here for the rest of my life? Am I never going to return to Earth? Sigh. Xiao Han's eyes blurred as he muttered to himself. In fact, Xiao Han did not belong to this world. He was a little otaku from Earth, China. 3 years ago, because of a car accident, his soul crossed over to this world. He possessed the body of a live target Xiao Han, with the same name and surname. At that time, the live target Xiao Han had his rattan armor destroyed by an inner disciple. His internal organs were smashed to pieces and there was no possibility of him surviving. Coincidentally, the transmigrator Xiao Han had completed the possession before the live target Xiao Han died. From then on, the transmigrator Xiao Han had inherited the memories of the live target Xiao Han and the lowly live target identity. Because his soul had crossed over, Xiao Han's soul force was stronger than ordinary people. This made his reflexes a lot stronger than the live target Xiao Han. After recovering from his injuries, Xiao Han relied on his outstanding reflexes to dodge the punches and kicks of the inner disciples time and time again. Later on, Xiao Han began to secretly learn the Raging Bull Bone Forging Fist. Although he did not really master it, it improved his body coordination and increased his physical fitness. When dodging the attacks of the inner disciples, Xiao Han could make some difficult dodging moves, such as iron bridge, fall to the ground, side roll, somersault, and so on. Xiao Han took a bath and let his imagination run wild for a while. Then he climbed out of the wooden tub and wiped his body. He was not in a hurry to put on his clothes. Instead, he walked to a wooden bed in the corner of the room and crouched down. He pulled out a rough stone jar from under the bed. The stone jar was covered with a green stone slab. It seemed that there was some treasure hidden in the jar. Xiao Han rubbed his hands and lifted the green stone slab. He reached in and felt around for a while before taking out an old parchment. Under the dim light of the oil lamp, Xiao Han carefully looked at the parchment in his hand. This parchment already had rough edges. It was soft and had a yellowish luster. It looked like an antique. On the parchment, there were some crooked words written on it. There were also 3 pictures. These 3 pictures were of 3 naked men with strange postures. On each picture, there were some red lines moving like tadpoles. There were also some words written on the side. The words were dim and could only be faintly discerned. Divine art of taking a beating. Xiao Han licked the corner of his mouth. Damn, I thought it was some kind of unparalleled divine art. For the past 2 years, I have been training hard every night. I didn't expect that it was just a trick. Apart from being able to take a beating, there is nothing else. This parchment was found 2 years ago when Xiao Han was helping the old woman in the mountains. When he went down the mountain to buy winter clothes, He passed by a deserted town and found it in a dilapidated thatched cottage. At that time, Xiao Han felt as if he had found a treasure. He thought that he had picked up some kind of peerless secret martial art. Once he started cultivating it, he would be invincible and could sweep through the world. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself. After returning to his residence, Xiao Han used all the time he could spare to study the patterns and words on the parchment, forgetting to eat and sleep. However, the so-called peerless divine art, recorded on this parchment was only a remnant and not complete. Or it could be said that this was not a peerless divine art at all. In the past 2 years, Xiao Han had been training hard day and night. His strength hadn't even increased by 1.5 kilograms. He hadn't even reached the nourishing realm, skin refining realm, or bone refining realm that the new disciples had mentioned. The only gain was that he had mysteriously become very resistant to taking a beating. Every time he cultivated the 3 pictures on the parchment, his resistance to taking a beating seemed to increase a little. In the past 2 years, Xiao Han's rattan armor had been broken several times by the top new disciples. Logically speaking, once the rattan armor was broken, the living target's body wouldn't be able to withstand the heavy blows of the new disciples. As long as the rattan armor was broken, the living target would either vomit 3 liters of blood and die on the spot or return to his residence with severe injuries. He would be bedridden from then on. Not long after, he would become as thin as a stick and his life would be completely cut off. However, every time Xiao Han's rattan armor was broken, he wouldn't die. At most, his wounds would bruise and swell, and he would recover after a while. Mother Ker. Xiao Han stretched out his hand and touched the big black bruise on his chest. It was so painful that he took a deep breath. This was the masterpiece that Qi Shi had left on his body today. If it was any other living target, they would definitely die after being hit by Qi Shi. However, Xiao Han didn't have to worry about his life. It hurts so much, Mother Ker. No matter how good I am at taking a beating, I will still be beaten to death one day. Xiao Han was so angry that he threw the parchment in his hand away. After a while, he let out a heavy sigh. He walked over and bent down to pick up the parchment carefully. He mocked himself. Forget it. If I didn't have this peerless godly technique, I would have died 8 or 10 times already. Xiao Han put the parchment back into the stone jar, covered it with the limestone and hid it under his bed. Soon after, he went to the balcony and used the moonlight to cultivate the 3 pictures and 3 movements on the parchment. Take a deep breath, spread your legs naturally to the width of your shoulders, point your toes forward, knees straight, hands hanging naturally by your sides, palms facing inwards, hands facing outwards, eyes lightly closed. Place the tip of your tongue against the roof of your mouth and relax your entire body. His expression was serene, he eliminated all distracting thoughts, focused his thoughts, and breathed naturally. Soon, Xiao Han was completely immersed in a strange state, almost forgetting about himself and everything else. P.S. Brothers, I want to break into the rankings. Please give me a few recommendation votes. Chapter 4. Under the moonlight, an almost undetectable ripple could be seen moving quickly under Xiao Han's skin along with the movement of his limbs. That was a breath. Xiao Han had relied on this breath to forcefully endure countless beatings. After a long time, Xiao Han let out a long breath and stopped his cultivation. His forehead was already dripping with sweat. Even though I already know that this is only a shallow martial art of taking beatings, I still have to practice diligently without any slack. At the very least, I have to save my life first. Xiao Han muttered to himself. His eyes were cast towards the deep night sky above his head. The bright full moon blossomed with a graceful celestial beauty. The stars that were scattered all over the sky were twinkling with bits of gold, outlining a mysterious and magnificent moonlight starlight picture. Xiao Han's eyes became blurred like a nebula. So many stars, I wonder if one of them is Earth. Just as Xiao Han were in a trance, suddenly, a deep and majestic voice exploded on the mountain peak like a sudden clap of thunder. The voice was like a great bell, spreading far and wide. It was terrifyingly powerful. All live targets, get out here. As soon as the voice finished, Xiao Han saw a few figures that looked like tigers and dragons stepping into the empty space below the stilt house. It was a few young men. Xiao Han saw one of the men with sword-like eyebrows and a full forehead. He was about 17 or 18 years old and carried a long sword on his back. His whole body was very fierce and sharp, with a kind of majesty that could devour the void and cut through all things. His gaze swept through everything. He had no one in his eyes, displaying great pride and ambition. Suddenly, the killing intent in Xiao Han's heart surged. Uncontrollable hatred and anger completely boiled and burned, causing Xiao Han's eyes to look like they were about to spit fire. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails deeply embedded into the skin of his palms. It's him. This young man was the genius new disciple that smashed the live target Xiao Han with one punch 3 years ago. Xue Jianfeng. At that time, Xue Jianfeng had already reached the peak of the bone refining stage after just a few months of entering the sect. With just a little bit of strength, he smashed the live target Xiao Han into pieces. Although the original Xiao Han was already dead, and the one who possessed this body was Xiao Han, who came from Earth. However, the current Xiao Han had inherited the previous Xiao Han's body, memories, and emotions. To him, Xue Jianfeng was his mortal enemy. Absolutely irreconcilable. A strong hatred and murderous intent surged in Xiao Han's chest. At this moment, Xiao Han wished for nothing more than to rush forward and tear Xue Jianfeng apart. But he had no power. No power. Facing the enemy who killed him, he did not have the strength to take revenge. Hate. Xiao Han's internal organs were burning. At this moment, Xue Jianfeng had long since advanced from an inner court disciple to an outer court disciple or even an inner court disciple, and his imposing aura was countless times more powerful than it was 3 years ago. Compared to him, Xiao Han was like an ant. Live targets, come down one by one. Standing next to Xue Jianfeng was a man who was 9 feet tall. His imposing aura was as majestic as a mountain, and he was full of energy. It was as if a casual sentence from him could shatter people's eardrums. Soon, the live targets who lived in this stretch of stilt houses went downstairs, looking sickly and timid, and stood in a few orderly rows. Xiao Han also put on his clothes and came down. Standing in the middle of the live targets, he lowered his head and clenched his fists. His nails had already pierced through the skin of his palms, and his joints were pale and dripping with blood. Cousin, you have just become an inner court disciple, so you need to work hard and train hard. That Fu Ling bone improving pill can only maintain its medicinal effect for 3 days, so you need to train more. Before the medicinal effect is lost, you need to continuously train your muscles and bones, and refine your body. Try to successfully explode your bones within these 3 days. Now you can choose a few strong live targets to go back and train well. The 9 feet tall man who shouted said to a teenager beside him. So it was a martial arts disciple who came to pick live targets to go back and train. The live targets were all in fear and trepidation, but they did not dare to say too much. Otherwise, they might even be beaten to death. Soon, the teenager eagerly selected 5 of the more muscular live targets. Xiao Han was very lucky, and was not chosen. All right, senior brother Bai, the live targets have been selected. Let's go back quickly. I still have a sword technique to comprehend, so I can't waste too much time. Xue Jianfeng's expression was cold, and he said indifferently, Yes, junior brother Xue. We will leave immediately. The 9 feet tall man smiled. You are now an exceptional genius of our sect's outer court, and you will receive the full support of the sect. I dare not delay your training. Let's go. After saying that, these people left the area with the 5 live targets. Suddenly, Xue Jianfeng stopped, and his sharp eyes looked directly at Xiao Han in the crowd. Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat, and he gritted his teeth. Oh, it's you. Xue Jianfeng suddenly smiled. I remember you. When I was still an inner court disciple, my cultivation reached the 100 bone refinement echo, and I used a live target to test my fist. It's you. I remember very clearly that I destroyed your rattan armor and destroyed your vitality. I didn't expect you to still be alive. Very, very good. Your life is very tough. Hearing this, Xiao Han's body trembled. His hatred was monstrous, and his murderous intent was like a tidal wave. However, he did not have the strength, so he could only say in a low voice, It was you who showed me mercy, sir. Yes, you must hate me very much. But that's nothing. You're just a living target. You're born with a cheap life, and you're destined to be beaten. But I'm a proud son of heaven on the martial Tao. You are an ant, and I am a lion. Shui Jianfeng said with his hands behind his back. It's nothing if you hate me. An ant hating a lion is a joke. All right, since you have your life, from now on, you will know your place and be beaten. If you are lucky, you will not be beaten to death, and you can even be assigned to good farmland and livestock. This life is over. After saying that, Shui Jianfeng floated away. Xiao Han stared deeply at Shui Jianfeng's back, and his heart was bleeding. Different levels of life? The heavens have pity on me. If one day, I, Xiao Han, have the power, I will definitely take revenge. I will crush you inch by inch. After such a setback, the live targets gathered in groups of 3 to 5 and whispered to each other. Xiao Han returned to his own stilt house without saying a word. Standing on the balcony, Xiao Han's heart was pounding, and he could not calm down for a long time. The murderous intent in his chest was still raging. His eyes were red, and all kinds of resentment came one after another. I, Xiao Han, watched my mortal enemy provoke and humiliate me, but I have no power to take revenge. What a waste of my dignity. No. I, Xiao Han, will definitely take revenge. I, Xiao Han, will not accept this. Power. I must have power. Xiao Han almost wanted to roar to vent the anger in his heart. Almost subconsciously, Xiao Han began to practice the 3 movements on the parchment again. Because this was the only method Xiao Han could practice. His heart yearned for power, and he wanted to practice, so he unconsciously practiced the 3 movements. Xiao Han was cultivating with grief and indignation. Suddenly, his heart beat a few times for no reason. Xiao Han's body froze, and his face showed a pained expression. Damn it, it's time for my heart to hurt again. In the 2 months since Xiao Han returned from that small town, his heart would hurt at this time every night. However, the pain was getting shorter and shorter. Last night, Xiao Han only felt pain for a minute. However, at this moment, Xiao Han's heart only beat a few times, but it was not as painful as usual. It hurt for a minute last night, and tonight it doesn't hurt anymore? That's great. This heartache has been bothering me for 2 months, and it should be over soon. Xiao Han waited for a few minutes, but he still did not feel any pain, so he was happy. Just as Xiao Han's tensed heart was about to relax, suddenly, Xiao Han felt his heart heat up, and then he felt a mysterious heat flow penetrating into the center of his heart. It was as if it had melted into his heart. Ah! Xiao Han was so shocked that he almost jumped up. What's going on? Xiao Han quickly clutched his heart, and his eyes could not help but look around, looking nervous and frightened. What's going on? It seems like something has entered my heart. Xiao Han immediately flew into a rage. Damned heavens! Damned heavens! You made me transmigrate into a live target, and you've already put me in a dead end. Now you want to mess with me. After a long while, Xiao Han anxiously lowered his head to look at his heart. There was no trace of pain, and his body did not feel the slightest bit of discomfort. He heaved a sigh of relief. But he was 100% sure that something strange must have entered his heart. This thing had a form, and it seemed to be beating along with his heartbeat. To be more precise, 2 months ago in the small town, when he felt his heart ache for the first time, Xiao Han felt as if something had forced its way into his heart. At this moment, it was as if that thing had completely fused with his heart. What bad luck! Xiao Han cursed to himself. Then, he deliberately held his breath, and let his heart temporarily slow down. Then, he emptied his mind to feel. Xiao Han noticed that no matter how slow his heart beat, there was something dormant in his heart that was slightly vibrating according to its own rhythm. Xiao Han was stunned for a long time, but he still could not figure it out, so he gave up. Then, he began to practice the 3 movements. As he practiced, suddenly, Xiao Han's heart inexplicably started to beat at a high speed again, and at the same time, a slight buzzing sound could be heard. Xiao Han's whole body froze like a clay statue. His eyes were wide open, and his body did not move an inch. Gotcha? Xiao Han's heart made a crisp sound, as if it was breaking free from its shackles, as if a seal had been lifted. It was very mysterious. Not long after, Xiao Han's heart began to beat, and heavenly music began to play. The next moment, puff, puff, puff. Then, something strange happened. In Xiao Han's heart, Countless lights and shadows were shooting out. They were colorful and dazzling, like thousands of strands of divine light, weaving in and out of the room. Extremely beautiful. The air was rippling like water, and the atmosphere was peaceful. Oh my God! What the hell is going on? Xiao Han was completely stunned. It was as if he was in a dreamy ocean world. Immediately afterwards, simple and unadorned divine symbols appeared one after another, unconstrained and unconstrained as they moved about. Everything that was happening now was completely beyond Xiao Han's understanding. Xiao Han subconsciously stretched out his hand to grab a divine talisman that passed by his eyes. But he grabbed nothing. He seemed to understand one thing. The voices he heard and everything he saw seemed to be illusions, not real. Instead, it was a kind of mental fluctuation that affected his brain, causing him to have a mirage-like hallucination. After an unknown period of time, all the divine light, shadows, and divine talismans all merged into one. Puff! Then, a dense round light cocoon, which looked like eggshells, burst out. They floated in front of Xiao Han in a picturesque manner. Feeling that these strange phenomena would not harm him, Xiao Han became more courageous. He carefully counted the light cocoons floating in front of him. There were a total of 100 light cocoons floating in front of him, divided into 10 neat rows, and each row had 10 light cocoons. What is this? Unbelievable. Simply unbelievable. Xiao Han took a few steps forward and tentatively reached out his hand to touch one of the light cocoons. However, it felt like he was touching the air, and he did not feel anything real. Illusion. Mirage. Everything is just an illusion. At this moment. Puff! One of the light cocoons broke. Xiao Han was so scared that he took a few steps back. He concentrated and saw that it was the first light cocoon from the left in the bottom row of the 100 light cocoons, which suddenly exploded. The next moment, the exploded light cocoon twisted a few times, and the divine light intertwined, showing a pattern. It was a naked man, who was in a strange posture. On his transparent body, there were streaks of red light wandering. What? Seeing this pattern, Xiao Han's head buzzed, and he blurted out. Isn't this the pattern on my parchment? On the parchment that Xiao Han picked up, there were 3 patterns, depicting 3 naked men in strange postures. The first pattern was exactly the same as the one that exploded from the light cocoon in front of him. While Xiao Han was still in a state of shock, the second light cocoon from the left in the bottom row broke again. The second pattern appeared. It was still a naked man. Clearly, it was the same as the second pattern on Xiao Han's parchment. Immediately after, the third light cocoon exploded, forming a third pattern, which happened to be the third pattern on the parchment. Gulp! Xiao Han subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Puff, 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 the row of light cocoons continued to break. Every time a light cocoon broke, a pattern would appear. All of them were naked men, each in a different pose, and the red light within their bodies wandered. Among the 100 light cocoons, after the bottom 10 broke, they formed 10 patterns, and the rest of the light cocoons did not break. The 10 patterns represented 10 movements. Every movement seemed to be interlinked, integrated into one, and inseparable. It was simply a complete set of movements, dissected into 10 parts. Ah! Suddenly, Xiao Han felt shocked, and his mind was stirred. Could this be a set of cultivation technique? On the parchment that I picked up, there were only the first 3 movements, and it was indeed incomplete. But what I see now is complete. Xiao Han's mind was at ease, and he began to practice from the first movement. Xiao Han did not know how many times he had practiced the first 3 movements in the past 2 years, and he could practice them with his eyes closed. When he started to practice the 4th movement, he was a little shaky, but because of the first 3 movements, Xiao Han quickly learned the 4th movement. The 5th movement, the 6th movement. While practicing these movements, Xiao Han held his breath, and let this breath follow the red light within the bodies of the naked men on the pattern. When Xiao Han finished practicing the 10 moves, his heart was filled with a sense of contentment and pleasure. The next moment, a thread of hot air actually grew in his body. The heat traveled to Xiao Han's bruised skin from being beaten up by Qi Shi today. Xiao Han immediately felt a cooling sensation, and the swelling and pain actually dissipated a little. At the same time, an inexplicable will suddenly appeared in Xiao Han's mind. Chapter 5. At this moment, all the illusions in the room receded like the tide and disappeared. The light cocoons, the patterns, the divine light, and the divine talismans had all disappeared. Am I dreaming? Xiao Han shook his head hard. However, the thread-like warm flow in his body was constantly reminding Xiao Han that all of this was not a dream. The heat flow contained a vigorous vitality. It lingered around the swollen part of Xiao Han's chest and a refreshing feeling was transmitted to Xiao Han. Not long after, Xiao Han looked down and saw that the pigeon egg-sized swollen part of his chest had been healed. It doesn't hurt anymore. Xiao Han used his hand to lightly press on the wound. Then, Xiao Han began to practice again. This time, he did not practice 3 movements, but 10 movements in a row. Xiao Han became more and more skilled. He repeated the 10 movements over and over again. Every time he finished, the heat flow in his body would slightly strengthen. Ha 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 ha, this is great. It's real. Everything is real. Finally, Xiao Han no longer had any doubts about the absurd and unimaginable things that had happened to him tonight. Xiao Han looked deeply at the position of his heart. He felt that the strange thing that had been hibernating in his heart was very calm and did not show any signs of abnormality. It only pulsed rhythmically with his heartbeat. However, Xiao Han understood that the strange thing in his heart was the cause of tonight's adventure. What on earth did it drill into my heart? To be able to complete the cultivation technique on that piece of parchment? It is not a small matter, definitely not a small matter. It's a pity that I can't dig out my heart to take a look. Xiao Han suppressed his extreme excitement and sat down to think carefully. Indestructible golden body. It turns out that the cultivation technique on the parchment was not a simple method to take a beating. It was a remnant of a peerless godly technique. I have learned 10 movements of this godly technique, but it seems that it is not complete. Xiao Han remembered clearly that these 10 movements were revealed from the explosion of the 10 light cocoons. However, there were a total of 100 light cocoons. There were still 90 light cocoons that did not explode. Could it be that this cultivation technique has a total of 100 movements? Xiao Han frowned. Then, there are still 90 moves that I haven't learned. Unfortunately, the 100 light cocoons didn't all explode, so I couldn't see the whole picture. But it's not a big deal. Perhaps one day in the future, I will have the opportunity to learn the remaining 90 moves. This kind of thing cannot be forced. If the strange thing in the heart could perfect the technique on the parchment, then what about the barbaric bull-bone forging fist? Can it be perfected? Xiao Han's heart thumped. Then he stood up. One punch, one kick, one move after another. It was the basic body-tempering cultivation technique that Cloud Rain sect disciples cultivated, Raging Bull Bone Forging Fist. Xiao Han had seen the inner disciples practice this set of martial arts every day, so he had already secretly learned the moves. However, after a few moves, the strange thing in his heart did not have the slightest reaction. It was like a pool of stagnant water, only occasionally beating rhythmically with Xiao Han's heart. Xiao Han exchanged a few more blows, but to no avail. In the end, he had no choice but to give up. He thought to himself, it seems that not all cultivation methods can be perfected and restored. Xiao Han stopped caring about Raging Bull Bone Forging Fist and started practicing the first 10 moves of Indestructible Golden Body again. This practice went on for a few hours. Xiao Han did not know fatigue at all, and the warm current in his body grew stronger as Xiao Han cultivated. In the end, it was already as thick as a pinky. The sky in the east began to brighten. It was almost daybreak. Xiao Han did not sleep for the entire night and had been cultivating. At this moment, he only felt energetic and full of life. He did not feel tired at all. Dong, 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 dong. Not long after, a dull morning bell rang, waking up all the live targets resting on the mountain peak from their sleep. Xiao Han stretched and walked to the balcony to wash his face with the mountain spring water. Then, he lifted his rattan mask and helmet and went down the stilt tower as usual. All the live targets resting on the mountain peak carried their rattan masks and went down the stilt tower. Dozens of old women with numb faces and sinister eyes distributed breakfast on the mountain peak. It was nothing more than some cold and hard buns and porridge. However, these were precious rations for the live targets to maintain their nutrition for a day. Xiao Han received his breakfast. As he ate, he crossed the mountains with a large group of live targets towards the mountain peak where the new disciples cultivated. The number of new disciples in Cloud Rain sect was huge. There were at least 80,000 if not 100,000. With so many new disciples, it was impossible for them to gather on the same mountain peak to cultivate. They all split up and formed small groups, training on different mountain peaks every day. In order to avoid meeting the arrogant and deranged Qi Shi, Xiao Han purposely went around the mountain peak from yesterday and arrived at another mountain peak with dozens of live targets. Peak. Martial Training Field. A group of new disciples were already training their bodies in the morning light. They were filled with energy and were as strong as wild beasts. They jumped up and down vigorously. They punched and kicked, causing the air to explode. One of the new disciples was wearing a fluttering white robe. He was tall and slender, but he did not appear to be very burly. He was about 17 or 18 years old and had a handsome face. His eyes were like the stars, his nose was sharp, and his eyebrows and corners of his eyes had a kind of scholarly elegance. At that moment, he was reading a thread-bound book. He looked like he was here to read and not a martial artist. Tu Yifei. Xiao Han recognized the white-robed scholar. He's actually cultivating on this mountain peak today. Seems like another live target is going to be unlucky today. Tu Yifei was one of the many new disciples in Cloud Rain sect who had a sturdy foundation. Don't be fooled by his delicate and handsome looks, but when it came to hitting live targets, he was quite brutal. At a young age, he had already exploded his bones 97 times. His cultivation was even higher than Qi Shi, who relied on elixirs to complete his bone refinement. He was truly just a step away from the viscera refinement realm. When he punched out, the dragon and tiger would follow and split rocks. There were no less than 20 live targets that died in his hands. Xiao Han had once been beaten by Tu Yifei. His rattan armor was completely shattered and he only recovered after lying on the bed for a few days. Before long, the group of new disciples finished their basic homework and swarmed towards the live targets. Tu Yifei was the only one who was still reading and was unmoved. The live targets standing beside Xiao Han were all trembling in fear as if their parents had passed away. Amidst the hideous laughter of the new disciples, the live targets were pointed out one by one. They put on their rattan armor and helmets before entering the dojo. They were then used by the new disciples to test their fists and were sent flying one by one. It was extremely cruel. At this moment, Tu Yifei threw away the thread-bound book in his hand. His eyelids twitched, and his eyes shone brightly as he walked directly towards the live targets. Beneath his skin, popping sounds could be heard, as if a strong bow and a hard crossbow were being fired at the same time. Immediately after, thunderous sounds of bones exploding could be heard, causing the dust in the surroundings to swirl and air currents to surge. Ah! Senior brother too is going to attack. The other new disciples dispersed and a hint of fear appeared on their faces. The live targets were so frightened that they covered their heads and scurried away. They cried and screamed as they ran around the dojo. Roar! Tu Yifei's bones exploded for a total of 97 times. The divine power around him rose steadily and finally reached its peak. With a roar, he pounced like a tiger in a pack of wolves. Bam! Bam! 2 live targets were sent flying. Their rattan armor was completely shattered and they fell to the ground, motionless. Damn you! Xiao Han saw Tu Yifei's fists being like the wind. Everywhere he passed, there were only shadows of his fists and kicks. Sand and dust were sent flying. The live targets were sent flying one by one. The scene was hair-raising. Suddenly, Tu Yifei took a big stride forward and pounced towards Xiao Han. Xiao Han dodged to the side and avoided Tu Yifei's heavy fists. Unexpectedly, Tu Yifei's right leg swept across and kicked his waist. The air was torn apart and there were continuous sonic booms. Pooh! Xiao Han's waist was kicked solidly. His rattan armor was immediately shattered and he was sent flying like a paper kite. Bang! Xiao Han fell heavily on the ground and his body twitched a few times. Isn't that Xiao Han, the one who is known to be the most durable among the live targets? He was also sent flying by Senior Brother 2's kick. I'm afraid he's already dead. Senior Brother 2 descended from the heavens and swept away everything. There's no live target that he can't kill. Some of the new disciples shouted. However, at this moment, Xiao Han was lying on the ground and his body twitched continuously. The bystanders thought that he was in pain. Who would have thought that his limbs were twitching from pleasure? Just now, when Tu Yifei's leg swept across Xiao Han's body, the finger-sized warm current in Xiao Han's body immediately surged towards him. It produced a shallow suction force and absorbed a small portion of Tu Yifei's strength. When his leg was hit, Xiao Han felt a sharp pain all over his body. He almost cried out in pain. However, when the warm current absorbed a portion of Tu Yifei's strength, it turned into a warm current that instantly spread to Xiao Han's muscles, skin, and bones. It made Xiao Han feel like he was soaking in a hot spring or taking a medicinal bath. His entire body was warm, numb, moist, and full of vitality. It was as if he had been enlightened. It was as if a body refinement pill of the highest grade had instantly released its medicinal power in Xiao Han's body and nourished his entire body. It was indescribably comfortable. So refreshing. So refreshing. Xiao Han repeatedly shouted in his heart. So after cultivating the indestructible golden body, not only can I take a beating, but it's also so refreshing. Compared to bathing in medicinal dregs, it's more than 10 times more refreshing. Waves of warm current flowed through Xiao Han's body like a dragon or a snake. It meandered and continuously circulated around his body. Soon after, Xiao Han felt his entire body become refreshed and refreshed. His mouth actually secreted fruity saliva. He involuntarily swallowed in big mouthfuls. His lips and teeth were filled with fragrance and he felt refreshed. His spirit had never been so condensed and open-minded before. His mind also became more agile and nimble. With just a slight breath, his surroundings were filled with fragrance. At the same time, all the pores on his body opened up. From the surface of his skin, a layer of black, filthy, incomparably stinky, sticky, and mud-like liquid burst out. It seemed like the impurities that had accumulated in Xiao Han's body were excreted through the pores of his cells. A wave of stench drifted out from Xiao Han's body along with the wind. That Xiao Han has been beaten until he shits out. It stinks. Damn, it stinks. Some of the new disciples pinched their noses and took a few steps back. Xiao Han trembled as he stood up. His eyes were lifeless as he stared straight at Tu Yifei. Both his legs were trembling. Don't hit me anymore. I beg you. Please don't hit me anymore. If you hit me again, I'll break. Begging for mercy is useless. Ants. Dang. Tu Yifei was infuriated by the stench emitted from Xiao Han's body. He immediately rushed over and punched Xiao Han's chest with all his might. Ah! Xiao Han let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying. He's dead. This time, Xiao Han will definitely die. All his internal organs will be crushed into powder. The new disciples and some live targets all looked at Xiao Han, who had fallen to the ground. Some were gloating while some were shaking their heads and sighing. A 13 or 14-year-old new disciple even murmured, "This live target is really too pitiful. Senior brother too is too ruthless." With that punch, not to mention a live target, even a giant elephant or a ferocious tiger would be smashed into pieces. After being hit by that punch, Xiao Han was in extreme pain at first. It was almost unbearable and he almost fainted from the pain. However, he was quickly nourished by a turbulent warm current. Bang bang! Bang bang! The warm current wrapped around Xiao Han's heart, causing it to beat faster. Every beat of his heart was heavy and powerful, and his vitality was vigorous. As his blood circulated, traces of powerful energy were injected into Xiao Han's body, strengthening his physique, refining his muscles, skin, and bones. Poochie, more and more muddy black filth spurted out from Xiao Han's body. The ground was covered with filth and the stench was overwhelming. However, every time he spurted out a trace of filth, Xiao Han felt his body become a little more refreshed. In the end, his body seemed to become extremely light and his mind was clear. Even his thoughts became smoother. Awesome. This is too awesome. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chapter 6. Hua! Xiao Han stood up from the medicinal bath and took a step forward. Today, Xiao Han had suffered a few heavy blows from the top inner disciple, Tu Yifei. Not only did he not die, but he also completely understood what the indestructible golden body was. Ha 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 ha, this divine technique is indeed extraordinary. It can actually refine the muscles, skin, and bones through taking a beating. Now, my whole body is filled with energy and strength. Moreover, I feel as light as a swallow. I, Xiao Han, have finally made it. Xiao Han slightly moved his muscles and bones. Immediately, the bones in his body made a slight crackling sound, as if he was stir-frying beans. After washing off the dirt and mud on his body, Xiao Han's skin actually emitted a jade-like luster. On Xiao Han's chest, there were a few bruises that were green and purple. These bruises were caused by Tu Yifei. With one touch, Xiao Han was in so much pain that he clenched his teeth. Suddenly, Xiao Han took a deep breath and smoothly practiced the 10 movements of the indestructible golden body. The warm flow that was born in his body surged and lingered between the bruises. Gradually, these bruises became lighter and lighter at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye, and finally disappeared. Ha ha ha! It doesn't hurt anymore. Xiao Han laughed and quickly put on his clothes and went downstairs. It was late at night, and not a sound could be heard. Xiao Han's ears perked up and he could hear the continuous snoring of live targets coming from the stilt buildings. He could even hear the live targets talking in their sleep in some of the stilt buildings. It seems like my hearing is much better than before. Xiao Han used the dim light of the moon and stars to quickly leave this area. He dashed between the hills, his body was strong and vigorous, and he quickly reached a small valley. In the valley, there were strange rocks, flowers, and trees. From time to time, the sound of strange birds could be heard. Xiao Han got into a stance and suddenly bent his body. He swung his left hand and his right fist shot out like a cannonball. Impressively, it was the starting form of the barbaric bull bone forging fist. Following that, Xiao Han performed the complete set of the barbaric bull bone forging fist one move at a time. In the past, when Xiao Han practiced this set of fist technique, his footsteps seemed weak and feeble. It was a complete show-off. But tonight, every time Xiao Han threw a punch, there was a crackling sound like a whip lashing through the air. His strength was swift and fierce, and as he moved, the stones under his feet were sent flying, smashing into the forest, making a pa-pa-pa sound. Waist and hip as one. Every inch of his muscles and bones, his spine, his forelimbs, his waist and abdomen all seemed to be full of power, and he still had strength to spare. After finishing a set of fist techniques, Xiao Han's face was not red, his heart was not beating, and he was not even out of breath. He was as still as a mountain, and his whole person actually gave off the feeling of a crane standing on top of a pine tree. Bang 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 bang. Under Xiao Han's skin, there was a sound like cotton being flicked. It was the sound of muscles and skin tensing up and moving slightly. Good, good, very good. My skin is as tight as cowhide. It seems that I have entered the tendon-refining skin realm that the new disciples talked about. Xiao Han nodded repeatedly. Suddenly, Xiao Han's body that was as still as a mountain suddenly dashed out. He threw out a series of moves, and a heavy grinding sound came from his bones. Following that, he roared like a tiger and punched a tree that was as thick as a bowl. The tree trunk immediately cracked, and with a kacha sound, it broke in half, and branches and leaves filled the sky. I wonder if my punches hurt those new disciples? Xiao Han stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth. But very quickly, he calmed his mind and practiced the barbaric bull bone forging fist over and over again, refining the moves and strength. Then he practiced the first 10 moves of the indestructible golden body. He practiced hard without stopping. After a few hours, Xiao Han finally returned to his residence. He fell asleep immediately, very soundly. Early the next morning, Xiao Han still followed the other live targets and went to the mountain peak where the new disciples cultivated to get beaten up. Now, to Xiao Han, getting beaten up was not a life-threatening chore. Instead, it was a good thing. Through the beatings, his muscles, skin, and bones could be continuously cleansed and refined. Moreover, through the beatings, there was dirty mud that constantly spurted out from his body. This was the marrow cleansing. The impurities in his body were expelled. This caused Xiao Han's body to become more and more agile. In the past, Xiao Han felt like he was carrying a heavy burden on his back when he walked. Now that he had gone through the marrow cleansing and thrown away the burden, he felt indescribably relaxed and carefree. Moreover, every breath he took was filled with fragrance. Every time he was beaten, Xiao Han would purposely let out a miserable cry like a pig being slaughtered. He would make all sorts of miserable appearances, and it did not arouse the slightest suspicion. During the day, Xiao Han would be beaten. At night, He would sneak to the back of the mountain peak where he rested and practiced the barbaric bull bone forging fist and the indestructible golden body. Day after day. 3 months later. Late at night. The mountain peak where Xiao Han and the other live targets rested. Back of the mountain. Valley. Roar. Xiao Han roared. His aura was like that of a tiger. He suddenly dashed into the dense forest. All the bones in his body exploded, and his muscles and skin surged. He was like a raging river, surging endlessly, crashing into the shore like a whale out of the sea. He was like a wolf and a tiger. Xiao Han's leg exploded, and the air emitted a heart-wrenching sound. A large tree was directly snapped by the force of Xiao Han's leg, and it collapsed with a loud bang. Following that, Xiao Han used both his hands and feet to violently punch out a dozen punches and kick out a dozen times. He was like a lumberjack. His fists were like iron hammers, and his legs were like knives and axes. One tree after another was chopped down. Whew! After a round of barbaric bull bone forging fist, Xiao Han stopped moving. His whole body was solemn and motionless. The air above his head surged, and it actually condensed into a vague silhouette of a barbaric bull. At this moment, Xiao Han did not look like a live target at all. He stood there like a mountain, deep and lofty, and had gradually developed a bit of an imposing manner. In these 3 months, Xiao Han was beaten during the day, and trained at night. He was diligent. Now, he looked like he had grown only half a head taller than before. However, his muscles, bones and skin had become incomparably strong, and his density had increased a lot. His entire body weight was at least 3 or 4 times that of before. Bone explosion! Suddenly, Xiao Han shouted. In an instant, in his body, there was a loud explosion, as if a mountain had exploded. Bang! This explosion was obviously much more violent and ferocious than the exploding bones of top-notch disciples like Qi Shi and Tu Yifei. In an instant, it exploded like thunder, and the earth shook. Ga. The birds that were resting in the forest all flapped their wings and flew away in fright. In the surroundings, the noisy wild insects all became silent, as if they felt some kind of threat. They did not even dare to make a sound. Following that, bang, 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 bang. Xiao Han's body continued to explode one after another. It was like a strong man continuously striking a bell. Sand and stones flew everywhere, and the air was turbulent. Every stone was swept up and shot out, and the sound of pa did not stop. It exploded for 200 times before it stopped. Whew! Xiao Han's tensed face also relaxed, and his facial features looked especially harmless. He smiled, and there was a kind of naive and romantic feeling. Hee, 200 bone explosions. Xiao Han have actually reached this level. Xiao Han had heard many new disciples talk about the first few levels of the flesh god realm of martial arts. Flesh god realm. The second level was the skin refining realm. Most martial artists could also reach this realm. For example, as long as the disciples of Cloud Rain sect consumed the skin refining pill and muscle refining pill, and practiced bull bone refining fist, they would be able to reach the skin refining realm in a few years. The third level was the bone refining realm. Almost all the disciples of Cloud Rain sect could reach the bone refining realm, but the number of bone explosions was different. For disciples with poor aptitude, no matter how much they cultivated, they would only be able to make 20 or 30 bone explosions. After cultivating for a few years, those who could make more than 50 bone explosions would have the chance to continue on the path of martial arts. People like Qi Shi and Tu Yifei were the more outstanding ones among the tens of thousands of disciples of Cloud Rain sect. Their bone explosions had exceeded 90. They were only half a step away from the 100-sound realm. Of course, Qi Shi relied on a white tiger bone refining pill to achieve his current level. When the bone explosions exceeded 100, one would successfully step past the bone refining realm and enter the viscera refinement realm, entering the next level. However, in the bone refining realm, the number of bone explosions determined one's foundation and future. The 100 of bone explosions was only the basic requirement to enter the viscera refinement realm. It was just a passing line. If the bone explosions exceeded 100 sounds, 120 sounds, 150 sounds or even more, it meant that one's foundation was firmer and they could go further on the path of martial arts in the future. Of course, this was not absolute. Some disciples might only reach the passing 100 sound of bone explosions when they were in the bone refining realm, but they would catch up and improve by leaps and bounds. There were many such cases. But no matter what, Xiao Han's bone explosions exceeded all the disciples of this generation of Cloud Rain sect. It would be great if I could become an outer disciple. Xiao Han stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, frowning. Right now, my cultivation seems to have reached a bottleneck. I've cultivated the bone refining realm to the extreme. If I don't become an outer disciple and obtain the method to cultivate the viscera refinement realm, my path of martial arts will be stagnant. In these 3 months, Xiao Han relied on getting beaten every day to refine his muscles, and skin and to expel the impurities in his body. In the beginning, the effects were very obvious. Even a punch or a kick would be beneficial. But as time went on, Xiao Han's muscles, bones, and skin became stronger and stronger. After being beaten up by the inner disciples, he felt less and less pain and the effects of body refinement became worse and worse. Recently, after getting beaten up, Xiao Han could not even absorb a trace of warm flow to refine his body. Moreover, the indestructible golden body had produced a warm flow as thick as a wrist in Xiao Han's body. The effects of the cultivation were getting weaker and weaker. Even if Xiao Han practiced diligently every day and persevered, the warm flow in his body did not increase. Xiao Han had already cultivated the bone refining realm to the extreme. He needed to enter the next step, the viscera refinement realm. I heard from those inner disciples that the viscera refinement realm can be considered as the beginning of martial arts. You can cultivate all kinds of martial skills that have terrifying destructive power. But with my knowledge and status, it's impossible for me to obtain the method to cultivate the viscera refinement realm. Xiao Han rubbed his hands. That Shui Jianfeng completed the bone refining realm 3 years ago and became an outer disciple. By now, I'm afraid he has already completed the viscera refinement realm and reached an even higher level. He can consume all kinds of medicinal pills and cultivate all kinds of martial skills every day. If I don't become an outer disciple, the gap between us will only get bigger and bigger. I won't be able to take revenge in this lifetime. No, I must become an outer disciple. Chapter 7. Dong, dong, dong. The deep and long morning bell woke Xiao Han up from his dreams. His life as a live target had begun once again. Xiao Han stretched his muscles and bones. He felt his whole body brimming with energy and refreshed. He got up and washed up simply before going downstairs to get his breakfast with his rattan helmet and mask. As usual, after a simple breakfast, Xiao Han crossed the mountains with a large group of live targets and entered the cultivation area of Cloud Rain sect where the inner disciples of Cloud Rain sect cultivated. The morning mist was like silk, lingering between the mountains. It was ethereal, enchanting and filled with an immortal aura. The mountains that rose from the ground gave off a solemn and mysterious atmosphere. It was as meaningful and poetic as an ink painting. Xiao Han had been to some famous mountains on Earth in his previous life. However, they could not compare to the majesty and attraction of Cloud Rain mountain range. Before long, Xiao Han and close to 100 live targets reached the peak of a mountain. Dozens of new disciples had already gathered at the peak. They were training in the morning. Their bodies that were filled with explosive power tore through the air, sending sand and pebbles flying in an awe-inspiring manner. If it was a few months ago, Xiao Han would have felt as though he was looking at a mountain that was beyond his reach when he saw the skills of these new disciples. But at this moment, Xiao Han's bones had almost reached the peak of bone refinement realm. He felt that these new disciples were nothing much. Before long, the group of new disciples completed their basic training. However, they did not walk over to kick the live targets as usual. Instead, they raised their heads in anticipation, as though they were waiting for something. Right then, the sound of hooves could be heard. A majestic horse galloped along the mountain path and arrived at the peak of the mountain. The rider on the horse had tanned skin and his face was full of potholes. He had a ferocious expression and was one of the most outstanding new disciples of Cloud Rain sect, Qi Shi. Xiao Han looked up at Qi Shi and could not help but clench his fists. Senior brother Qi is here. The new disciples greeted respectfully. Qi Shi let out a long roar and got off the horse. His muscles and tendons exploded continuously as he strode into the dojo. He said as he walked, "What's wrong, junior brothers? Are you done with today's training? Let's hit the live targets then." Today, Qi Shi's eyebrows danced and he was in high spirits. There was a joyous expression on his face. Immediately, a new disciple said with a face full of joy, "Senior Brother Qi, we're all happy for you that you've reached the 100-bone refining echo stage 3 days ago. From now on, Senior Brother Qi will soar to the sky with a bright future. In short, we will have to rely on Senior Brother Qi in the future." Ha ha ha. Senior Brother Qi Zhang became even more complacent and laughed hysterically. "My bones have finally exploded, and I'm about to become an outer sect disciple. What a well-deserved reputation." He had taken another solid step on the path of martial arts. "Junior brothers, you must also work hard. Qi Shi, congratulations on reaching 100 echoes in your bone refinement." A lazy voice floated in the air. Then, a white-clothed youth with his hands behind his back and a carefree expression slowly walked into the training grounds. It was the inner disciple Tu Yifei whose cultivation was not inferior to Qi Shi. "The one with the surname Tu, I'm sure you're almost there, right?" Senior Qi sneered. "I'm not talented, but I managed to reach 104 echoes 7 days ago. I'm still ahead above you, Qi Shi." Ha ha, ha ha ha. Tu Yifei suddenly laughed wildly. His eyes were filled with arrogance and conceit. "Ah, Senior Brother Tu has also reached 100 echoes in his bone refinement echo stage. Congratulations. Congratulations." The new disciples started to flatter him. "Senior Brother Tu is really a genius." The corner of Qi Shi's mouth twitched as he laughed sinisterly. "So what if you have 104 echoes? The path of cultivation is long. A moment's glory doesn't mean that you'll be the one laughing in the end. Qi Shi, Tu Yifei, you're still one step ahead of me. I have just reached the peak of 101 echoes in my bone refinement echo stage yesterday." Another voice that was as clear as water sounded. A purple-clothed man waved a folding fan in his hand as he strolled into the training grounds. His entire body emitted the aura of a high mountain and flowing water. Zhou Xiong, another new disciple who is known as a genius. The number of people who have died in his hands is uncountable. Xiao Han licked his lips and thought to himself, "I Chen Chong will not lose to you." A burly man that was like a giant bear emitted a rumbling aura as he walked. His gait was like that of a dragon or a tiger as he walked into the training grounds. "I, Chen Chong, have 110 echoes in my bone refinement echo stage. Which one of you can compare to me?" For a time, the top new disciples continuously came to this mountain peak. All of them had recently completed their bone refinement echo stage and obtained the qualifications to become outer court disciples. A total of 17 new disciples that had over 100 echoes in their bone refinement echo stage. It was a gathering of heroes. Among them, the most powerful one was only 16 years old. His name was Linghu Xian. He had 130 echoes in his bone refinement echo stage and was extraordinary. With a slight movement of his aura, a powerful battle intent was aroused from his body. The belief that he would definitely win surged like a tide. 3 months ago, the cultivation of these fellows were only around 90 echoes. I didn't expect that they would all surpass 100 echoes today. Their improvement is truly remarkable. However, compared to me, they are only so. Xiao Han thought disapprovingly in his heart. To be able to cultivate to 130 echoes in his bone refinement echo stage at the age of 16, he was indeed a genius. Thus, this Linghu Xian had the strongest right to speak amongst the 17 top new disciples. "Everyone is here today. Very good." Linghu Xian was young and mature. His every movement had a domineering and elegant demeanor that seemed to be in control of everything. "The 17 of us are the strongest new disciples in this generation of Cloud Rain sect. In the blink of an eye, we're going to become outer court disciples. However, I heard that the competition among the outer court disciples is extremely intense. It's popular to form cliques and groups to take care of each other. We've just become outer court disciples and are newcomers. If we don't unite, we'll definitely be bullied. What I mean is that after we, the new disciples, are promoted to the outer court, we should also form a group. We'll be united as one and not be afraid of being bullied by those outer court disciples." "All right, I agree with what you said, Linghu Xian. We'll form a group and advance and retreat together. We won't be alone and be schemed against by others." Tu Yifei was the first to agree. I agree as well. Another new disciple nodded as well. I agree. I agree. Very good. Ling Huxian nodded repeatedly. Looks like everyone is smart. However, since we're going to form a group, we should elect a leader. At least we won't be without a leader. Ling Huxian changed the topic and said proudly, not only did I surpass all of you with 130 bone explosions, I'm also unparalleled among the outstanding new disciples who appeared in the past decade. Naturally, I'll be the leader of our group. What? Ling Huxian, you want to be our leader? The new disciple, Chen Chong, gritted his teeth. Do you think I don't know? You had a fortuitous encounter and consumed a treasure to refine your body. That's why you can make 130 bone explosions. How are you qualified to be our leader? Ling Huxian, you can't speak in absolute terms. Your foundation is stronger than ours, but it doesn't mean that you'll always suppress us. Tu Yifei sneered as well. All of a sudden, the top new disciples started bickering. None of them were willing to submit to the other. Enough! A thunderous roar rang out. It was the new disciple, Zhou Xiong. Dressed in purple robes, he waved his folding fan gently. He gave off an air of strategizing and wisdom. Everyone, don't argue. Since no one is willing to submit to the other, then I have an idea. Let's have a competition to determine who's the better. How about it? Oh, Zhou Xiong? You've always been resourceful. What idea do you have? Say it. Ling Huxian looked at Zhou Xiong. And how about this? Everyone, please take a look. There are close to 100 live targets at the peak today. Why don't the 17 of us attack at the same time and attack these live targets with all our might? In the end, whoever kills the most live targets will be the leader of this small group. How about it? Zhou Xiong said casually. All right. Qi Shi, agree with your idea, Zhou Xiong. Qi Shi grinned hideously. The bones in his body exploded and the sound of thunder rumbled. We've all succeeded in making 100 bone explosions. Our strength has reached 3 cauldrons and we can split tigers and leopards with our bare hands. Killing these live targets is as easy as blowing dust. Thus, killing live targets isn't considered a skill. The one who kills the most is the true skill. Cauldron was the unit of measurement used to evaluate strength in the martial Dao. A standard bronze cauldron weighed 1,000 jin. Then, when a martial artist's strength reached 1,000 jin, it could be called 1 cauldron of strength. When the fleshly body stage of the martial Dao reached the peak of the skin refinement stage, 1 punch could explode out with 1 cauldron of strength. If one reached the bone refinement stage and had 100 bone explosions, then one would have 3 cauldrons of strength. This group of elite new disciples all had over 100 bone explosions and had reached 3 cauldrons of strength, which was a strength of 3,000 jin. With such tyrannical strength, even if a live target wore rattan armor, it would still be killed with a single punch. Alright, let's see who can kill the most live targets. The elite new disciples all nodded their heads and immediately looked towards the group of live targets. Their gazes were like wolves and tigers, bursting with killing intent as they became restless. What does this mean? Want to beat us to death? The group of live targets heard the conversation between the elite new disciples. In an instant, all of their faces were ashen as they retreated. Some of the live targets were frightened to the point that their legs went soft and they fell to the ground. Some crawled on the ground and trembled. Some knelt on their knees and started wailing and begging. My lords, please spare me, my lords, please spare me. My lords, this lowly one only has to endure for a few more months before I can be a live target for 15 years. I can then be assigned to a good farm and live the rest of my life in peace. I beg my lords, please spare me. Let this lowly one go. Thunderous cries resounded. As for the group of elite new disciples, they were completely unmoved. Instead, they continued to explode their bones and accumulate strength. They were like a group of hungry tigers that were about to pounce into a flock of sheep and tear them apart. The lives of live targets were as light as grass. At this moment, Xiao Han's heart was filled with coldness. Killing competition? Teseske, this group of new disciples is really tyrannical. They actually thought of such a sinister and vicious method to choose a leader. They really don't see us as live targets. Xiao Han had been a live target for many years. Before he cultivated the indestructible golden body, he was beaten up and bullied every day. A resentment had always been accumulated in his heart and he couldn't vent it. He was extremely aggrieved. Because he didn't have the strength, he was forced to endure it. But today, he couldn't endure it anymore. All of you are going too far. No matter how tyrannical you are, you don't have such a tyrannical method, right? Do you really think that we live targets are pigs, dogs, cows, or sheep? Xiao Han suddenly spoke from within the crowd. Who? Which live target was it that spoke just now? Stand out. That elite new disciple, Chen Chong, heard Xiao Han's voice and immediately became furious. Do you think that live targets have the right to speak here? Impudent. Stand out now. The group of live targets were so frightened that they kept retreating. Xiao Han, however, maintained his composure and walked forward a few steps. Xiao Han? Known as the live target that can't be killed. Ling Huxian recognized Xiao Han. Immediately, the corners of his mouth curled up and he laughed sinisterly. Xiao Han, a few months ago, I punched you once. I thought you were dead, but I didn't expect that you are actually still alive. Good, very good. Do you really think that you can't be killed? Very good. It really is true that the lower a person is, the harder their life is. Leave this Xiao Han to me. Let me beat him to death. Qi Shi clenched his fists. The muscles and bones in his body surged and crackled. His expression was ferocious as he walked towards Xiao Han step by step. Qi Shi! Xiao Han suddenly roared. Lightning that flattened the ground. Originally, everyone thought that when Qi Shi approached Xiao Han would cover his head and flee like a rat. Unexpectedly, Xiao Han let out a shout. Qi Shi's body froze. He almost didn't dare believe his own ears. Qi Shi, you trash. You relied on a white tiger bone refining pill to cultivate to the 100-bone refining echo. Otherwise, you would never be able to enter the outer court in this lifetime. Do you really think that you have any ability? You are trash. A complete and utter trash. Xiao Han scolded loudly. Towards Qi Shi, he no longer tolerated it. The resentment that had accumulated in his heart suddenly gushed out, and he felt extremely carefree. Qi Shi was scolded badly by Xiao Han. All the blood in his body rushed to his face, causing his originally dark and rough face to completely flush red. Xiao Han, you have offended your superior. You deserve 10,000 deaths. Today the first live target to be killed is you. Ling Huxian flew into a rage, pointing at Xiao Han as he roared. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Xiao Han laughed loudly. Offended my superior? What is down? What is up? I am down, and you are up? What a joke. In this world, strength is everything. The strong are up, and the weak are down. Fine, today, I, Xiao Han, have no choice but to throw caution to the wind. I will also let you, the new disciples, see who is up and who is down. Xiao Han threw the rattan helmet and mask on the ground, and walked towards senior brother Qi. This Xiao Han's brain is probably damaged from the beating. Interesting, truly interesting. Zhou Xiong waved his folding fan, pointing out the situation. Qi Shi, you first kill this Xiao Han, then we will start killing live targets. Let's see who can kill more. The more wins. All these years, you have beaten me up very happily, right? The corners of Xiao Han's mouth slightly curled, and his harmless face immediately became demonic. Now it's finally your father's turn to beat you up, right? Suddenly, Xiao Han roared explosively, and the sound of thunder rumbled within his body, shaking the surroundings. All the strength in his body surged together. In the next moment, Xiao Han took a step forward, and his body tore through the air, instantly arriving before Qi Shi. With a twist of his body, he punched out like lightning. He actually gained the upper hand with a show of strength. This punch was an ordinary body refining technique of the Raging Bull Bone Forging Fist. It focused on the unity of the waist and the explosive strength. In the past, Xiao Han's body was too weak, and when he punched out, he could not use any strength at all. But now, his bones had exploded 200 times, and his physical strength was comparable to that of a wild beast. When he punched out, it could split mountains and it could split rocks. Impudent! Qi Shi only saw a blur in front of him, and Xiao Han had already closed in on him, punching out. He roared and could not dodge in time, so he could only punch out, wanting to meet Xiao Han head-on. Bang! Their fists collided with a loud bang. Like a falling meteorite, it hit the ground. In the next moment, crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking rang out like firecrackers. Ah! Xianxia let out a blood-curdling scream, and his tower-like body rapidly retreated. The two fists collided, and Xiaxia's right hand's finger bones, wrist bones, arm bones, shoulder bones were shattered by Xiao Han's tyrannical strength. Xiao Han took a step forward, and with a sweeping kick, the air let out a heart-wrenching and lung-splitting sound. It hit Xiaxia's waist. Xiaxia did not even make a sound, and his whole body was kicked away like a sandbag, falling to the ground and creating a shallow human-shaped pit. Blood spurted out, and teeth were scattered all over the ground. It was unknown how many bones in his body were broken. The live target Xiao Han actually sent the top inner disciple, Xianxia, flying with just one move. Just as Xianxia fell to the ground, Xiao Han had already rushed forward like a cheetah, and stepped on Qixi's left wrist. With a crack, Qixi's wrist bone shattered. You still dare to snatch my pills? Bang! Xiao Han swept out his leg, and sent Qixi flying again. Only then did he vent his anger. The scene suddenly became extremely quiet. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All the inner disciples looked as if they had seen a ghost, and stared at Xiao Han without blinking. The smirks and complacency on their faces all froze. As for the live targets, they were even more shocked, and their brains could not react. Their mouths were wide open, and they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Bang! Xiao Han's body exploded with the sound of a raging wave beating against the shore. The surrounding sand and stones flew everywhere, and the air surged wildly. It was as if an ancient beast had been completely resurrected in Xiao Han's body. Since I have already made my move, I will cripple all of you. To relieve my anger. Xiao Han grinned, and suddenly rushed towards the group of elite inner disciples. Like 10,000 galloping horses. He was unparalleled. Kill him. Kill this live target. Ling Huxian roared madly, and his eyes were spitting fire. He took a step forward, and the bones in his body exploded again and again. He soared into the air, and with an explosive kick, he whipped towards Xiao Han's head. This kick was as sharp as a knife, and it was extremely swift and fierce. It was a killer move. This was one of the kicks from the Raging Bullbone Forging Fist. Xiao Han had already practiced it to the point that he was very familiar with it. He did not have time to think, and with a sidestep, he lightly dodged, and then slapped down with his palm. Mountain suppression. Swift and swift. Pooh! Ling Huxian was slapped to the ground by Xiao Han. Half of his face caved in, and his face was stuck to the ground. His body twitched, and blood foam came out of the corner of his mouth. He could not get up. Didn't you have 130 bone exploding sounds? Weren't you very awesome? Trash. Xiao Han stepped on Ling Huxian's face, and used all his strength to crush it. This live target is a bit strange. Everyone, attacked together. The remaining elite inner disciples saw that the situation was not good, and with a shout, 3 elite inner disciples pounced towards Xiao Han like hungry wolves. Xiao Han was not afraid. His physical strength was condensed to the extreme, and instead of advancing, he directly rushed forward. Pooh! Xiao Han and that inner disciple, Chen Chong, collided head-on with each other. His bone-exploding sound was 200, and his strength was almost double that of Chen Chong's. In an instant, he sent Chen Chong flying. Chen Chong's right leg was forcefully broken, and he fell to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes rolled back as he fainted. Another inner disciple punched Xiao Han's back. The hot current in Xiao Han's body surged, and the indestructible golden body was incomparably strong. This caused the inner disciple's punch to only push Xiao Han back a few steps. Xiao Han turned his hand and grabbed, directly grabbing that inner disciple like a little chick. Suddenly, Xiao Han's right hand executed the Overlord lifting cauldron, raising the inner disciple high above his head, and then with all his strength, he smashed him onto the ground. Bang! That inner disciple was smashed into the ground. Xiao Han stomped his foot on his face. Ah! That inner disciple let out a ghostly wail, and he unceasingly convulsed. There was another inner disciple who rushed forward, and when he saw Xiao Han's ferocious strength, his heart immediately went cold. He actually surrendered without a fight, and he retreated repeatedly. Very quickly, a stream of stinky liquid sprayed out from his crotch. He was actually so scared that he directly peed. At this moment, all the inner disciples, including the remaining elite inner disciples, were in a state of shock, and their souls almost left their bodies. They only felt that at this moment, Xiao Han was not a living target, but simply a devil possessed, the reincarnation of a wild beast. They trembled in fear, retreating frantically in all directions, and begged repeatedly. Master Xiao Han, this has nothing to do with us, it has nothing to do with us. Xiao Han laughed sinisterly, and said in a low voice, "So this is how it feels to hit people? Comfortable. Really comfortable. Feels good. Hitting people really feels good. Much better than getting beaten up. Although I'm a living target, now that I have power, I can still look down on the world." Chapter 8. Everything felt like a dream. However, beating up a new disciple and punching the flesh of a new disciple was real. Xiao Han was feeling great now. He saw a few elite new disciples wriggling on the ground and moaning after being beaten up by him. The remaining new disciples and live targets were shocked by his strength and almost prostrated on the ground. Xiao Han was feeling great. This was not the feeling of a villain intoxicated by success, but the feeling of having power. It's great to have power. Xiao Han closed his eyes slightly. I finally understand why so many people want to cultivate the martial Tao. This feels great. The feeling of having power over life and death is too great. Those new disciples looked at each other. Then they helped up Ling Huxian, Qi Shi and the other elite new disciples who were severely injured and retreated down the mountain step by step. Xiao Han did not stop them. Not long after, there was no one on the mountain peak. The mountain was empty and silent. Only Xiao Han was left. Xiao Han opened his eyes and woke up from his almost deranged state. He thought to himself, where should I go now? It was impossible for me to go back and continue being a live target. My cultivation has reached a bottleneck. I have reached the peak of bone refinement and have to refine my organs. The path of martial Tao is like rowing a boat against the current. If I don't advance, I will perish. If I stay in the bone refinement realm for too long, I will be beaten up again sooner or later. I have to think of a way to enter the outer sect. Just as Xiao Han's thoughts were fluctuating, an indifferent man's voice sounded behind Xiao Han. It was very calm. Oh. A live target actually managed to refine his physical body to such an extent, and even injured a few top disciples. He's simply invincible. It's rare to see something like this in the entire history of Cloud Rain sect. Who is it? Xiao Han was shocked. One must know that he cultivated the indestructible golden body and made 200 bone explosions, reaching the peak of the bone refinement realm. Not only did his physical strength become incomparably vigorous, even the sharpness of his 5 senses had greatly increased. Anyone who came within 30 meters of him would be able to attract his attention. But at this very moment, there was someone who easily hid from his eyes and ears and approached him. How could he not be shocked? Xiao Han turned around and saw a middle-aged man in white. This man's hands were empty, and he was tall and slender. His face was like a crown of jade, and his eyes were as deep as an ancient well. His aura wasn't fierce, but he exuded a kind of carefree, and otherworldly aura. There seemed to be treasure light flickering on the surface of his body, and wherever he went, a fragrant aroma filled the air. In front of this man, Xiao Han felt a great pressure on his mind. It was as if he was being controlled at every turn, unable to resist at all. This is a big shot. A big shot like that senior brother Feng. Xiao Han quickly lowered his head and said obediently, "You are." How could a live target cultivate to such a level? He was at the peak of the bone refining realm, and his bones had exploded more than 100 times. His foundation was incomparably solid. How strange. The middle-aged man frowned slightly and didn't pay much attention to Xiao Han as he muttered to himself. Could it be that he obtained some heavenly treasure by chance? The Cloud Rain mountain range is endless and there are countless cave abodes in the mountains. With the gathering of heaven and earth spirit qi, many heavenly treasures are born. It's not impossible for a live target to obtain a fortuitous encounter. With that said, the middle-aged man suddenly looked at Xiao Han deeply. Suddenly, Xiao Han felt that his vitality, heartbeat, body temperature, strength and speed were all exposed to the middle-aged man. Suddenly, the strange thing that was hibernating in Xiao Han's heart shrank into dust rapidly and hid itself. It stopped pulsating and was not discovered. Furthermore, the indestructible golden body that Xiao Han cultivated did not seem to be discovered by the middle-aged man. However, under the gaze of the middle-aged man, Xiao Han only felt extremely uneasy and his back was drenched in cold sweat. He did not even dare to breathe loudly, much less speak. He was very clear about one thing. Even with his current physical strength, he was still extremely weak in front of this middle-aged man. A single thought from the middle-aged man could probably kill him. This middle-aged man must be on the same level as that senior brother Fong from the prideful sword soaring clouds. They were all big shots. They were probably the legacy disciples of Cloud Rain's sect. It was clear that the middle-aged man did not discover the secret hidden in Xiao Han's heart. He was still mumbling to himself. However, even if a live target obtains a heavenly treasure and swallows it, it's impossible to absorb and refine it. There's even the danger of exploding. Wait, let me think. I understand now. The middle-aged man's brows smoothed out, as though he had understood something. The heavenly treasure settles in the body of the live target and cannot be refined. However, the live target is beaten up by the new disciples every day, causing the medicinal effects that have settled in the live target's body to be forcefully dispersed. Unintentionally, the tendons and bones of the live target are tempered. That's it, that must be it. Live target, did you accidentally swallow some strange flowers and herbs, or some fruit Ganoderma? The middle-aged man asked with a smile. Xiao Han heard the middle-aged man's mumbling earlier on. He was not a fool and naturally knew the logic of taking advantage of the situation. Without thinking, he blurted out. Yes. A month ago, I found a fruit in a cave overgrown with withered grass. That fruit was extremely strange. It was crimson red and the size of a fist. It had no flowers or leaves and was only connected by a stem as thick as a pinky finger. It had a strange fragrance that made me drool. I plucked up my courage and ate the fruit. It was sweet and fragrant, smooth and juicy. After I ate the fruit, I felt my stomach bloated. It was weird. Later on, when I was beaten up by the new disciples, not only did it not hurt, I felt comfortable all over. I felt a wave of heat flowing in my body and my bones felt numb as though they were about to explode before I could vent them. Furthermore, the more I was beaten up, the more comfortable I felt. There were many mud-like filth splattering out of my body. In the end, I accidentally exploded my bones and gained strength. I'm not sure what's going on either. Xiao Han was spouting nonsense. He copied the description of a magical immortal fruit from a fantasy novel he read in his previous life. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man's expression changed and he said seriously. Could it be the crimson radish immortal fruit? If an ordinary person consumes it, their lifespan will be prolonged and their appearance will be preserved. If a physical body realm martial artist consumes it, their body will be cleansed and their bones will be tempered. It's equivalent to countless skin tempering pills, tendon tempering pills, and bone tempering pills. I didn't expect a mere live target like you to have such luck. I injured a new disciple. It's a huge crime. However, I was only protecting myself. If I didn't make a move, I would have been beaten to death by those new disciples. Xiao Han pretended to beg for mercy. He sneaked a glance at the middle-aged man. Judging by appearance, the middle-aged man waved his hand indifferently. You accidentally ate the crimson radish immortal fruit and completed body tempering. Your strength is stronger than those new disciples, so it's fine if you beat them. In this world, it's survival of the fittest. The strong prey on the weak and strength is everything. As long as you have strength, you can control everything. A powerful force could crush all laws. Now that you've reached the peak of the bone tempering realm, your bones have exploded more than 100 times and your foundation is extremely strong. My Cloud Rain sect claims to have hundreds of thousands of new disciples. However, there aren't many who have tempered their body to your level. You can become an outer sect disciple. Xiao Han was overjoyed when he heard that. Sir, please give me a chance. At this moment, Xiao Han's heart was in turmoil. Becoming an outer sect disciple was his current biggest goal. However, he did not have an opportunity. However, the appearance of this middle-aged man seemed to be able to fulfill Xiao Han's wish. Ha 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 ha, you're quite clever, the middle-aged man laughed. The next moment, rays of light shone around the middle-aged man. The rays of light had form and substance. They rose into the sky like smoke and condensed into a cloud the size of an acre in mid-air. The clouds rolled and dispersed. The sky was high and the sea was wide. The clouds were steaming and there was even a drizzle. What? What is this? Xiao Han was dumbfounded. Haha, I'm on a whim today. I'll bring you to take the outer sect disciple test. With the strength of your body, it's not difficult for you to obtain a spot as an outer sect disciple. The middle-aged man waved his hand gently. Suddenly, Xiao Han felt his head becoming heavy and his vision blurred. When he opened his eyes, he realized that he was already crawling on the cloud. The middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back, looking indescribably elegant and chic. What? A cloud can carry a person? Xiao Han could not help but touch the cloud. He felt that it was soft and smooth, just like a piece of jade. Could this be the legendary true energy realm? Xiao Han blurted out. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect a mere live target like you to know about the true energy realm. The middle-aged man laughed. Let's go. Xiao. The cloud carried the middle-aged man and Xiao Han and suddenly rose into the sky. In an instant, they were hundreds of meters away from the ground and floated towards the inner region of the mountain range. The autumn wind blew gently, causing Xiao Han's hair to flutter and his clothes to flutter. His heart thumped wildly as he thought to himself. I'm flying. I'm flying just like that. True energy realm. This is the true energy realm. Thousands of mountains and tens of thousands of rivers as if walking on flat ground. Riding the haze, riding the clouds, free and unfettered. A few months ago, Xiao Han had witnessed senior brother Feng's peerless brilliance. Today, he once again witnessed the freedom of another true energy realm expert. His whole body was boiling with excitement. Chapter 9. Wherever it went, the clouds and mist would disperse, as though they were performing the etiquette of a king and his subjects. The flying speed of the magic cloud was very fast, but it gave Xiao Han a feeling of stability, as though he was not worried about falling. After a while, the magic cloud began to descend. Xiao Han looked down and could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. His eyes widened. The inner mountain peaks of the Cloud Rain mountain range rose from the ground and pierced through the clouds. The majestic aura was indescribable. Ethereal immortal chi was enshrouding the area. Indistinctly, celestial music could be heard. Some of the mountain peaks were magnificent. Some of the mountain peaks were full of vitality and were filled with flowers and fruits. Some of the mountain peaks had hundreds and thousands of waterfalls pouring down from the peak, as though countless jade dragons. There were 1,000-year-old trees and 10,000-year-old flowers. There were also countless golden eagles, giant rocks, red-crowned cranes, and many other birds circling in the blue sky, chirping. Xiao Han even saw some sky cities that completely defied the laws of nature. They floated in mid-air and were shrouded in layers of clouds. The entire area exuded a primordial aura. In addition, a layer of faint glazed light screen enveloped the entire area. It was rather mysterious. To enter the inner mountain peaks, one had to pass through the glazed light screen. Young man, I will choose a mountain peak for outer sect disciples to cultivate on and let you participate in the assessment. The middle-aged man smiled. He rode the magic cloud and was about to pass through the glazed light screen. This is our Cloud Rain Sect's mountain guarding immortal screen. It blocks all demonic chi. No demons can enter in disguise, the middle-aged man said with a faint smile. Whoosh! The magic cloud carried the middle-aged man and Xiao Han through the glazed light screen. Shockingly. Ha! The strange thing that was hibernating in Xiao Han's heart trembled slightly. Then, it condensed into a speck of dust, as though it was treading on thin ice. Just as Xiao Han was surprised, the magic cloud had already passed through the glazed light screen. What's going on? The strange thing in my heart seems to be wary of this so-called mountain guarding immortal screen. Xiao Han was a little puzzled. Let's go. The middle-aged man didn't notice anything. With a wave of his sleeve, he took Xiao Han with him and flew up into the sky. With Xiao Han in tow, they arrived at a mountain peak. The cloud turned into streams of light and was absorbed into the middle-aged man's body. As soon as Xiao Han's feet touched the ground, he looked up and found that the middle-aged man had brought him to a plaza at the top of a mountain. The square was dozens of acres in size, and it was paved with white jade. Ah, this true disciple has arrived. Apologies for not coming out to greet you. Apologies for not coming out to greet you. Immediately, a few old men came out from the middle of the square and greeted the middle-aged man. Xiao Han looked at the old men. There were 3 of them in total, and all of them had white hair and a ruddy complexion. Their auras were mighty and majestic, and as they walked, they were like dragons and tigers. Clearly, they had tempered their bodies to the extreme. The physical strength of these old men is much stronger than mine, Xiao Han thought to himself. However, even so, the 3 old men were still very respectful in front of the middle-aged man. It was as if they were afraid that they would offend the middle-aged man if they made a mistake. At the edge of the square, there were also groups of 3 to 5 young men and women. All of them had dignified and proud appearances, and their physical bodies were strong. This outer sect mountain is managed by you guys, right? I'm here for nothing. I just brought a young man to participate in the outer sect disciple examination, the middle-aged man said casually. You personally brought someone to participate in the examination? The 3 old men were shocked, and then they carefully looked at Xiao Han. With one look, they secretly frowned. Xiao Han's clothes were shabby, and there were a few patches on his pants. He was dressed like a nobody. He was standing together with a big shot in the true Qi realm. It was really a little out of place. One of the old men couldn't help but ask in a low voice. This true disciple, is this young man yours? Oh. It has nothing to do with me. He's a live target. Coincidentally, he had a fortuitous encounter and consumed a red radish immortal fruit. It cleansed his body and completed the bone explosion. The middle-aged man didn't say much. With the strength of his physical body, it should be more than enough to be an outer sect disciple. All right, everything will be done according to the rules. You guys have the final say. With that, the middle-aged man didn't stay any longer. He transformed into a stream of light and flew away. He was really elusive. Farewell, true disciple. The 3 old men hurriedly bowed. Then, they all raised their heads and stared at Xiao Han. And the many young men and women at the edge of the square also started whispering to each other. It can't be? A live target, a servant, actually wants to be an outer sect disciple? This is against the rules. Yeah, I've never heard of a live target being promoted to the outer sect. This is the first time this has ever happened. Isn't a live target something that's born to be beaten? And he wants to be an outer sect disciple and cultivate the martial Tao? Isn't this too absurd? Many young men and women directly expressed their disdain. However, there were also people who laughed. Didn't all of you hear what that true disciple said earlier? This live target accidentally consumed a red radish immortal fruit and completed the bone explosion. Thus, he obtained the qualification to take the test to become an outer sect disciple. What a pity, truly a pity. A treasure of heaven and earth like the red radish immortal fruit was actually obtained by a lowly person. Just thinking about it makes me feel hateful. Xiao Han remained silent when he heard the criticism that came from all directions. He only stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth. At this moment, an old man spoke to Xiao Han, live target. Xiao Han nodded. The 3 old men looked at each other and exchanged glances. One of the old men asked cautiously, You really don't have any relationship with that true disciple? All right, Situ. How can a live target have any relationship with a true disciple? Didn't that true disciple say it clearly just now? This live target was lucky and obtained a red radish immortal fruit and tempered his bone innards? This is his good fortune. However, it's indeed a bit of a waste. Another old man waved his hand at Xiao Han. The 3 of us are the managers of this outer sect mountain. We will now carry out the test for you. Everything will be done according to the rules. If you can pass the test, then there's no harm in giving you a spot as an outer sect disciple. If you can't pass the test, then quickly leave this place. You can go back and start as an inner sect disciple before advancing step by step. All right. Xiao Han nodded. Then, the 3 managers brought Xiao Han to the center of the square. In the center of the square, there was a row of large bronze cauldrons. More and more young men and women stopped at the edge of the square to watch. Xiao Han looked at the row of large bronze cauldrons and saw that there was a number on each cauldron. For example, 1, 5, 10, and so on. This is the large cauldron used to test strength. One of the managers introduced to Xiao Han. To become an outer sect disciple, you need to reach the most basic condition of 100 bone explosions. If you reach 100 bone explosions, you will have the strength of 3 cauldrons in an instant. That is 3,000 gene of strength. Young man, how many bone explosions do you have? Ah! Xiao Han hesitated for a moment. He thought that if he were to tell the truth, then 200 bone explosions would be too shocking. After all, Xiao Han knew that no one in this generation of Cloud Rain sect could reach 200 bone explosions. Why should he be in the limelight? Making a fortune silently was the way of the king. Seeing Xiao Han stuttering, some of the young men and women who were watching the show let out mocking laughter. I knew it. A live target, a lowly small fry. Even if he had a fortuitous encounter, what can he do? A stone in sh*t pit will forever be a stone. It will never become a beautiful jade. I wonder if he has reached the basic condition of 100 bone explosions. I think it's enough. The 3 managers looked at Xiao Han in dissatisfaction. Xiao Han hurriedly said, I just happened to reach 100 bone explosions. Then go and try to move that cauldron. Remember, lift that cauldron above your head with both hands and maintain it for 10 breaths of time to pass. One of the managers pointed at the cauldron with the number 3 and said to Xiao Han. All right. Xiao Han rolled up his sleeves and rushed to the front of the cauldron. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xiao Han circulated his strength in his arms. The strength in his body surged and his tendons, bones, and skin opened up. He let out a low roar and hugged the cauldron with both hands. The cauldron rose in response. Ah! Xiao Han pretended to roar in a low voice and put on a hysterical look. It was extremely strenuous. However, he felt that this cauldron was not very heavy. If he used his full strength, it would not be a problem to lift 2 cauldrons of this weight. Roar! Xiao Han lifted the cauldron above his head with both hands. His legs were trembling as if he could collapse at any time. 10 breaths later. All right, that's enough. One of the managers said. Phew! Xiao Han put down the cauldron and pretended to pant heavily. Just passed. The 3 managers nodded their heads. Look, even if I consumed the red radish immortal fruit, I only reached the most basic requirement. If I consumed the red radish immortal fruit, I would have at least 200 bone explosions. A young man looked at Xiao Han with hatred. It's a pity about that red radish immortal fruit. Sigh, sigh. He repeatedly sighed. One of the managers took out a thick book and a brush from his bosom and said to Xiao Han. Now, I will help you register. What is your name? How old are you? What is your family background in the secular world? Tell me everything and I will record it. Oh, my name is Xiao Han, 15 years old. I don't have any background. I have only been a live target for a few years. Xiao Han licked his lips and said. Thus, in that booklet, Xiao Han's information was recorded, Outer Sect Disciple. Xiao Han 15 years old 100 bone explosions. 3 cauldrons of strength. Chapter 10. Xiao Han thought to himself. According to the inner disciples, becoming an outer disciple was equivalent to attaining a higher level in the martial Tao. They would be groomed by the sect and would be given elixirs every month. They could even choose martial techniques and secret manuals. That's great. Xiao Han. At this moment, a supervisor looked at Xiao Han with a sharp gaze. Xiao Han was stunned. Xiao Han, from today onwards, you are an outer disciple of our Cloud Rain sect. Our Cloud Rain sect is one of the top 5 sects in Beacon Fire Empire. All of our disciples are extraordinary. You will be respected when you travel the pugilistic world. You must pay attention to your health and bearing in the future. Everything you say and do is not to be trifled with. You must not tarnish the reputation of Cloud Rain sect. Most importantly, you must not collude with the demon race. The demon race is the natural enemy of the human race. Any disciple of our Cloud Rain sect from the core disciple to the inner disciple, must draw their sword and slash the moment they encounter a demon race. They must not be soft-hearted or be bewitched by the demon race. Do you understand? Oh, I know about this. The demon clan feeds on the brains of humans. They are extremely cruel and violent. If I encounter the demon clan, I will naturally strike first. Oh no, I should strike first. Otherwise, if my brain is sucked by them, it will not be a joke. Xiao Han nodded in agreement. That's fine. Also, you relied on precious resources to complete your bone burst. You can say that you have no martial Dao foundation. Therefore you must not be complacent. After all, martial Dao is still dependent on talent and perception. Another supervisor looked at Xiao Han with disgust. Xiao Han looked at the supervisor's gaze and his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that because of my poor background, these people are going against me? One of the managers said with a smile after looking at his face. Xiao Han, don't think too much. The sect will give you all the benefits that you deserve. However, you must remember that Cloud Rain sect has a large number of outer disciples and the competition is extremely intense. The sect will only focus on nurturing the outstanding ones. We will not spend too much manpower and resources to nurture those mediocre ones. Survival of the fittest. All in all, as long as you have a future, the sect will not care about your background. All right, I'll get someone to bring you to collect your benefits and arrange a place for you to stay. After saying that, the manager looked at the edge of the square. The young men and women who had stopped to watch turned around and left. These fellows. The manager could not help but laugh. Soon after, he waved his hand at a young man at the edge of the square who did not intend to leave. Ah Cho, come here. Oh, yes, manager. The young man walked over as if he was flying. Xiao Han, this is Ah Cho. He can be considered as your senior brother. His cultivation has also reached the peak of the Viscera refinement realm. He is a very good person. The manager introduced him to Xiao Han with a smile. Ha! Ah Cho. Xiao Han looked up and saw that the young man was tall and slender. He was full of energy and his breathing was steady. However, his face was completely ruined. There was a large red scar on his face, like some kind of tinea. It took up 3/4 of his face, and even his nose and lips were covered by the tinea. The tinea was not only red and very eye-catching. There were even small protruding beans on it. It looked very disgusting. This. Ah Cho. No wonder this person is called a Cho. He is indeed very ugly. Xiao Han muttered in his heart. But soon after he thought, I am just a live target. I don't have a good background. What right do I have to talk about other people's beauty or ugliness? With this thought, Xiao Han smiled at Ah Cho. Senior brother Ah Cho, I am Xiao Han. I just entered the outer sect. Please take care of me. Ha, junior brother Xiao Han. You flatter me. Ah Cho looked at Xiao Han's face and found that there was no obvious disdain or disgust in Xiao Han's eyes. Thus, he was very happy and spoke politely to Xiao Han. Ha ha, Ah Cho, I see that you and Xiao Han hit it off quite well. Then you can bring Xiao Han to collect his benefits. Also, tell Xiao Han some of the outer sect rules. A manager smiled and waved his hand at Xiao Han and Ah Cho. Go. Junior brother Xiao Han, please follow me. Ah Cho warmly greeted Xiao Han. All right. Xiao Han followed Ah Cho and left the plaza. Ha, look. One is of lowly birth and is a live target. The other is extremely ugly. These two people really appreciate each other. Birds of a feather flock together. Ha. The three managers couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Han was brought by Ah Cho and left the plaza. They stepped onto a large road. They walked along the large road. This large road was very wide. It could at least allow 10 horses to run side by side. The road was clean and spotless. Countless thousand-year-old trees were planted on both sides of the road. It was full of antiquity. Wisps of immortal qi floated around Xiao Han's body. It was faintly discernible. Other than that, there were rows upon rows of shops. Xiao Han took a slight breath and smelled a thick medicinal fragrance in the air. It made him feel relaxed and happy. The passers-by were all young talents. The men were either vigorous and ferocious, or like the reincarnation of a wild beast. Some were elegant and graceful, some were cold and aloof. The women were beautiful, the daughter of a humble family, the heroine. These men and women were dragons and phoenixes among men. They were all outer sect disciples. Not only were their physical bodies fuller than any inner sect disciple that Xiao Han had seen before, but their spirit and bearing were also a cut above others. TSK. This atmosphere. Xiao Han couldn't help but exclaim. Junior brother Xiao Han, how is the outer sect atmosphere? Ah Cho smiled. Good. Very good. No wonder all the inner sect disciples want to enter the outer sect at all costs. That's great. There's a sense of transcendence everywhere. Xiao Han nodded sincerely. That's right. Ah Cho nodded too. Xiao Han, let me tell you. You've been an outer sect disciple for a few years and have some experience. When you go out in the future, you'll be respected everywhere. After a pause, Ah Cho introduced again. Xiao Han, our Cloud Rain sect has a total of 10 outer sect peaks like this. They are called the 10 outer sect peaks. On each peak, there are about 2,000 outer sect disciples. What? 10 outer sect peaks? Over 2,000 disciples on each peak? TSK. Wouldn't the entire Cloud Rain sect have over 20,000 outer sect disciples? Xiao Han was shocked. Yes. Xiao Han, the competition between the 10 outer sect peaks can be said to be intense. Our peak is slightly weaker. Among the 10 peaks, we're probably ranked 7th or 8th. If it wasn't for the support of the two geniuses, Senior Brother Ling Feiyu and Senior Brother Meng Ran, I'm afraid our ranking would drop. However, Senior Brother Ling and Senior Brother Meng might enter the inner sect at any time. By then, our peak might be at the bottom. Ah Cho revealed a worried expression. Oh, I see. Xiao Han nodded. Then, he had a thought and said softly. Senior Brother Ah Cho, I want to ask about someone. Who? Who do you want to ask about? Xiao Han, I've been in the outer sect for 5 years. Putting aside everything else, I know a lot of people. Who do you want to ask about? Ah Cho said. Is there an outer sect disciple called Xue Jianfeng? Xiao Han's voice trembled slightly. Xue Jianfeng? Ah Cho paused and said with widened eyes. That's one of the top figures among the outer sect disciples. A prodigy who entered the outer sect 3 years ago. Now, he's already starting to change his blood. His fleshly body is about to be tempered to the point of showing off his abilities. He's only 18 years old, right? His sword skills are unparalleled and has already reached the qualifications to enter the inner sect. However, he's arrogant and unruly. He claims that he wants to absorb true energy into his body. After he reaches the true energy realm, he will grandly become an inner sect disciple. He might even directly ascend and become a true disciple. Why? Xiao Han, you know Xue Jianfeng? He's a super expert of the 10 peaks in the outer sect, the strongest peak. If you have a friendship with him, then your future will be very good. In the outer sect, no one will dare to provoke you. Even some inner sect disciples will have to give you face. Ah Cho looked at Xiao Han and said, so powerful. Xiao Han licked his lips. Senior Brother Ah Cho, you misunderstood. I don't know him. I'm just asking casually. I'm just a live target. How could I know such a person with such great talent? That's true. Xue Jianfeng is too arrogant and has very few friends. Maybe geniuses have very few friends. Ah Cho chuckled and said. Suddenly, Xiao Han murmured in an extremely low voice. Xue Jianfeng. I lost a very precious thing. One day, I must get it back from him. Xiao Han, what did you say? Ah Cho asked suspiciously. Oh, nothing. Xiao Han quickly said. All right, Senior Brother Ah Cho, what other rules are there in the outer sect? Tell me about them. There aren't any special rules. In fact, Ah Cho lowered his voice and said, rules are all fake. As long as one is powerful, who cares about rules? Rules my ass. But between outer sect disciples, private fights are strictly forbidden. If there's enmity or hatred, both sides must discuss beforehand and settle it on the stage. For example, if I offended other outer sect disciples, according to the rules, they can't beat me up in front of me. If they want to fight me, they must get my permission. Both sides will agree on a time and fight on the stage to decide the winner. That's a good rule. Xiao Han laughed. All right, we're here. Xiao Han, I'll bring you in to collect your welfare first. Ah Cho brought Xiao Han outside a magnificent building. The two walked in one after the other. Ah Cho stepped forward and helped Xiao Han with some procedures, and took out a brocade bag. Xiao Han, open the bag yourself. This is the basic welfare. You can collect it once a month. Ah Cho smiled and said, look at it as we walk. I'll bring you to where you live now. Oh, there's a key in the bag. It's the key to the courtyard gate that was given to you. The place you live is not far from where I live. It's good that we can take care of each other. I'll bring you there now. All right, all right, all right. I'll have to trouble senior brother Ah Cho to take care of everything. Xiao Han smiled and opened the bag. The bag wasn't big. There was only a string of coins, a small booklet and a key inside. Ha! Xiao Han was stunned. Why aren't there any medicinal pills? I heard that outer sect disciples get medicinal pills every month. Xiao Han, do you see that string of true martial coins? That's the currency of our Fire Beacon Empire's martial Dao sections. With true martial coins, you can go to any martial Dao sect in Fire Beacon Empire to buy medicinal pills, martial arts manuals, weapons, secret realm maps. This is the hard currency of us martial artists. Look at the shops over there. There's a medicinal pill shop, a weapon shop, and the street stalls over there. Some outer sect disciples will set up street stalls and sell martial arts manuals, all kinds of materials, herbs, rare treasures. As long as you have enough true martial coins, there's nothing you can't buy. Ah Cho started introducing non-stop. Oh. So it's not just medicinal pills, but coins. Xiao Han suddenly realized. He looked at the string of true martial coins. There were about 100 of them. Every month, 100 true martial coins is the basic welfare of us outer sect disciples. Ah Cho grinned and said, the 10 peaks of the outer sect, the disciples of each peak receive different basic welfare every month. For example, our peak can only be ranked 7th or 8th among the 10 peaks. Then, the basic welfare we receive is only 100 true martial coins. As for the peak that is ranked at the top, TSKSK, let me tell you, just the peak that Shui Jianfeng is at, any outer sect disciple can get 1,000 true martial coins every month. What? Our peak gets 100 every month, and they get 1,000 every month? What kind of logic is this? The difference is 10 times. Xiao Han immediately cried out. Who asked us to be weak? Don't blame the heavens and blame others. There's no fairness in this world. Whoever's fist is bigger will get more benefits. I've already looked down on it. Ah Cho smiled helplessly. All right, Xiao Han, cultivate well. As long as you're strong enough, you'll have plenty of opportunities to earn true martial coins in the future. Also, that booklet mainly introduces the basic knowledge of the physical body realm of martial Dao, as well as the general geographical situation of our world, the customs, the empire's sects. When you go back and have time, study it again. Ah Cho continued. The day after tomorrow, I'll bring you to the peak where the martial arts scriptures are stored to receive the viscera refining realm's breathing technique. You can also choose a martial skill. Martial skill? That's great. Until now, I only know the barbaric bullbone forging fist. It said that it's only a basic body refining technique and not worth mentioning. Xiao Han said excitedly. Of course, any martial skill in the martial skill pavilion is many times better than the barbaric bullbone forging fist. Ah Cho nodded repeatedly. As they spoke, the two had already arrived at a vast area with birds chirping and fragrant flowers, green vines intertwining, and lush vegetation. Between the trees, they could see many houses with red walls and green tiles. Every house had a large courtyard, and it seemed to be even more luxurious than the rich families in the secular world. From time to time, there were cicadere, monkeys, antelopes, and other docile animals walking around in the forest, not afraid of humans. There was the fragrance of plants in the air, and Xiao Han felt refreshed just by taking a breath of the air. Not long after, Ah Cho brought Xiao Han to a maple leaf forest. In the depths of the forest, there was a luxurious and spacious courtyard. Curved eaves, glazed tiles, and white stone steps. It actually gave off a feeling of splendor and splendor. Xiao Han's eyes widened. When he was a live target, He lived in a simple and crude stilt house, and he lived in groups. Compared to this courtyard in front of him, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Xiao Han, this is the benefit of being an outer sect disciple. This courtyard belongs to you now. Quickly take out the key and open the door. Ah Cho patted Xiao Han's shoulder and said. He opened the door. What entered his eyes was a large garden and a small-scale martial training field. The garden took up a few acres, and the martial training field was also a few acres in size. There were pavilions everywhere, bamboo swayed, and water trickled. The air was enshrouded with an immortal aura. Xiao Han swallowed his saliva looking at it. Chapter 11. The room was extremely spacious, grand and comfortable. It was clean without a single speck of dust. A few elegant potted plants were placed on the windowsill, emitting a refreshing fragrance. The bed was huge. Hee, not bad, Xiao Han plopped down on the bed, feeling the softness and indescribable comfort. Then, Xiao Han walked to the wardrobe and opened it. The wardrobe was filled with silver-white robes worn by the outer sect disciples of the Cloud Rain sect. There were large, medium and small sizes. Xiao Han took off his tattered clothes and changed into a fitting robe. This robe was weaved from silk and noble fabrics. It was light as if it was weightless, and it was very comfortable to wear. After changing his clothes, Xiao Han could no longer see the shadow of a live target. Instead, he showed some of the aura of a sect's martial arts disciple. Xiao Han sat back down on the bed, took out the booklet, and read it with great interest. Xiao Han was fascinated by it. The booklet said that the world Xiao Han was in was called the True Martial Continent. How big was the True Martial Continent? No one knew. This was a boundless and endless world. Vast and boundless. On the True Martial Continent, there were countless unknown regions with countless dangers and opportunities. In the center of the True Martial Continent, there were 5 regions. They were the East Region, West Region, South Region, North Region and Central Region. The booklet did not introduce the other regions and only talked about the South Region. That was because the Cloud Rain sect that Xiao Han was in was located in the South Region. There were 7 empires in the South Region and 27 medium-sized countries. As for the small countries, there were countless of them. No one had ever counted the total population of the South Region, and it was impossible to do so. The Cloud Rain sect was in the Beacon Fire Empire, which was just one of the 7 empires in the South Region. Its population was over 10 billion. Apart from the Cloud Rain sect, there were 4 other top sects in the Beacon Fire Empire. They were 8 Wind Palace, Blazing Flame sect, Mingjian Villa and Medicine King Valley. As for medium and small sects, there were too many of them. All in all, this was a world of martial artists where martial strength reigned supreme and the law of the jungle prevailed. The booklet even briefly described the demon race. The demon race was a race that coexisted with the human race since the beginning of the world. The demon race and the human race were natural enemies. This was because the demon race viewed humans as prey. They survived by hunting for human brains. The most terrifying thing about demons was that they could disguise themselves as humans. When a member of the demon race sucked the brain of a human, it would possess the memories and thoughts of the human when they were alive. It could even inherit the skills of the human when they were alive. Then, he transformed into a human and mixed in with the human race, waiting for an opportunity to continue hunting. Seeing this, Xiao Han couldn't help but recall the last time he was in that small town. A demon had disguised herself as the mayor's daughter-in-law and blended into the town undetected. Even senior apprentice Brother Fong had to go through a lot of trouble to find and kill that demon. The demon race is too scary. Xiao Han felt his heart palpitate. However, Xiao Han quickly cast aside his negative emotions and continued reading. He began to read the martial arts described in the booklet. The martial way was divided into the physical body realm and the vital energy realm. Xiao Han read eagerly and gradually understood many things. Putting everything else aside, just the organs refinement stage of the fleshly body stage alone. This was the realm that Xiao Han was about to reach. It turned out that the organs refinement stage used a special breathing method and elixirs to refine the internal organs, eliminating the impurities and retaining the essence. When the organs refinement stage was cultivated to an extremely high level, the internal organs would be as hard as diamond and would be immune to all diseases. Their breathing would be deep and continuous, their stamina would be great, and their heart would beat like thunder. The body could even emit the sound of surging tides. The organ's refinement stage was further divided into entry, small success, middle stage, and peak stage. These few stages. The entry stage was to learn the special breathing method of the organ's refinement stage. This was very simple. Small accomplishment meant that one would be able to exert at least 5 cauldron of strength with every movement. One would be filled with energy, and a casual roar could be clearly heard from a distance of 1.5 li. The middle stage would have at least 10 cauldrons strength. Their voice could be transmitted 5 miles away. The peak stage would have at least 20 cauldrons strength. Their voice could be transmitted 10 miles away. Their physical strength could tear a giant elephant apart. They could run like a leopard and fight against hundreds of enemies at the peak of the bone refinement stage. They could casually jump tens of feet high. They could even pluck leaves and flowers and kill people instantly. Amazing. Too amazing. Xiao Han was speechless as he watched. Because he had a fortuitous encounter and cultivated the indestructible golden body, he refined his bones very well. His bones could explode 200 times, so he was stronger than the majority of people at the peak of the bone refinement stage. His strength was around 5 to 6 cauldron. But now, he understood that his current strength was nothing in front of a martial artist at the peak of the organ's refinement stage. Above the organ's refinement stage is the marrow refinement stage and finally the blood transformation stage. That Xue Jianfeng is a top-notch outer sect disciple, and he has already started the blood transformation stage. I wonder how terrifying his strength is. Moreover, he has cultivated an exquisite martial skill. Xiao Han licked his lips. It seems that the gap between me and him is very big. However, it wasn't easy for me, Xiao Han, to walk on the path of the martial Tao. I must overcome any difficulties. I must advance courageously and continuously cut down all the thorns. Xiao Han's will become even firmer and more stable. Continue reading. The booklet did not explain much about the true Qi stage. Xiao Han also didn't really understand what was going on. However, there was one point that was extremely useful to Xiao Han. When a martial artist cultivated the fleshly body realm to the true Qi stage, it was equivalent to transcending the mortal realm and ascending to the heavens in a single step. Their lifespan would be extended and they could even overcome natural phenomena such as aging. This was definitely not a trivial matter. Moreover, the true Qi stage allowed one to look within themselves. One could clearly see one's internal organs, bones, and meridians. It was like looking at the lines on one's palm, vivid in one's mind. Reading up to here, Xiao Han couldn't help but clutch his heart as he muttered to himself. There is a very strange thing hibernating in my heart. Although this thing helped me to restore and perfect the indestructible golden body, I still don't know what it is. I can't possibly let someone dissect my heart and study it, right? Therefore I can only cultivate to the true Qi stage and be able to look within myself. Only then will I get the answer. I must cultivate to the true Qi stage as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will always be a strange feeling of my life and death being controlled by someone else. Xiao Han took a deep breath and closed the booklet. At this time, he heard a knock on the courtyard door and heard A Chao's loud and clear voice. Xiao Han, come out. I'll bring you to the canteen to eat. All right. Senior Ah Cho. I'll come out now. Xiao Han packed up his things, closed the door and left. At this moment, the sun had already set and it was dusk. Ah Cho brought Xiao Han out of this area and walked towards the canteen where the outer sect disciples of this mountain ate. Senior Ah Cho, I heard from the manager that you have already reached the peak of the viscera refinement. You can punch 20 cauldrons and your voice can travel 10 miles. You are very powerful. Xiao Han said emotionally. Hearing Xiao Han's praise, Ah Cho grinned and laughed. Haha, Xiao Han, my mediocre cultivation is nothing at all. Peak of the viscera refinement realm is indeed rare in the secular world. But in the Cloud Rain sect, there are a bunch of them. Moreover, I am a very stupid person. My ability to comprehend martial skills is very slow and I don't have the talent of others. Xiao Han, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I can't even defeat some talented middle-stage viscera refinement realm outer sect disciples. I'm ashamed. Ashamed. Ah! Xiao Han paused for a moment before smiling and patting Ah Cho's shoulder. Senior Ah Cho, don't be discouraged. You might be the type that accumulates well. You're right. Ah Cho smiled. All right, Xiao Han, we've reached the canteen. Let's go in and eat. Remember, pay attention to your demeanor and manners. Don't shout in the canteen. Xiao Han nodded. This canteen was built like a palace. It was like a tiger crouching and a dragon coiling. From afar, it emitted a strange aroma that made people drool. Xiao Han and Ah Cho walked into the canteen together. The canteen was very large. It was filled with tables and chairs made of precious deep-sea agarwood. At this moment, there were more than 1,000 outer sect disciples eating in the canteen, but it did not feel crowded at all. Xiao Han took a look. Those outer sect disciples were indeed very cultured. They did not make any noise while eating. Even when they conversed with each other, they all spoke softly. Let's go, Xiao Han. Follow me. Ah Cho brought Xiao Han. The two of them each took an expensive jade plate and went to a shelf to choose food. This is similar to the buffet on Earth. Xiao Han's heart was slightly moved. The dishes were extremely sumptuous. There was black chicken soup, crystal pig trotters, steamed agate fish, braised snow leopard, all kinds of delicacies, and medicinal cuisine. When Xiao Han was a live target, how could he have eaten such delicacies? Ah, that's great. Xiao Han kept putting all kinds of delicacies on his plate. Xiao Han, do you drink? Ah Cho stood beside a shelf filled with pure brewed wine and asked Xiao Han with a smile. Wine? Senior Ah Cho, the wine is also free? Xiao Han quickly asked. It's all free. Ah Cho nodded. Then drink. Why aren't you drinking? Senior Ah Cho, get more. Xiao Han swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said. Senior sister, look, that's the one who passed today's test and became the live target of the outer sect disciples. A beautiful female disciple standing not far from Xiao Han pulled another female disciple and pointed at Xiao Han. As expected, he doesn't have any manners. A servant will always be a servant. Another female disciple glanced at Xiao Han and immediately snorted. That beautiful female disciple covered her mouth and laughed softly. Senior sister. Look. Only that ugly Ah Cho is willing to be with that live target. Otherwise, who would care about that kind of servant? Xiao Han didn't care so much. He carried his plate and found a seat with Ah Cho. At this moment, the outer sect disciples eating in the canteen all raised their eyes to look at Xiao Han. Then, they started to discuss in low voices. Their eyes were full of sarcasm and mockery. Xiao Han, let's sit here. Ah Cho found a quiet seat with no one around and sat down with Xiao Han. Xiao Han immediately started to wolf down his food. Xiao Han, eat slowly. Pay attention to manners. Ah Cho quickly said. Delicious. Too delicious. I used to be a live target and ate vegetables every day. I've never eaten such delicacies. Xiao Han said vaguely as he chewed. On the other side of the canteen, a young man sat there calmly, with a dignified look on his face. He held a glass of wine in his hand and sipped on it. He looked at Xiao Han coldly, and his expression was unreadable. Below this young man, there were 3 other men sitting. One of them had a square face. His eyes were filled with resentment and hatred. He clenched his teeth and said to the young man who was drinking, Senior brother Yang Lei, it's that live target. A dog-like person. He actually beat up my cousin. Below him, another young man frowned and said, Ling Hu Song, your cousin is Ling Hu Xian, right? He's one of the top figures among the inner sect disciples. At the age of 16, he was able to make 130 bone burst sounds. He can be considered a genius. What? He was actually beaten up by a live target. Damn it! Ling Hu Song pounded the table. His eyes looked like they were about to spit out fire. My cousin is a young hero and a genius. At the age of 8, he trained his muscles and skin at the age of 13, made his bones explode at the age of 14, and made 130 bone burst sounds at the age of 16. He is the most outstanding talent in the history of our Ling Hu clan. In the future, he will definitely be outstanding and bring glory to our clan. I didn't expect that he would be crippled by that live target. Senior brother Yang Lei, we are all senior brother Ling Feiyu's trusted subordinates. We can do whatever we want on this peak. Don't stop me this time. I must kill that kid. Otherwise, I swear I'm not human. The drinking youth, Yang Lei, was obviously the leader of these people. He placed the wine cup on the table. Ling Husong, don't tell me you want to fight in the canteen? I'm warning you, don't break the sex rules. Ling Husong's expression stiffened. His face turned red. The veins on his forehead twitched and his teeth chattered. Senior brother Yang Lei, are we just going to let this matter go? That's impossible. That's enough. Ling Husong is just a puny live target. We can do whatever we want to him. Yang Lei rapped the table with his fingers. Then he turned to another young man and said, Wu Yan, go and provoke that live target. But remember, don't make a move. It's best to set a time and teach him a lesson in the arena. Beat him to death or cripple him. All right. The eyes of the young man Wu Yan were filled with excitement. He stood up and patted Ling Husong's shoulder. Senior brother Ling Husong, don't be impatient. I'll go and get revenge for you. He's just a dog-like living target. Is he really worth getting angry over? Don't worry. As long as he dares to step into the arena, I'll break all his bones one by one. Ha 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 ha. After he finished speaking, Wu Yan swaggered toward Xiao Han with his plate in his hand. The outer court disciples who were eating in all directions could see that something was wrong. They all whispered to each other as if they wanted to see the world in chaos. Xiao Han was drinking and enjoying the food. He was very happy. Suddenly, bang! A plate fell from the sky and smashed onto the table where Xiao Han and Ah Cho were sitting. Xiao Han immediately looked up and saw a sturdy young man looking at him with an arrogant and provocative face. Wu Yan. You, what are you doing? Ah Cho immediately shouted. This seat is mine. A puny thing doesn't have the right to sit here. Get lost. Wu Yan stared at Xiao Han. What seat is yours? Wu Yan, don't go too far. Ah Cho's voice contained anger, but his eyes were dodging. It was obvious that he was very afraid. He gave off a feeling of being strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Ah Cho, shut your mouth. Are you itching for a beating? Wu Yan glanced at Ah Cho with the corner of his eyes and was very disdainful. Then, he looked at Xiao Han again. His gaze was condescending as if he was looking at an ant-like thing. Live target. Didn't you hear what I said? Get lost. Chapter 12. Wu Yan looked at Xiao Han with a hideous smile. Why, live target, you're unhappy? Xiao Han was about to speak when Ah Cho pounced over and pulled Xiao Han back. He gave Xiao Han a look and said, All right. Wu Yan, you're great. We can't afford to offend you, so we'll give in to you, all right? Xiao Han, let's go. At this moment, the outer sect disciples in the canteen roared with laughter. Ha 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 ha, two useless things. You're so cowardly and you still want to cultivate? You're a disgrace to our Cloud Rain sect. A live target and an ugly freak. Do you still expect them to resist? That's all they can do. Scram with your tails between your legs. Ah Cho's eyes shone with resentment, but he endured it and urged Xiao Han to leave. Wu Yan crossed his arms and sneered. Listen, I'm asking you to scram, not to leave. Do you know what scram means? Shut up. Suddenly, Xiao Han roared. The entire cafeteria suddenly fell silent. All the outer disciples who were eating looked at Xiao Han in astonishment. What? This live target dared to talk back? Is he out of his mind? Wu Yan's face flushed red and veins popped on his forehead. He seemed to be angry from embarrassment. Live target, you dare to roar? You dare to roar? All of a sudden, rumbling sounds like muffled thunder could be heard from within Wu Yan's internal organs. His energy surged as he glared at Xiao Han, his killing intent shivering. Wu Yan, you want to fight in the canteen? You dare! Ah Cho exclaimed. I was a live target in the past and had no dignity. But from now on, I'm an outer sect disciple and I also cultivate martial arts. With that, I have dignity. I've already sworn that if anyone dares to trample on my dignity, I'll fight them with my life. Xiao Han looked at Wu Yan coldly. The atmosphere was tense. What? A live target dares to talk about dignity? What dignity does a live target have? Some outer sect disciples found Xiao Han's words unbelievable. This live target does have some dignity. Having dignity is a good thing. But the prerequisite is to have strength. Without strength, there's no need to talk about strength of character. That's courting death. Good, good, good. Wu Yan laughed sinisterly. His eyes moved as he roared at Xiao Han. Live target, since you want to protect your so-called dignity, then do you dare to fight me in the arena? A decisive battle. If you don't dare, then don't talk about dignity. If you see me in the future, you'd better run away with your tail between your legs. Xiao Han, don't agree with him. He's goading you. Endure. Just bear with it and it will be over. As long as you don't agree to go up the stage, they won't dare to do anything to you. Cho was terrified. Enter the ring? Okay. I promise you. Xiao Han ignored Cho's advice and said directly. Alright. Gutsy. However, the ones who died the quickest were the ones with backbone. Ha 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 ha. I'll be waiting for you tomorrow morning, Wu Yan said in a low voice as he laughed hoarsely. Live target, you're dead. At that moment, Yang Lei also walked over, followed by Ling Hu Song and another outer sect disciple. Yang Lei walked to Xiao Han's table and looked deeply at Xiao Han without saying a word. In an instant, Xiao Han felt an oppressive feeling like a mountain pouncing on him. Wu Yan, let's go, Yang Lei said indifferently. Live targets. Remember, I'll see you in the arena tomorrow morning. Wu Yan threw down a sentence and left with Yang Lei. Before Ling Hu Song left, he turned around and glared at Xiao Han fiercely. It was as if he wanted to cut Xiao Han into pieces and eat him alive. At that moment, the other outer sect disciples in the canteen looked at Xiao Han with their mouths agape. They never thought that Xiao Han would actually agree to fight with Wu Yan in the arena. Isn't this courting death? They originally thought that Xiao Han would be a coward. This live target is finished. He might be crippled by Wu Yan. Yes, Wu Yan's cultivation is nothing special. He's only in the middle stage of the viscera refinement realm. However, this live target is still in the bone refinement realm. The difference between the two is incomparable. That's right, there's a difference of an entire realm. There's no suspense in the outcome. And I heard that this live target relied on heavenly treasures to refine his bones and accidentally exploded his bones. That's why he entered the outer sect. He's like a nouveau riche. He doesn't have any foundation. What's the use of that? He's just a cripple. And he still dares to compete? Right, it seems that Yang Lei is also very unhappy with that live target. I think, even if this live target doesn't die tomorrow, he won't have a good life in the future. Xiao Han heaved a sigh of relief and pulled Cho. Senior brother Cho, I'm full. Let's go back. Sigh. Cho let out a long sigh and left the canteen with Xiao Han. It's over, Xiao Han. This time it's over. After leaving the canteen, Cho wailed. Xiao Han, in front of so many outer disciples, you personally agreed to fight Wu Yan in the arena, so you can't go back on your word. Otherwise, you won't be able to lift your head up high in this mountain, and will forever be laughed at. Either you don't agree, or you have to fight. It's over. This time it's really over. Xiao Han, why can't you endure it? You just entered the outer sect, why do you want to compete? Senior brother Cho, this isn't about competing. When I was a live target, I was insulted and beaten up by the inner sect disciples every day. At that time, I swore that if I had the power one day, I wouldn't allow anyone to bully me or step on me. The taste of having my dignity trampled on is really not a good feeling. Senior brother Cho, dignity is something that can't be bought with 1,000 gold. I lost it once and I can't lose it a second time. Xiao Han licked his lips and said, life is short, like a mayfly's dream. I don't want to be stifled. Oh! Hearing Xiao Han's words, Cho felt ashamed and immediately said worriedly. Xiao Han, that Wu Yan's cultivation is at the middle stage of the bone refinement realm. He has 10 cauldrons strength and has cultivated a few martial skills. You are definitely not his match. What are you going to do now? Otherwise, when you go on the arena and see that the situation isn't good, just admit defeat. 10 cauldrons strength? Xiao Han estimated in his heart. He had cultivated the indestructible golden body. Those top inner sect disciples all had 3 cauldron strength, and when they hit him, it was just like scratching an itch. Now that he was facing Wu Yan who had 10 cauldron strength, would he be able to resist a little? The indestructible golden body was the biggest trump card that Xiao Han could rely on right now. However, Xiao Han didn't intend to tell anyone about his cultivation of the indestructible golden body, including Ah Cho. Thus, he squeezed out a smile and said, "Senior brother Ah Cho, don't worry about me. I will act according to the situation tomorrow. You have to know that if I were to endure and admit defeat this time, I won't be able to raise my head in this lifetime. My martial Tao must be to advance bravely and kill everything, not to retreat and be sullen." Sigh, Xiao Han. Ah Cho shook his head helplessly. Xiao Han, that Wu Yan, Yang Lei, Ling Hu Song, and the others are all senior brother Ling Feiyu's followers. It won't be easy to clean up after offending them. Senior brother Ling Feiyu? Xiao Han was startled. Yes. Senior brother Ling Feiyu and senior brother Meng Ran are the most outstanding geniuses of our peak. They are worshipped by all the outer sect disciples of our peak. They are all experts in the blood transformation realm. With just a word, they can be promoted to inner sect disciples, Ah Cho said with a bitter expression. However, recently, senior brother Ling Feiyu and senior brother Meng Ran have been training in the Jianghu. I don't know if they can open their meridians and guide true qi into their bodies. Xiao Han, in short, offending Wu Yan and Yang Lei is equivalent to offending senior brother Ling Feiyu. It's a calamity. Do you know why I fear Wu Yan so much? Wu Yan is nothing. He is in the middle stage of the viscera refinement realm, and his cultivation is lower than mine. I fear senior brother Yang Lei and senior brother Ling Feiyu. Yang Lei is also a little genius. He is in the marrow refinement realm. He doesn't attack, but once he does, he kills. He is a ruthless character. All right. I don't fear so much. Xiao Han waved his hand. Willing to be cut into pieces, daring to pull the emperor down from his horse. Some things the more you think about it the more afraid you are. The more you think about it, the more you can't do anything. Why am I thinking so much? Senior brother Ah Cho, I'll go back and rest first. I'll conserve my energy for tomorrow's battle. Xiao Han didn't want to listen to Ah Cho's endless chatter. He immediately separated from him and returned to his courtyard. The moon was high in the sky. Xiao Han was in his courtyard's martial arts field. Bam, bam, bam. The bones in Xiao Han's body exploded. His fists were like hammers, and his legs were like axes. He rapidly and violently practiced the barbaric bull bone forging fist. After practicing for a while, Xiao Han stopped moving and started practicing the 10 movements of the indestructible golden body. A warm current flowed through Xiao Han's body, nourishing his muscles and bones. Chapter 13. Good. Let's see how much potential the indestructible golden body has today. If I can't even deal with a viscera refinement realm middle stage person, how can I talk about killing Xue Jianfeng for revenge? Don't even think about it. Xiao Han put on his clothes and went to the garden. Not long after, Ah Cho ran over and knocked on the door. Xiao Han opened the door and welcomed him in. Ah Cho's eyes were bloodshot. Obviously he didn't sleep well last night. Senior brother Ah Cho, you don't look very well. Xiao Han smiled. I'm good my ass. I didn't even sleep last night. Ah Cho kept shaking his head. Xiao Han, to tell you the truth, ever since my face was disfigured, all the outer sect disciples avoided me like snakes and scorpions, as if I was some kind of calamity. Not only that, they all laughed at me and hit me when I was down. But I can see that you don't look down on me in your heart. I finally have a friend like you. I don't want anything to happen to you. Senior brother Ah Cho, your face wasn't like this originally? Xiao Han was puzzled. How could I be like this since birth? Xiao Han, let me tell you, I used to be very handsome and elegant. It's not an exaggeration to say that I was like a jade tree in the wind. Maybe the heavens were jealous of my handsomeness, so a disaster befell me and disfigured me. Never mind. Let's not talk about this. Ah Cho waved his hand. Ha, handsome and elegant? Xiao Han laughed involuntarily. All right, senior brother Ah Cho, bring me to the arena now. You really want to go? Go. Why not? If I don't go, I'll be a coward. As they spoke, the two had already left the courtyard. Ah Cho brought Xiao Han and walked towards the arena on this mountain peak. In the middle of this mountain peak, there was an area with dozens of arenas built with huge rocks. Each arena occupied an area of several acres. These arenas were prepared for the outer disciples of this peak to spar with each other, fight, and even settle personal grudges. Martial artists loved to fight fiercely, and sect disciples were even more so. Once on the arena, it was up to fate, regardless of life or death. At this moment, over 1,000 outer court disciples had gathered at the arena area, and they stood in groups of 3 to 5 while discussing ceaselessly with each other. Today, Wu Yan will be competing with that live target, Xiao Han. How interesting. What's so interesting? This was a completely one-sided situation. You could even say that it was a one-sided massacre by basalt. Since you think it's boring, why did you come here to watch? I mainly want to see how that live target dies. Ha ha ha. I wonder how many moves a live target can take. What do you mean by a few moves? I think it's an instant kill. One was in the bone refining realm and had never learned any martial techniques. The other was in the middle stage of the viscera refinement realm and had cultivated a martial technique. The gap between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. Beside an arena, with his hands behind his back, Yang Lei had an imposing manner and a mocking smile on his face. Wu Yan, Ling Hu Song, and a few other outer disciples clustered around Yang Lei. Among them, there were 2 female disciples who looked like they were carved from jade. They were laughing so hard that their bodies trembled. Wu Yan, you have to avenge my cousin brother, Ling Hu Xian, later. You must break every single bone in that live target. Ling Hu Song gnashed his teeth and said, Senior Ling Hu Song, don't worry. He's just a live target that had a fortuitous encounter. I can crush him to death with one finger. Wu Yan had a hideous smile on his face. We've already checked last night. That live target only has 3 cauldrons of strength. He's as weak as a sheep. He can't even break the defense of my fleshly body. He's a complete and utter trash. Just at this moment, he's here. That live target really came. He really dared to come. I'm starting to admire his courage. Amidst the clamor of the outer disciples, Xiao Han and Ah Cho walked over side by side. Hee. Wu Yan's expression was extremely hideous. It's good that you came. I was just afraid you wouldn't come. Live target, come up. Wu Yan leaped into the air and jumped onto an arena. His fleshly body tore through the air and with a crackling sound, a raging wave of aura exploded out from his body. Senior Ah Cho, I'm going up the arena. You watch from below. Xiao Han patted Ah Cho's shoulder and walked up the arena. Ah Cho's expression looked as though he was about to cry. On the arena, Xiao Han and Wu Yan stood opposite each other with a distance of tens of steps between them. You will die a horrible death. Wu Yan's eyes were filled with bloodthirst and brutality. The corner of his mouth revealed a playful smile as though he was a cat toying with a mouse. The thousands of outer disciples who were spectating from below the arena were all staring at the arena. Bang! Suddenly, the bones in Xiao Han's body exploded like a mountain of explosives. The muscles, skin, and bones in his entire body surged. Under his skin, there was the sound of a strong arrow being shot. His muscles and bones sounded at the same time. Immediately after, Xiao Han's footsteps were heavy as he stomped back and forth on the arena, causing cracks to appear on the stone floor. He was like an enraged bull. This live target's muscles and bones are trained well. Barbaric Bull Bone Forging Fist has a very high level of attainment. What's the use of that? Barbaric Bull Bone Forging Fist is only the most superficial body refining technique. Wu Yan's most proficient technique is the Giant Python Fist. It is tricky and incisive. Once it strikes, it will break the opponent's arms and legs. It is more than a few times stronger than Barbaric Bull Bone Forging Fist. Trash! Wu Yan roared, and soon after, his internal organs began to vibrate, and faint sounds of wind and thunder could be heard. His mouth and nose exhaled a majestic breath, and his long roar shook the heavens. With a casual roar, his voice could be heard 5 kilometers away. Under his skin, there seemed to be a toad that was hibernating. It kept jumping and the sound of goo 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 was incessant. In the next moment, Wu Yan twisted his fists. His entire body emitted a kind of gloomy and cold aura. It made people feel that he was like a giant python that was creeping in the grass. He could drill out at any time to devour his prey. Giant python fist. Wu Yan roared. His footwork was extremely crafty. His body swayed left and right. A distance of tens of steps was covered in a flash. What? He's so fast. Xiao Han's eyes blurred. Wu Yan had already closed in on him. The wind tore and the air exploded. Wu Yan's right fist made a turn. Like a python coming out of its hole, it landed on Xiao Han's chest from an unbelievable angle. Pooh! This time, Wu Yan's fist opened 10 cauldrons. Xiao Han was sent flying in an instant. Bang! Xiao Han landed heavily on the ground, creating a human-shaped crater. Ah, pain! Xiao Han gritted his teeth and groaned. When Wu Yan's fist landed on Xiao Han's body, Xiao Han felt as if his chest was struck by lightning. The pain was unbearable. His throat felt hot and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. However, in an instant, a warm current surged in his body. The indestructible golden body automatically absorbed a portion of the strength of the fist. At the same time, a warm current enveloped the part of Xiao Han's body that was hit and nourished it. Xiao Han only felt that his bones were numb and starting to swell. In a few breaths, Xiao Han's pain had been reduced by half. His whole body was filled with strength and vigor. Below the stage. Isn't this too weak? He was sent flying in just one move. He didn't even have the ability to resist. Boring, too boring. Wu Yan's fist has 10 cauldrons of strength. It can instantly kill a giant elephant. That live target must have all his bones broken and his life force extinguished. Xiao Han! Ah Cho cried out in terror from below the stage. On the other side, Yang Lei, Ling Husong and the others also laughed. Ha ha ha! Wu Yan laughed loudly. His face was ferocious as he walked towards Xiao Han. This daddy will slowly crush all your bones one by one. This is what I call satisfying. Unexpectedly, all of a sudden, Xiao Han used both his hands to support himself and slowly climbed up. He can actually stand up after taking a punch with 10 cauldrons of strength? The outer sect disciples below the stage were all stunned. Xiao Han, quickly admit defeat. Ah Cho screamed. Damn it! Xiao Han was angered. He stared at Wu Yan with eyes filled with killing intent. Step by step, he slowly walked towards Wu Yan. Between his muscles and bones, popping sounds could be heard. What? He can still stand up? Wu Yan clenched his teeth and moved his feet. Like a snake, he slithered in front of Xiao Han. With a backhand punch, he sent Xiao Han flying again. Bang! 10 cauldrons of strength was equivalent to 10,000 jin of strength. When it hit a person's body, the sound it made was simply hair-raising. This time, Xiao Han flew horizontally and drew an arc in the sky before crashing onto the ground. Cracks appeared all around him. He should be dead now, right? The outer sect disciples below the stage nodded their heads. Still not dead? If he doesn't die, then he's a monster. As for Xiao Han, it's too painful. I'm dying of pain, but after the pain, I actually feel a little refreshed. The heat in Xiao Han's body flowed endlessly as he activated his indestructible golden body to the extreme. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xiao Han stood up again. Everyone was moved. Xiao Han being able to stand up after being knocked down for the first time was not enough to move people. At most they were surprised. However, after being knocked down for the second time, he was still able to stand up. This made people unable to not be moved. Wu Yan, what are you playing at? Hurry up and beat him to death. Yang Lei shouted with extreme dissatisfaction. Immediately, his face was filled with anger. Wu Yan really doesn't have any real ability. Normally, he's only good at bootlicking. Against a living target, he's so sloppy. Humph. Xiao Han stood up and spat a mouthful of blood on the ground. His heart was filled with killing intent as he walked towards Wu Yan again. Roar! Wu Yan was thoroughly enraged. In front of thousands of outer sect disciples, he actually threw out 2 punches consecutively and still couldn't kill a living target. This made him completely lose face. Python 4 consecutive strikes. Wu Yan's aura was pushed to its peak. Like a thunderbolt, he rushed forward and threw out 4 punches consecutively. Each punch landed squarely on Xiao Han's body. Python 4 consecutive strikes was the ultimate killing technique of the giant python fist. When the 4 moves were used simultaneously, it specialized in breaking bones and shattering internal organs. If a martial artist of the same realm were to be hit by this punch, they would be torn into pieces. Bang! 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 Xiao Han took 4 punches consecutively and was sent flying 100 steps away. He fell to the edge of the arena and lay there motionlessly. The surroundings were dead silent. After 30 breaths. Phew! He's finally dead. Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief. He then looked at Yang Lei, who was below the arena, and wiped his sweat. Senior brother Yang Lei, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. I've finally killed that living target. Unexpectedly, Yang Lei's expression changed drastically as he stared behind Wu Yan. Ha! Wu Yan instinctively turned around to look. He saw that Xiao Han had already crawled up from the ground. His clothes were torn to shreds, revealing his bruised and swollen chest. His hair was a mess, and the corners of his mouth were stained with blood. He could not stop coughing up blood. However, he did stand up and walk towards Wu Yan step by step. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness. What's wrong? What's going on? Wu Yan's hair stood on end as he suddenly had a bad premonition. One had to know that Wu Yan had once roamed the Jianghu. There was once when he met a martial artist at the peak of the viscera refining realm from a small sect. Wu Yan suddenly launched a sneak attack and used the Python 4 consecutive strikes to smash the opponent into a pile of mud. No matter what, he couldn't believe that a mere bone-tempering target would be able to escape unscathed in front of such a powerful killing technique. Roar! Wu Yan roared and rushed towards Xiao Han like a mountain. However, those who were observant could hear that Wu Yan's roar contained a trace of panic. Bang! 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 Wu Yan used both his hands and feet as if he had gone crazy. He continuously attacked Xiao Han, forcing Xiao Han to retreat step by step. This barrage of attacks had exhausted Wu Yan's stamina and his body was on the verge of collapsing. Xiao Han suffered over 100 punches before finally flying out and crashing heavily onto the ground. This time, the Iron Man has been smashed into pieces. It's impossible for him to stand up again. The outer sect disciples all stared with their eyes wide open. Cho was scared silly. At this moment, Xiao Han only felt that there was not a single bone in his body that was in good condition. The pain pierced through his heart and his mind was blank. However, under the nourishment of the warm current in his body, the pain gradually faded. The warm current that flowed back like a tide caused Xiao Han's stamina and spirit to slowly recover. Huff, huff, huff. Wu Yan panted heavily and continuously wiped the sweat on his forehead. Wu Yan bent over to catch his breath while staring straight at Xiao Han. He saw Xiao Han lying motionlessly on the ground as if he was completely dead. After a long time, Wu Yan, go over and see if he's dead or not. Trash. Beating up a living target and you almost exhausted yourself to death. I've never seen such a useless piece of trash like you. Yang Lei was extremely angry. Senior brother Yang Lei, he's dead. He's definitely dead. If he's not dead after this, is he still human? A female disciple laughed tenderly. Wu Yan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and carefully walked towards Xiao Han. His legs were trembling as he walked. His stamina was almost completely exhausted. Step by step, he walked over and stared at Xiao Han, who was lying motionlessly on the ground. Wu Yan could not help but say to himself, "Dead. He's definitely dead. He's definitely dead." 10 steps, 8 steps, 5 steps. Wu Yan was almost in front of Xiao Han. At this moment, "Damn it! I'm dying of pain. I'm going to kill you." Suddenly, Xiao Han, who had been lying motionlessly on the ground, suddenly jumped up and rushed in front of Wu Yan. His right fist punched out and the sound of thunder rumbled. With a bang, his fist landed solidly on Wu Yan's chest. Everything happened so suddenly and Wu Yan's stamina was severely exhausted. He actually did not manage to dodge this punch. Moreover, Xiao Han's strength was far more than 3 cauldrons. The sudden explosion instantly tore apart Wu Yan's physical defense and broke his tendons and bones. Bang! Wu Yan was sent flying by the attack. I'm going to kill you. Xiao Han spat out a mouthful of blood and rushed forward with a kick. You dare! Wu Yan crawled up from the ground and tried his best to dodge Xiao Han's kick. Then, his right fist struck out from an unbelievable angle. The route was tricky and it directly hit Xiao Han's heart. However, the strength of this punch was not even half of Wu Yan's usual strength. It was not even a third of Wu Yan's strength. Thus, Xiao Han was only slightly shaken by this punch. With a roar, he punched out with his right fist and hit Wu Yan's chest. Wu Yan was beaten back violently. With a puff sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Han did not let up and attacked at close range. Wu Yan also punched and kicked Xiao Han. In the blink of an eye, the two of them became like a street brawl. Both sides punched each other, kicked each other, and fought fiercely. This is completely reckless. The outer sect disciples below were all shocked. On the stage, Xiao Han completely ignored Wu Yan's punches and kicks. He could feel that Wu Yan's strength was getting weaker and weaker and was no longer a threat to him. On the other hand, Xiao Han became more energetic as he fought. He used both his hands and feet to attack Wu Yan. At this moment, Xiao Han was like the reincarnation of an evil dragon. He completely ignored his own defense and only wanted to punch and kick Wu Yan. Soon, Wu Yan's face was swollen like a pig. His eyes were dazed and his nose was bleeding. His teeth were broken. His punches and kicks began to slow down and he kept retreating. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Xiao Han grinned maliciously as he rained blows on Wu Yan's body. Soon. Bang! Wu Yan was finally beaten to the ground by Xiao Han. Xiao Han simply sat on Wu Yan's body and punched Wu Yan's body like a drum. Puff! 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 The sound of bones breaking could be heard from Wu Yan's body. Everyone in the audience felt a chill down their spines. Was this live target still a human? It was truly a savage beast. Xiao Han punched over 100 times until there was not a single piece of flesh, skin, or bone in Wu Yan's body. Then, his body tilted and fell down. On the stage, the two of them laid on the ground, motionless. There was dead silence all around. No one spoke, and everyone even felt suffocated. After a long while, Ling Husong, go up and take a look at Wu Yan. Quick! Yang Lei's eyes twitched. Ling Husong jumped onto the stage and rushed to Wu Yan's side. He bent down to take a look and said in shock. Senior brother Yang Lei, Wu Yan. Wu Yan is already dead, beaten into a pile of minced meat. So scary. At the same time, Ah Cho also jumped onto the stage and said in a trembling voice with a sobbing tone. Xiao Han, you, how are you? Ah Cho bent down and shook Xiao Han lightly. Xiao Han's eyes were closed and he didn't even seem to be breathing. Ling Husong carried Wu Yan's mud-like corpse and glared at Ah Cho. He jumped off the stage and walked to Yang Lei's side and said in a low voice. Senior brother Yang Lei, that live target probably won't be able to live. The other outer sect disciples all had goosebumps and said, perishing together. It's actually perishing together. I really didn't expect that live target to be so ferocious. He was beaten down again and stood up again and finally perished together with Wu Yan. This guy is simply not human. Definitely not human. He's completely not human. At this moment, above the clouds in the sky, a sword light flashed past. On the sword light stood a cold-looking young man in hemp clothes with his hair tied up. He carried a sword on his back. His entire body was incomparably sharp and his spirit was bursting. At this moment, his face revealed a rare smile and said in a low voice, interesting, really interesting. Beside the young man with the sword on his back stood a young girl in green clothes. She was as white as jade and cute. Her aura was mellow and radiant. Senior brother Fong, it's just a fight between two outer sect disciples. Why did you watch for so long? It's very boring, okay? That kid is really interesting. Senior brother Fong's face was full of smiles. Who? Senior brother Fong, who do you think is interesting? That guy who can take a beating? He was beaten down again and again and stood up again and again. Senior brother Fong knows him? Yes, I met him once a few months ago. He's a live target. He's called something Han. Oh right, he's called Xiao Han. That's right, he's called Xiao Han. Ah, live target? Ha ha ha. Alright, Shui. I've brought some things back from the North region. Come to my mountain peak and pick a few things that you like. At this moment on the arena, Xiao Han, A Cho kept calling out. You're already dead. Why are you still calling like a ghost? An outer sect disciple was annoyed and immediately scolded. Just at this moment, Senior brother Ah Cho, please carry me back. I don't have any strength in my body. Xiao Han suddenly opened his eyes and said to Ah Cho. As soon as Xiao Han said this, there was a deathly silence all around him. Chapter 14. What? Yang Lei also heard Xiao Han's words. His face immediately twisted and his eyes shot out a horrified expression. All the surrounding outer sect disciples instantly kept quiet out of fear, as if they saw a ghost. Cough, cough, cough. Senior brother Ah Cho, please carry me back. Xiao Han whispered again. At this moment, Xiao Han's entire body was exhausted and his bones were about to crack. He couldn't even move a finger. If it wasn't for the warm current that kept rushing through Xiao Han's limbs and organs, Xiao Han would have already died. But now, his life was hanging by a thread. Okay, I will carry you back now. Ah Cho reacted and quickly carried Xiao Han on his back and slowly walked down the stage. Excuse me, everyone excuse me. Ah Cho asked the surrounding outer sect disciples to make way. And those outer sect disciples almost subconsciously made way for Ah Cho. Their eyes were fixed on Xiao Han, who was on Ah Cho's back. Their throats were dry and they couldn't say a word. Until Ah Cho carried Xiao Han and disappeared from everyone's sight, these outer sect disciples then woke up from the shock. No way. A bone refinement realm living target actually killed a viscera refinement realm middle stage martial artist. And he didn't die himself. It seems that this living target is very strange. One must know that he first suffered hundreds of heavy blows from Wu Yan. Wu Yan's stamina and endurance were completely worn out. Then, he suddenly attacked and killed Wu Yan. This living target is not brainless. This living target's fighting method is too tragic. It is completely exchanging life for life. Just thinking about it is scary. But, after suffering so many punches and kicks, I don't know if this living target can survive. Maybe he will die once he returns. Yes. I reckon all his bones and organs are shattered. Even if he is lucky enough to survive, he will be crippled. Humph. At this moment, Yang Lei was completely exasperated. His white and handsome face was as gloomy as water. He flicked his sleeve and left. Senior brother Yang Lei, what should we do? What should we do now? Ling Husong carried Wu Yan's corpse and followed closely behind. Shut up! Yang Lei shouted angrily. He paused and said, I don't believe that the live target is made of iron. Don't worry about him now. Ask around 3 to 5 days later. If he's still not dead, then think of a way to kill him. Senior apprentice brother Yang Lei, I think that live target is already at the end of its rope. Think about it, even though Wu Yan's cultivation was mediocre, he was still able to open 10 cauldrons with a single punch. That live target had taken hundreds of punches from Wu Yan. It would be unreasonable for him not to die. With such heavy injuries, even a true Qi realm expert might not be able to save him. Another outer disciple said hurriedly. Ah Cho carefully carried Xiao Han back to the courtyard. Xiao Han lay flat on the bed, his eyes slightly closed. Xiao Han, lie down first. I'll go find healing pills for you immediately. Ah Cho said hurriedly. Senior brother Ah Cho, Xiao Han opened his eyes. I'm much better. I don't need medicinal pills. Go back and rest first. I'll lie down by myself for a while. Xiao Han, your injuries are so severe. All right, Senior brother Ah Cho, go back first. Xiao Han interrupted Ah Cho's words. Ah Cho looked at Xiao Han with bulging eyes. Senior brother Ah Cho, Don't worry, I'm fine. Xiao Han nodded slightly to Ah Cho. Go back first. Saying so, Xiao Han closed his eyes. Then I'll go to the garden outside to sit for a while. Xiao Han, if you need anything, call me immediately. Ah Cho muttered for a while before slowly retreating. At this moment, the warm flow in Xiao Han's body was endless and was already automatically nourishing and healing Xiao Han's injuries. Moreover, Xiao Han felt that every time Wu Yan punched or kicked him, even though it was extremely painful, the indestructible golden body was able to absorb a portion of Wu Yan's punches and kicks, turning it into a warm flow and nourishing his bones. Furthermore, the attacks that Xiao Han received just now had refined and roasted Xiao Han's muscles, bones, skin and flesh, causing the impurities in Xiao Han's muscles and bones to be refined once again. Get rid of the weeds and retain the essence. A warm stream flowed within Xiao Han's body, repeatedly washing, causing Xiao Han to feel as if he was soaking in a hot spring. His body started to warm up, numb, making him feel extremely lazy and refreshed. Unknowingly, Xiao Han actually fell into a deep sleep. Not long after, Ah Cho carefully sneaked in to take a look and found that Xiao Han had actually fallen asleep. His breathing was even and there was even a slight snoring sound. Ah Cho was dumbfounded like a clay statue as he murmured. Xiao Han's injuries seem to have indeed recovered a little. Isn't this guy too strong? 4 hours later, Xiao Han opened his eyes. At this moment, his breathing was smooth and mellow. He had also recovered some of his physical strength. When he slightly moved his hands and feet, it was not as painful as before. This indestructible golden body is indeed a unique divine technique. Xiao Han was overjoyed and immediately sat up. Xiao Han, you! Ah Cho just happened to run in to visit and saw Xiao Han sitting up by himself. His complexion was much rosier and his originally swollen cheeks had already subsided, leaving behind only some faint bruises. Ah Cho was completely dumbfounded and almost didn't dare to believe his own eyes. Senior Ah Cho, I'll have to trouble you to take care of me. I am fine now. Xiao Han smiled. It can't be. This is it? Xiao Han, you brat. You are simply a savage beast. I have never seen a person like you before. I have never even heard of you. Ah Cho spoke incoherently. All right. Senior Ah Cho, don't make a fuss about nothing. I used to be a live target and suffered vicious beatings every day. As a result, my skin is rough and my flesh is thick. I have developed the ability to endure beatings and recover faster than ordinary people. This is not a big deal. Xiao Han spoke without thinking. Immediately, Xiao Han changed the topic without batting an eyelid. That's right. Senior Ah Cho, will you bring me to choose a martial skill tomorrow? What? You still want to go to the martial skill pavilion to choose a martial skill? Your injuries are really fine now? Ah Cho swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Of course I have to choose a martial skill. Xiao Han said seriously. Today when I fought with that Wu Yan, I only knew the importance of martial skills. Wu Yan cultivated a fist technique. When he hit me, I couldn't dodge at all. That fist technique is too powerful. It's nothing much. It's just Python fist, an ordinary fist technique. Ah Cho said subconsciously. Then he added. Xiao Han, it's because you haven't learned any martial skills and only know the basic body refinement technique, Raging Bull Bone Forging Fist. That's why you were suppressed by Wu Yan's Python fist. That's why I can't wait to choose a martial skill. Also, I have to start refining organs. I need to obtain the special breathing method for refining organs. Raising my strength is the most important thing. Xiao Han stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth. He knew in his heart that today's battle was won by luck. Under the attack of Wu Yan's Python fist, he almost had no room to retaliate. If not for the indestructible golden body that exhausted Wu Yan's stamina, the final outcome would still be unknown. Wu Yan's strength was only 10 cauldrons. Xiao Han could barely withstand it with the indestructible golden body. However, he was severely injured on the spot and almost lost his life. If Wu Yan's strength was another 2 or 3 cauldrons, Xiao Han couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't be beaten to death on the spot. Damn it, this kind of fighting method, risking one's life for another. Now that I think about it, my heart still palpitates. Looks like I have to learn martial skills as soon as possible and refine my organs properly. I can't be so reckless anymore. Otherwise, I might be beaten to death. Xiao Han thought in his heart. That's true. Ah Cho looked at Xiao Han and said, Xiao Han, the number of outer sect disciples in Cloud Rain sect is huge. We can't possibly swarm to the martial skills pavilion, right? That's why the outer sect disciples of each peak are required to pick martial skills in batches. It's our peak's turn tomorrow. If you don't go to the martial skills pavilion tomorrow, it'll only be your turn next month. Then all the more I have to go. Xiao Han slapped his thigh excitedly. All right, senior brother Ah Cho, you can go back now. Come and find me first thing in the morning. Ah Cho stayed for a while longer and only left after he was sure that Xiao Han's injuries were no longer serious. A few hours after Ah Cho left. Late at night. Under the bright moon, in the side courtyard's martial arts field. Xiao Han was shirtless and stood there without moving. At the next moment, bang! A loud sound burst out from Xiao Han's body. It was like the roar of an ancient beast, causing the clouds to move in all directions. Roar! Humph! Ha! Xiao Han began to cultivate the raging bull bone forging fist in the martial arts field. He was like a dragon or a tiger. His bones exploded continuously like firecrackers. He stomped on the ground and moved around. His punches were like mountains and his legs were like layers of shadows, causing the air to explode. After a set of raging bull bone forging fist, Xiao Han was as still as a mountain. The air behind him surged violently, causing sand and pebbles to fly and the wind to howl. Bang! The final sound of bone exploding was heard. I didn't expect that my bone forging realm has reached another level and actually reached 280 sounds. My strength has also increased again. Xiao Han's lips curled into a smile. 280 sounds of bone exploding. Xiao Han had been recuperating for a few hours and was now completely healed. Moreover, after today's fierce battle with Wu Yan, Xiao Han had actually benefited a lot from his injuries. His aura had become more stable. His muscles, bones, skin, and flesh were incomparably full and sturdy, as though they were forged from steel. Hee, that bastard Wu Yan's 10 cauldron of strength was like forging iron and steel. It hammered on my body and removed a portion of the impurities in my body, causing my physical body cultivation to improve by leaps and bounds again. I estimate that my physical body's strength is already close to 9 cauldrons. I am not any weaker than those viscera refining realm martial artists. Good, this is great. Under the moonlight, Xiao Han looked at his own body. The swollen wounds and bruises on his body had almost all healed, leaving only a few faint marks. His skin was as smooth as jade and his muscles were smooth. His entire body was filled with endless explosive power. And the warm flow that was produced from cultivating the indestructible golden body was surging and roaring in Xiao Han's body. It was filled with an indescribable vitality. P.S. A new week has begun. Seeking recommendation votes to rush the rankings. Chapter 15. Ah Cho quickly came to find Xiao Han. Senior brother Ah Cho, you're here. Xiao Han greeted with a smile. Are you really all right? Ah Cho asked dumbfoundedly. He could not help but pat Xiao Han's shoulder. But Ah Cho did not ask much. There were countless martial artists in Cloud Rain sect, who did not have their own secrets. It was taboo to get to the bottom of things. Yes, I'm fine. Senior brother Ah Cho, bring me to the martial skill pavilion now. Xiao Han rubbed his hands. All right, I'll bring you there now. Coincidentally, I'm interested in a movement technique and have saved up for a few months. I can finally borrow it today. Ah Cho brought Xiao Han out of the courtyard. HM? Senior brother Ah Cho, borrowing martial skill manuals requires true martial coins? Xiao Han asked curiously. Of course. Xiao Han, outer sect disciples only borrow it for free when choosing their first martial skill. From the second martial skill onwards, you have to spend true martial coins to borrow it. Ah Cho explained seriously. Today, I want to borrow a movement technique, wind riding steps. After mastering, one's speed will be as swift as a swan and is most suitable for saving one's life. But it requires 200 true martial coins. It's extremely expensive. So, Xiao Han, you must choose the first free martial skill well. You must choose the most suitable martial skill for yourself. Is that so? Xiao Han was speechless. That's why it's very rare for outer disciples to pass on the martial skills they cultivate to others. After all, they spent true martial coins to borrow it for cultivation. Why let others have it for free? Unless the relationship is especially strong, or both sides exchange martial skills. Ah Cho smiled. But Xiao Han, don't worry. We are good friends. I previously cultivated a giant wood palm. It's as heavy as a mountain and can crush organs. I can impart it to you privately. Oh, thank you, senior brother Ah Cho. But I'll still go to the martial skill pavilion to take a look. There might be a more suitable martial skill for me. Xiao Han thanked. Xiao Han, the martial skill pavilion is on another mountain peak. I'll bring you there now. Ah Cho led the way. The two came to a large road and walked straight. At this moment. What? How is that possible? Did I just see a ghost? That live target. He actually did not die. Furthermore, he is swaggering through the streets. His injuries are all healed. In just one night, his injuries were completely healed. Was this guy really an indestructible Iron Man? Or is he the reincarnation of some fierce beast? That's right. It was that live target, Xiao Han. Look at how calm and composed he is. It's as if he's never been injured. Along the way, the outer court disciples all stopped to look at Xiao Han. They exclaimed in surprise, and their eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Xiao Han, you're famous now. In our mountain, you're completely famous. Ah Cho winked at Xiao Han. A martial artist in the middle stage of the viscera refining realm punched you hundreds of times, but he didn't die. Instead, he died because of you. Moreover, you only used one night to appear in front of so many outer court disciples, full of vigor and vitality. It would be hard for you not to become famous. I'm afraid it won't be long before your name will spread throughout the entire outer sect's 10 peaks. I don't care. Right now, I only want to focus on the martial Tao and cultivate properly. Xiao Han said indifferently. Yang Lei's side courtyard. Yang Lei was sitting in the garden, holding a cup of fragrant tea and carefully tasting it. His eyebrows were relaxed, and he was as steady as a mountain. Senior martial brother Yang Lei. Bad news. Bad news. Ling Hu Song rushed into the side courtyard in a daze and shouted repeatedly. His expression was extremely panicked. Ling Hu Song, why are you shouting so early in the morning? Yang Lei's expression changed, and he was extremely displeased. Senior martial brother Yang Lei, that live target. Ling Hu Song stuttered. Dead. Yang Lei smiled and squinted his eyes. I'm sure he won't survive last night. And it's good that he's dead. If he doesn't die, Wu Yan won't be able to rest in peace. Not dead. Senior martial brother Yang Lei, he's not dead. Not only is he not dead, he's still wearing his clothes in broad daylight. Ling Hu Song stuck out his tongue and licked his dry lips while gesturing with his hands. Bang! The teacup in Yang Lei's hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. He suddenly stood up and pointed at Ling Hu Song while shouting angrily. Ling Hu Song, what nonsense are you talking about? Is there something wrong with your brain? He's injured like that, and he can still walk around in broad daylight? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Senior martial brother Yang Lei, why would I dare to lie to you? Countless outer sect disciples saw it with their own eyes this morning. That live target and Ah Cho walked towards the martial skill pavilion. The two of them were talking cheerfully along the way. They're extremely hateful. The corner of Ling Hu Song's mouth kept twitching. Senior martial brother Yang Lei, I've always been loyal to you and senior martial brother Ling Feiyu. How would I dare to lie? Yang Lei looked at Ling Hu Song deeply and immediately said loudly. Prepare the horse. Immediately go to the martial skill pavilion. That live target is very strange. We must not let him choose his martial skill smoothly. Ah Cho was like an old horse that knew the way. He brought Xiao Han across the mountains and arrived at a verdant mountain peak that was lingering with mist. Halfway up the mountain, between the trees and leaves, A pagoda-like building could be seen with an antique charm. Xiao Han, that's the martial skill pavilion. Cho pointed to the pagoda-like building and said to Xiao Han. All right. We can finally choose our martial skills. Senior martial brother Cho, let's hurry up. Xiao Han said excitedly. Martial skill pavilion. This martial skill pavilion was specially for Cloud Rain sect's outer sect disciples and inner sect disciples to choose and borrow various martial skill manuals. True Qi realm martial artists would not choose their martial skills or cultivation methods here. The martial skill pavilion was in the shape of a pagoda and was 6 stories tall. There were countless martial skill manuals stored within. Body tempering manuals, movement techniques, fist techniques, palm techniques, leg techniques, sabers, spears, swords, halberds, there was everything. It was a huge treasure trove. At this moment, the outer sect disciples were entering the martial skill pavilion in an orderly manner with smiles on their faces. On the white jade square outside the martial skill pavilion, a green-robed old man with an eagle's eyes stood with his hands behind his back. At a glance, it was obvious that he was a top expert in the physical realm. Suddenly, a rouge horse galloped along the mountain path and entered the white jade square like a whirlwind. The passenger on the horse dismounted and said to the green-robed old man, Warden Lang. The green-robed old man smiled faintly. Yang Lei, you're here to borrow martial skill manuals again? Go on in then. I heard that Fei Yu headed to the Dragon Scale Sea alone to comprehend the power of the sea. I wonder if he can break through the barrier and enter the supreme true Qi realm. Fei Yu, this kid, is talented and a cut above the rest. He is stronger than many inner sect disciples. I have high hopes for him. Warden Lang, can I have a word with you? Yang Lei said in a low voice. Warden Lang looked at his expression and nodded. Follow me. The two of them entered the martial skill pavilion one after another. On the second floor of the martial skill pavilion, by a table by the window. A live target promoted to outer sect disciple for the first time. I've already heard of this. Warden Lang nodded to Yang Lei. You guys want to make use of this live target? Deacon Lang, that live target is about to come over and borrow the martial skill secret manual. Yang Lei took out a small brocade box from his bosom and calmly handed it over to Deacon Lang. What I mean is, a live target, a lowly thing. How can he cultivate martial skills? Yang Lei, you know the rules of the sect. Since the manager of your peak has allowed that live target to become an outer sect disciple and is registered, he has a status. Then I have no reason to make things difficult for him. I can't stop him from choosing martial skills, can I? You're putting me in a difficult position. I can't afford to be punished by the higher-ups. His heart finally felt carefree, and he felt that he had finally vented out a breath of resentment. Just at this moment, Yang Lei glanced around and saw that Xiao Han and Cho had already slowly walked over from the square below. That live target is indeed full of vitality and his injuries have completely healed. Damn it! Yang Lei's eyes emitted a sinister light and concealed killing intent. However, I always have a way to deal with you. If you provoke me, you'll be stuck between life and death. Warden Lang, that live target is here. Yang Lei pointed downwards. All right, Yang Lei, you go back first. I'll personally go down and deal with him. Deacon Lang placed the brocade box and the parchment that Yang Lei had given him into his pocket and rose to his feet. Chapter 16. Xiao Han, this is the martial skill pavilion. Cho introduced. Xiao Han focused his eyes and saw that the martial skill pavilion was 6 floors high. It was simple and grand, emitting a feeling of vicissitudes and civilization. He could not help but nod. Senior brother Cho, this martial skill pavilion must have countless godly martial skill manuals that have created generations of experts. Yes, the thousands of years of our Cloud Rain Sect's foundation is inside. Let's go in. Cho said. At this moment, an old man in a green robe walked out of the martial skill pavilion. He had an eagle's eyes and an owl's face. Xiao Han, that's Deacon Lang, a mortal body transformation realm expert. He's the person in charge of this martial skill pavilion. He has a high position and countless outer sect disciples and inner sect disciples have to suck up to him. Ah Cho lowered his voice and introduced to Xiao Han. Then he was stunned. Deacon Lang. Seems to be walking towards us. This it can't be? Just as Ah Cho finished his sentence, Deacon Lang had already arrived in front of him and Xiao Han. Xiao Han immediately felt a sense of urgency as if a mountain was pressing down on him. You're Xiao Han. Deacon Lang twitched his lips and asked Xiao Han. His expression seemed to be amiable, but his eyes flashed with an undetectable ridicule. Yes, this disciple is Xiao Han. Xiao Han quickly nodded. He was bewildered. I heard from senior brother Ah Cho that this Deacon Lang is an incredible person. Why did he stop me and ask for my name? Ah Cho also stood at the side in confusion and did not dare to make a sound. Oh Xiao Han, I know you. The person in charge of your peak has already informed me about you. You're here to pick a martial skill manual, right? Deacon Lang squinted his eyes and said, Yes. Xiao Han could only agree. Very good. Xiao Han, you're a very good young man. I have high hopes for you. Deacon Lang nodded continuously. From a living target, you rose through the ranks to become an outer sect disciple. It really wasn't easy. This kind of thing is not only rare in Cloud Rain sect, but also in the 5 major sects of Beacon Fire Empire. Therefore, I believe that you will surely achieve meteoric success in the future, and it might even be possible for you to cultivate to the true energy realm. Xiao Han felt as if he had fallen into a cloud of mist when he heard Administrator Lang's flattery. He was completely at a loss. After all, since Xiao Han entered the outer court, he'd suffered cold gazes, ridicule every single day, and he'd never received such reverence from Manager Lang. However, Xiao Han could sense the hypocrisy in Deacon Lang's words. What is this guy trying to do? Xiao Han was puzzled. That's why I'm going to personally explain to you the rules of choosing martial skills for outer sect disciples, Deacon Lang said seriously. How can you waste your time on those low-leveled martial skills? Isn't that a waste of resources and a waste of your potential? Therefore, I've prepared an unparalleled mystical skill for you. As long as you comprehend it properly, your future will be limitless. It's not impossible for you to be invincible in the world. What? Unparalleled mystical skill? Invincible in the world? Xiao Han blurted out. He was so shocked that his hair stood on end. There were too many tricks in Deacon Lang's words. Furthermore, when he thought about it carefully, Xiao Han could sense a deep mockery and teasing in his words. Xiao Han understood his own situation. How could he be a good talent or a beautiful jade? How could he be a prodigy? Furthermore, with an unparalleled mystical skill, would it even be his turn? Furthermore, this invincible in the world was too nonsensical. Deacon Lang, please don't make fun of me, Xiao Han cried out. Xiao Han was not a fool. At this moment, he had already guessed that there was some conspiracy in Deacon Lang's words. All right, Xiao Han. Don't be humble. I'm quite good at judging people. Deacon Lang did not allow for any explanation. He took out a piece of rice paper from his pocket. There were a few diagrams and a few simple chants printed on the paper. Xiao Han, this is the organs refinement breathing technique of our Cloud Rain sect's outer sect disciples. Take it well. Follow these chants and diagrams and carry out the breathing technique to refine your organs. Then, consume pills like the organ refinement pill to officially step into the organs refinement realm and refine your body further. Oh! Xiao Han took the rubbing paper and put it in his arms. Immediately after, Deacon Lang whispered mysteriously. Xiao Han, I'll impart that unparalleled mystical skill to you right now. With that, Deacon Lang took out the palm-sized goatskin paper and stuffed it into Xiao Han's hands. Take it. This skill originates from the ancient times. Just a little bit of it will bring endless benefits. Xiao Han subconsciously took the goatskin paper. With just a glance, he was infuriated. The goatskin paper was wrinkled beyond recognition. It was filled with mottled dirt. There was even green mold growing on it, emitting an indescribable pungent smell. There were no words on the goatskin paper. There were only some lines and blurry outlines that had been corroded beyond recognition. Xiao Han instantly understood Deacon Lang's sinister intentions. It turned out that he did not want him to enter the martial skill pavilion to choose a martial skill. Hence, he used a piece of junk to fool him. Xiao Han suppressed his anger and said with a twitch of his lips, "Deacon Lung, your disciple's aptitude is poor. I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to comprehend such an unparalleled mystical skill in my lifetime. Forget it. I'll just start cultivating from the lowest grade of martial skill. This disciple wants to lay a solid foundation." With that, Xiao Han was about to shove the goatskin paper back to Deacon Lang. Deacon Lang placed his hands behind his back and did not take the goatskin paper. His eyes revealed a hideous expression as he grinned. "Xiao Han, you don't know how to appreciate my kindness. I have the intention to train you. How dare you treat my kindness as malicious intent?" Deacon Lang stared deeply at Xiao Han. A mountain-like pressure immediately shrouded Xiao Han. "Young man, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't make a mistake. Otherwise, I'll only need to say a few words to teach an outer disciple a lesson. Deacon Lang, are you trying to shove a piece of useless paper into my hands?" Xiao Han clenched his fists tightly. His heart was filled with hatred. "Isn't this against the rules?" Xiao Han, many outer and inner disciples have borrowed this peerless martial skill. However, they were not able to comprehend it and were unable to comprehend the profoundness of the skill. "I noticed that you have a good foundation, which is why I gave you the chance to comprehend the skill. Don't tell me you're trying to accuse me now? How dare you? You're completely going against your superiors." Xiao Han was immediately pinned with the label of insubordination. Right at this moment, buzz! Xiao Han's heart suddenly throbbed. The strange thing that had been dormant in Xiao Han's heart let out a crisp sound like an eggshell breaking. It emitted a mysterious feeling of breaking free from the shackles and removing the seal. Not long after, Xiao Han's heart started to beat and heavenly music could be heard. Strange phenomena, auspicious clouds, and heavenly flowers all gushed out from Xiao Han's heart. Ah! Xiao Han was shocked. He looked at Deacon Lang in horror. However, Deacon Lang seemed to be completely unaware of the strange phenomena that erupted from Xiao Han's heart. He only stared at Xiao Han with a hideous look. His eyes were filled with all kinds of evil tricks. He can't see or hear the strange phenomena coming from my heart. Xiao Han let out a long sigh of relief. At the next moment, the parchment in Xiao Han's hand glowed with a divine light. In an instant, countless divine talismans, rays of light, and dragons appeared and completely enveloped Xiao Han. The scene in front of him was exactly the same as when Xiao Han had inexplicably repaired the indestructible golden body in the stilt house. Xiao Han's eyes widened as he looked at the parchment in his hand. His lips were dry and his heart was in turmoil. Could it be, that this parchment is also a treasure? Shockingly, a few words appeared on the damaged and decayed piece of parchment, and they rippled with gorgeous light, glowed with divine radiance, and carried a powerful imposing aura. "Son of Heaven's divine fist. Xiao Han." Deacon Lang snorted coldly and pulled Xiao Han back from his state of shock. Xiao Han subconsciously tucked the parchment into his bosom and hid it close to his body. The strange phenomena in front of him disappeared immediately. "Have you thought it through? Are you going to comprehend this divine technique or not?" Deacon Lang looked at Xiao Han with a gloomy expression and said in an overbearing manner. Xiao Han stuck out his tongue and licked his extremely dry lips. He forcefully suppressed the excitement and trembling in his heart. He then pretended to be distressed and sighed. "Sigh. Deacon Lang, since you have the heart to nurture this disciple, then this disciple can only go back and concentrate on studying this divine technique." "Ha ha ha ha." Deacon Lang laughed out loud. Good. Xiao Han, I did not misjudge you. You can go back now. Remember, cultivate well. Before you completely comprehend this divine technique, don't come back to the martial skill pavilion. Cultivating martial skills is more about quality than quantity. You must cultivate one martial skill to the great perfection realm before you can cultivate other martial skills. That's it. The doors of the martial skill pavilion will always be open to you. However, the prerequisite is that you have mastered this divine technique first. Good. Deacon Lang, when I have mastered this divine technique, I will definitely come and thank you for your guidance. Xiao Han said with a double meaning. At this moment, Cho had already come out from the martial skill pavilion. He walked to Xiao Han's side and looked at Deacon Lang before whispering to Xiao Han. Xiao Han, aren't you going to enter the martial skill pavilion to choose a martial skill? Oh, senior brother Cho, I have already chosen. Xiao Han said. You have chosen? Cho was startled. Senior brother Cho, let's go. Xiao Han immediately put his arm around Cho's shoulder and turned to leave. Deacon Lang sent Xiao Han and Cho off with a malicious gaze. The corner of his mouth hooked up and he laughed mockingly. Idiot! Go back and slowly practice. It's best if you practice until you are possessed by the devil. That will be the end of it. Yang Lei walked to Deacon Lang's side and laughed. Deacon Lang, thank you very much. Deacon Lang waved his hand and said, forget it. It's just a live target. It's not worth mentioning at all. Halfway up the mountain. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han finally couldn't take it anymore and burst into laughter. Xiao Han, what are you laughing at? Cho asked in surprise. What did Deacon Lang say to you? Nothing much. He just imparted an unparalleled divine technique to me. Xiao Han took out the parchment from his pocket and handed it to Cho. Cho took a look and his expression changed drastically. He slapped his thigh. Xiao Han, you were tricked. What kind of unparalleled divine technique is this? This was a piece of junk. I heard from some outer sect disciples that there is a piece of parchment in the martial skill pavilion. It is an ancient relic, but it has no value at all. In the past, a large number of outer sect disciples and inner sect disciples spent a lot of true martial coins to borrow this piece of parchment to study. In the end, they didn't learn anything. Xiao Han, you were tricked. That Deacon Lang is deliberately making things difficult for you. I know. It must be Yang Lei's doing. Xiao Han took back the parchment from Cho's hand and carefully placed it in his pocket. He licked his lips. Senior brother Cho, from today onwards, I will properly cultivate martial Dao. One day, I, Xiao Han, will definitely make a name for myself. And, if I, Xiao Han, don't learn this unparalleled divine technique, I am not a human. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.